Thank you for early departure.
That's on council business.
And that's on council business.
Sure.
And thank you. And I will move receipt of those apologies. Have a second, please. Councillor Walker. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Declare that carried. Any declarations of interest, members, on any topic before us here today? There being none, we'll move past that, and I'll move to confirm the minutes of 5 February, seconded by Councillor Hills. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Declare that carried. Takes us to item 4, petitions. There are none. We move to item 5, which is public input. Members, just give you a little bit of a wrap on what's been asked for today. I'm mindful of a very chunky agenda before us and possibly a long haul into the afternoon. And I'm also mindful of the standing orders that limit the public input to 30 minutes. But we've had 7 requests, I should say, and I've seen to reconcile those requests with the standing orders and accepted 6 of them, there were 8. And 1 request was withdrawn and 1 deferred. The deferred request, I'll come to that, was from Claudia Moran, and that was related to street closures and the city centre master plan refresh. We don't have that paper before us today, but I'm anticipating that paper at our next agenda, and that is the appropriate time for that representation to be made. 1 request withdrawn was from Craig Shearer of Shearer Consulting, and that related to our approach to Marina's paper before us today. The requester was unable to attend at 9:30, and we can't really accommodate that person later in the agenda. So we invited that requester to table information, and I think that is going to be distributed. Is that correct? Yes. Thank you. So that takes us to the Howick Youth Council. They'll present first, and then we'll hear from the Auckland Community Housing Providers Network. And then the presenters on Marinas, we've asked, just to be efficient with the time here and with the messaging, if they might like to come to the table together, and the parties have agreed. And I really want to thank all those parties and acknowledge them for fitting in with us there. So first up, we will take Ben Fraser from the Howick Youth Council to look at a proposal from the Youth Council on the Pikaranga Highway. There you are, Ben. Welcome. Come on up, Ben. Ben, would you like to introduce your colleagues from the Youth Council? And we've got a short presentation from you, and allow you to proceed. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thanks to the Planning Committee for allowing us to come here today and present to you on putting a T2 lane down Pakaranga Road. Beside me is the Chair of the Howick Youth Council, Jack Collins, our Communications Lead, Ira Lee, and I'm the Deputy Chair. And I'll pass over to Jack to first give you some information about the T2 lane.
Kia ora. Well, firstly, I just want to thank you guys for having me today. This is my first time in a meeting room like this. So, firstly, I want to start talking about is the T2 lane consultation. So, for those who don't know, the T2 lane being built in Pakaranga is the outermost westbound lane on Pakaranga Road. Now, why we did consultation was that we saw that AT wasn't doing any consultation with the wider public. And we wanted to do consultation that specifically targeted the youth of Howick. Now, the reason we're doing this was because in previous years, we have an event called the Youth Summit. Now, with the Youth Summit, we gather 100 students from each school into a space, and we do like a workshop with them about issues in Howick. And one issue that pops up every year is the issues with public transport. Now, with that, we found that yes, there was issues with the public transport, but there was a lack of consultation around that. Now, some of the findings that we got from our consultation was that 70% of all 97 respondents supported the introduction of the westbound T2 bus lane on Pakuranga Road. 76% of the 66 respondents aged 13 to 24 supported the introduction of a westbound T2 lane on Pakuranga Road. Public transport users, 93%, 28 respondents on the total 97 were in favour of the T2 lane. Car users, a little over half. So basically, as a youth council, we want to take a position that we don't for or against, but we do want to highlight that the majority of youth surveyed were in favour of the T2 and Park and Ride from Lloyd Alsmore. And our ask is that next time a project comes around, we want consultation.
Lovely, thank you very much. So now we're talking about the public transport challenge that we were fortunate enough to be able to take part of. Our local councillors, Paul and Sharon. So we partnered with the Howick and Pakuranga Community Patrol, and we travelled to Mangere and Henderson work destinations just to see what travelling to those destinations was like on public transport. And again, thank you for letting us take part in this challenge, and we really enjoyed working with the councillors, and we welcome the continuation of consulting with youth on public transport issues, and especially consulting them in a meaningful manner. So looking not just at work routes, but also looking at, for example, university routes or routes that students take to go to school.
Awesome. So we'd also like to talk about some broader transport issues that we've identified in East Auckland. The first of those is obviously the higher fares, which I know several councillors spoke out about and criticised. So we particularly want to highlight that youth are heavily impacted by this change. Many young people often operate on tight budgets and therefore don't have enough money to afford, have limited funds to afford their transport into university or to wherever they need to go. So by raising fares, that's putting further pressure on young people and making public transport less accessible for them. So in our work as the Howick Youth Council and talking to youth on our council and the community, there's definitely been an issue identified with that cost of public transport and the fact that increasing fare prices won't help that. So we'd like to support the stance of many of the councillors in saying that that's bad and that it's going to further damage the processes and work to encourage more young people particularly to take public transport. We also have some other broader issues that we've identified with public transport in the community. Firstly, in East Auckland, we have a number of parts of the area that are still inaccessible from public transport as a result of the new network that was implemented last year, particularly around Bucklands Beach, Howick and Cockle Bay. It's taking young people and all public transport users a long time to actually get to a bus stop. Secondly, the train issue. So we still have not high frequency train networks running on the eastern line, which is the one through Panmure. So that's something we're concerned about. And then thirdly, overcrowding on some key routes, the 70 and the 72 in our area. But going back to what Jack said, we think that while there is plenty of issues and plenty of challenges with public transport, the key thing is consulting with the community, and the Auckland Transport communicates with the community when they put in place a new project like the T2 lane or when making decisions around public transport in East Auckland. We were concerned when we saw that the T2 lane being implemented without that consultation, because there wasn't an opportunity for the community, and particularly young people who have a vested interest in public transport, to have their say. So we are asking the council today to continue to highlight to Auckland Transport the importance of consultation and potentially look into how there can be greater consultation done around the T2 lane that is being implemented. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben and team. That's terrific. Just on the T2 bus lane, I'm recommending that we pass a motion acknowledging the Howick Youth Council and refer their submission, and I'll ask Councillor Stewart and Councillor Young to move and second that, to refer it to Auckland Transport for their investigation and advice back to us. And I think a memo back to us is appropriate. And just on the fare issue, thank you for raising that. And yes, the Mayor, myself and Councillor Hills have written to the Minister on that particular issue, and you'll see that outgoing letter and the Minister's response attached to this agenda actually in the information section. And on the train frequency, we've just got notification after public feedback, the regional public transport plan has now been confirmed. So if you can maybe look at that and just see what the final frequencies are going forward for the next few years. Questions, please. Councillor Stewart.
Oh, thank you. First of all, I'd just like to thank you for doing what you've done. It's echoing as somebody, you've got your one still on. Yeah, sorry. Oh, seems to be, I've got an echoing one. I want to thank you for doing what you did. And yes, Councillor Young and I, we approached you and the community patrollers. So we thought we'd get a young and an older set of people to go and experience what it would be like to catch public transport in a real situation, getting to work. And unfortunately, it was still a holiday time, so it wasn't quite what. Maybe we could do it again later on. I'd like to try it again if we could. But, you know, in the real world, a lot of people have to catch up to 3 to 4 forms of public transport to get to work. And so it was quite interesting. The one that I really wanted to test out was one that's quite close to home, which is in Penrose, which is the Noel Lemming one, so we'll get you to test that sometime. And, you know, what would take 15 minutes in a car can probably take you a couple of hours in a bus, you know, and so that's something. But on the consultation, it's really good that you've been out there with the consultation. And as you're aware, Simeon Brown actually had an evening where he had consultation, and the mood of the people at that consultation, it was like a full house, was definitely they were very concerned about the bus lane and the T2, which will be coming at us on the 18th of April. So that's a really big test for Auckland Transport. And the mood of the meeting was that if there are problems with it, could it be changed back? And I think that needs to be looked at, because Pakarenga Road, as everybody knows, is one of the busiest roads in New Zealand. If it was a highway, it would be the 4th busiest highway in New Zealand. And Pakarenga Road has so many streets that come out onto Pakarenga Road that I think even the designers and I think Auckland Transport that were there were actually listening, and they actually asked me for me to get some of the people that were there to talk to them a bit later on about it, because they were really concerned about how people coming out of Gossamer Drive and other roads, how they'd actually be able to get through the T2. Just one other thing, and then perhaps Councillor Young might like to have something to say, but another little project I'd really love for you to do is...
If we could maybe just ask them a question, because at this stage it's most important to get some feedback from the Youth Council.
All right. Well, would you be happy to stand out 6 o'clock in the morning, 2 or 3 mornings 1 week, just to see how many T2s? And I think you'll find there's only, the other day I was there for a couple of hours and there was only one T2, and it happened to be Councillor Young and his daughter. He was taking her to university. So everybody was T1s, because most people, are you aware, most people actually work at the airport or in Onehunga, Avondale, Papakura, all over. Not so many actually work in the CBD. Thank you.
Awesome. Firstly, in terms of the concerns that were expressed in the meeting, definitely that's why we think we need more consultation. In terms of the time concerns, there was modelling done by Mott McDermott, which showed that there would be increases in time taken due to amity work, and that there will be a net benefit for both car users and public transport users as a result of the T2 lane. But those concerns around turning in from Cascades and Gossamer Road onto Pakuranga Road was raised, and we hope that AT will consult and will be able to resolve those. In terms of the counting the number of T2, users. Malt McDermott also did modelling on that and did some research and stood out there and counted cars. They found that 87% of vehicles were T1 and 13% were T2 or T3. So 75% of people were were single occupant vehicles, and 25% of users of Pakuranga Road were in T2 or T3 vehicles.
Thank you, Ben. Councillor Cashmore, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Good presentation, guys. Well done. And we'd love to hear from the new users of our PT networks. The specific issue you're talking about is the time of connecting from your home to the bus network and vice versa going back. Have you done any research into the smart cities transporting network on that first last mile kilometre where it's been done trial through Asia, particularly out of Singapore?
I'm not sure. I don't think we're aware specifically of that work, but certainly we compared with the new transport link, the concern was that there were a number of routes that went through those areas that we talked about, which were removed because of the changing of the model, the idea that because you've got high frequency between key hubs, then that's okay if it takes slightly longer. The concern is that there are definitely that some of those links that do run through don't go to useful places. So we have a lot of transport networks that focus on a lot of our links in those areas that go into Half Moon Bay, but there are still large parts of our community that can't afford the cost of a ferry or don't want to take the ferry into the city, and so then have to get more buses linking through to Botany and on. So that's accessibility in the broader sense of where those routes are going, as well as the time taken to get to bus stops.
I'd really encourage you to have a look at that first last mile work out of Singapore, because I think it might be a partial solution for your area.
Councillor Collins, please.
Thank you, Chair. It's me.
Oh, you're all squeaking too.
Very squeaky at this end on our mics. Just a couple of questions, please, Chair. Firstly, congratulations. I love it when young people come and present to our committees, and I think it takes a bit of a step. And so well done, because I think it shows real courage, and you're speaking on behalf of your youth council, so welcome. And Ben, I know personally, Mr. Chair, so Ben, good to see you. I just had a couple of questions. My first one was, as the liaison to the youth panel, would you be interested in presenting to the youth panel or giving us your submission, because many of the things you talked about run in alignment with where the youth panel was sitting?
Yeah, absolutely, that would be awesome.
My other question was slightly broader, and I'm just interested in your reflections on it, and that is, I get the impression that the work that you're undertaking is an attempt to maybe bridge the gap between expectations of public transport, between maybe my lived experience, which was always in a car, and out south we do depend a lot on the cars, and those who are maybe young people or young families who are trying to become higher users of public transport. You up to the challenge of helping to bridge that gap of expectations? Because I think that's where you're leading to.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's definitely a part of what we're trying to do. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Councillor Collins. Councillor Hills, please.
Thank you. Whoa. Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for coming in and speaking to us. As Councillor Collins and others have said, it's good to have some younger people in presenting to us. Yeah, I'm lucky in my area to have a T3 lane, so I can get to work in 28 minutes on the bus from Glenfield, due to the T3 lane we've had for 30 years, I think, and about 70% of humans in that corridor are travelling down the T3 at peak, and that's obviously because you've got an incentive to get the bus or T3. So obviously, I haven't experienced the Pakuranga issues you guys are facing, but I guess what is the experience you're having right now in the bus? Are you basically just stuck in the normal traffic, so you're just like anyone else? Is that kind of why you're back in the T2?
Yeah, I took the bus here this morning, and you get onto Pakuranga Road, and then there's a significant delay because you're stuck in traffic just like any other vehicle. So obviously when you want to decrease travel times on public transport to incentivise more people to use it, being stuck in traffic and being essentially just like any other car is really bad, and it significantly increases travel times, because once you get past Pakuranga, the rest of the networks has its issues, but it's broadly okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to echo in more ways than one, the comments from my colleagues around welcome, and it's great to see you presenting. Look, my question is actually around what we put up for Resolution B. So what you've presented that you actually want Auckland Transport to seriously look at this T2, right? And yet what we're actually saying in B is that we're referring you to Auckland Transport for their consideration. My question is, would you prefer us not to ask them to consider it? We're asking them to do it.
They are doing it on the 18th April.
Right.
Yes.
So I just wondered if Resolution B was then
They're
reflective
not
of
even going to listen to us.
whether Resolution B reflected.
So just if I can say, Auckland Transport are looking at considerable number of kilometres of road space reallocation at the moment. So this sits with the work streams that they've got underway, and I think by referring it there and for us to get some feedback on how they considered it and possibly intend to take action, we'll hear likely a positive response.
Yeah, we're here to present the consultation, but we also want to reflect the facts of those results. So 70% in favour based on our consultation. There are definitely some strong positives for it, as we've talked about around the benefits of the public transport network. However, as Councillor Stewart raised, and as was raised at the public meeting, there definitely are some concerns around specific parts of the T2 lane and how it works. So broadly doing some more consultation on those particular issues to support it and to increase public support would be beneficial. But as part of the broader public transport network, the modelling that's been done indicates it will be positive.
Can I just take that a bit further? Councillor Simpson, would you like to have a more affirmative expression of the Planning Committee's position in that resolution? I'm happy to test that.
Yeah, well, that's my question to the presenters actually. I've got Councillor Stewart, who obviously knows this issue more than I, so it's actually just trying to.
Yeah, I need your microphone, please.
Is that better?
Yeah.
So I was asking the presenters whether they felt B reflected what they wanted to achieve or whether they would like it worded slightly differently.
Ben.
We want our consultation heard by public transport. I think that our discussion is that we're comfortable with that wording. We hope that if Auckland Transport look at our consultation and do a bit more work around some of the issues that have been identified, that then they'd be able to make adjustments and clearly show that there's public support and then be able to action it. But for the purposes of what we want to do, which is represent the voice of youth in our community, we're happy with just the consultation that we've done, the positive sentiment that's been expressed through that being shared with Auckland Transport. We don't want to take a position on it.
And finally, Councillor Bartley, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. Thank you for your presentation. Really good to hear from all of you. I wanted to know why you're not taking a position on it and whether you will, because your voice is very important. And, you know, you're either for something or against it. So really want to know why. Thank you.
So we're a youth group in the community. We've been doing, the consultation shows that there is strong support, but there's not overwhelming support. There's not absolute support. And for us, our priority is representing young people's voices. And but that doesn't involve taking a big stand trying to say that this is absolutely the only way that we can do that. We want to, by doing that consultation, show what you think, share that with you guys, and then hope that you can use that information to take positions as elected politicians and stand by them. We don't think that as our role as just representatives of the community that that's within our mandate to take a position like that.
And finally, Councillor Young.
Thank you very much, through Chair. Actually, every day we have more than 50,000 cars in the Pakuranga. And the research sample you got is 97 research. And I think last week we have a public meeting, and actually looks like the majority actually against the T2. And so I would like to, AT can have more consultation or research for the local public. And I think that's quite important, but thank you very much for you guys coming here. And the other thing is the T2, my experience, for example, like Birkenhead to the motorway to the city, the T3 line actually rides through the motorway, But the Pakuranga role is slightly different. We're talking about T2, but it's not right through the whole line T2. That's piece by piece. So that will be traffic. Even we are talking about T2, but actually just only part of the Pakuranga Road. I think that the AT need to do more research and then before the starting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Young. And it's moved by Councillor Stewart, seconded by Councillor Young. And on behalf of all of us, Ben and Jack and Ira, thank you so much for coming in. And please convey that to your whole council. It's great to see you, and I echo what Councillor Collins and Councillor Bartley offered to you here today in the acknowledgement. Thank you. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Declare that carried. Takes us to the next public import, which is from the Auckland Community Housing Providers Network, and it relates to the item on our agenda on page 395. No, I don't think it's 395.
Yeah, it is.
No.
The attachments are there.
The presentation is there, but it relates to the 8 and 9. I think 8 and 9 actually, maybe predominantly 9. So welcome to Hope Simonson and Dominic Foote and David Zussman from the network. And in your hands. If we could just activate that, just.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ngā mihi nui kia koutou katoa. My name's Hope Simonson from the Auckland Community Housing Provider Network, and I'm also the National Housing Manager for Emerge Aotearoa. I'd like to introduce my colleagues today, Dominic Foote from the New Zealand Housing Foundation and David Zussman from Community Housing Aotearoa. We also have representatives here today with us from Court Community Housing and Bays Community Housing Trust. I'd like to firstly thank you for the opportunity to come and present today on this very important issue. I'd like to start a little bit controversially, if you like, by describing who is delivering affordable housing in Auckland, and we don't actually think anyone is. So we've got, Housing New Zealand with the Hobsonville Land Company are really looking at social housing with Kiwi Build opportunities there. Kiwi Build is providing affordable housing for those earning more than $120,000, so we don't consider that to be that affordable. The government's Crown Land program requires developers to build social housing, and effectively that's not delivering affordable housing. The private sector isn't, and currently Auckland Council isn't either. The network is made up of 20 organisations across Auckland, and many of them have been around for over 30 years. And effectively, we think that the Auckland Community Housing Provider Network members are the only organisations that are delivering affordable housing. By their very nature, they provide affordable rental and home ownership, and they are independent, not-for-profit. They provide affordable housing that's retained. Whoops, sorry. Right. And any gain that is made or any surplus that is made is poured back into more housing. They provide support services so households can sustain housing. The community-driven housing that is provided is blind tenure, integrated and inclusive. They are also regulated by the government, and we have natural partners out in the sector. We clearly define affordable as what the household can afford. We don't define it as a discount to market. So it's really about what the household can afford. We don't think affordability will be solved by setting housing supply targets. We think that housing supply targets really align with housing demand. And we think that focusing solely on new housing numbers in existing communities really results in communities being forcibly changed and socially cleansed. So we think that the need for affordable housing exists because of government and council policy settings. We've got some really clear examples of what other councils are delivering around the country. Christchurch City, Wellington City and Queenstown Lakes District Council are 3 councils that are delivering clear support for affordable housing through grants, through rebates, through fast-tracking planning and through making land available. these are things that have been done for over a period of time, and they're making a really clear impact on affordable housing for these cities. I'll hand over to Dominic.
So we're here because Council's going to be reviewing, debating and making a decision on the affordable housing policy paper that's going to be presented by officers later. We've looked at that and we think it basically aligns to a lot of what we're going to suggest that we think Council should focus on, but I do want to go through what we think the priorities for Council should be. So firstly, and this sits in your option 4, not option 3 that officers are recommending. So option 4 says that can council use existing land? There is a really good example. Council over the last few years has actually sold land at favourable rates, market price land, but it's been sold favourably to community housing providers. The most recent ones being Barracliff Place and Manukau. 300 affordable homes will be delivered on there, partnership with community housing providers, working with iwi to deliver a mixed tenure, integrated, blind tenure community. And it's happening during the middle of a slowdown in the Auckland housing market. And Barracliff, or as it's known as Punui Place, is actually part of the Transform Manukau programme of work that Panuku has identified as being important for the regeneration of Manukau. Now, if that had been sold into the private sector, I don't know what the land price would have been, but I'd almost guarantee for now that work wouldn't be happening. It is happening, it's going forward. House construction, we got resource consent last week, thank you. We aim to start building our first houses in July, August, and have the first families in there at the end of this year. And as I said, this is an affordable housing programme. It's aimed at local people, it's aimed at key workers. We've got 6 police officers from County Manukau Police Service in the first block of 20 houses coming over. This is providing housing for families and for communities who actually are not able to access affordable housing in Manukau. I don't know what to say about inclusionary zoning. I've said it before when I presented to council. It was a missed opportunity. The opportunity is in front of us again. It is worth taking. Done and applied properly, it doesn't have an impact on developers. It has an impact on the land price that developers pay for it, but it doesn't have an impact on developers. We work with developers. The Housing Foundation and other community housing providers work with developers in providing affordable housing in land that was designated for integrated inclusionary zoning under the Special Housing Action Zone. It's a brilliant way for getting families who are disadvantaged into new housing. Yeah, okay. This is probably not something that you want to hear too often, but your fees, development contributions, they do have a significant impact on affordability. Community housing sector cannot just raise the price of a house when it sells it into the market to recover the cost of contributions or fees. We can't. We have to soak those additional costs up through our own reserves. That's not economically sustainable, it's not financially sustainable, and what it means that we end up reducing the number of houses that we can deliver. So when we talk about inclusionary zoning, talk about affordable housing, it's been done. Waimauhia was the last major affordable housing development done in Auckland. 295 houses, couldn't have done it without the support of local and central government. Your partnership was crucial to getting this across the line. It worked. Very quickly, we've just done a review of what families feel themselves about living in Waimauhia. I think those stats speak for themselves. 81% of the households feel that their quality of life has improved since moving there. Basically, 78% have seen a significant improvement in health since moving there. 84% of the families living there feel there's a sense of community. Now, Waimauhia is a mix of private housing, market housing, community housing, social rental housing. It covers the whole sphere of continuum of housing. When we ask families to name words that actually impacted on them, you'll notice that there is nothing about affordability in those words. It's development that has actually delivered something that works for housing, for households. So what does this mean for us? This means basically that as far as we're concerned, communities should always be at the centre of decision making. So when you do consider what options you want to consider for affordable housing, think about the community that you want to leave behind when you build those houses. We don't believe the government's approach to housing and redevelopment of Mangere or Tara Mount Roskill, Northcote, actually is going to drive the communities that Auckland needs in the future. We know that affordable housing isn't being delivered by the private sector and by government alone. We know that Auckland Council has the ability to be proactive. It can use its land, it can introduce inclusionary zoning, it can make a real material difference. But of course, it's a slow moving good. You can't put it to market in 6 days. It will take 2 years plus before you start to see change, but this is the time to actually make that change start. And that's what it's about. That's what it's about. That's what housing is about. That's what affordability is about. It's about communities and it's about people. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, just to qualify, I think, Hope, you said that it was the public sector, that is, Crown and Council wasn't delivering on affordable housing. You were not suggesting that some parts of the private sector, including iwi housing providers, were not delivering, because you've confirmed that life is good at Waimahia, where an iwi agency has delivered affordable
Absolutely.
housing.
So community and iwi providers working together in partnership have delivered affordable housing.
Thank you. Questions, please. Member Henry.
Kia ora. Thank you. Couple of questions. Your view on IMSB's kāinga report. Where do we go? Where do we go with it? Do we keep plodding on with council or trying to get them to do something, or do we throw it on the floor and saying, would you support? I mean, you know, implementation of a kāinga report.
I think we should support it. I think that there's huge benefit in the kāinga action plan. I think the fact that it is an action plan is really encouraging, and we've been working in partnership with Brennan to help evolve that.
Just last one. Dominic, I heard you refer to option 4. Do you think that that is the council taking the lead rather than, they say, taking the lead in option 3?
Yes, I'd say that if council... So there's actually the slight disconnect. Panuku has said that when it's working with land that council owns for disposal, it will consider how it will use that land for affordable housing. And yet in option 4, so that is a leadership role in my sense. You know, they're looking at Henderson, South Auckland, wherever in Auckland that council has land, and how can they use that for housing? That's a leadership role. When I look at options 3 and 4, there is a leadership role in option 3, that says inclusionary zoning, because that is going to be material change to how land's regulated in Auckland. But option 4 is a statement. It's an absolute statement by council that says, we're going to do something here. So I think that's leadership to me.
Thank you, Member Henare. Councillor Casey, please.
Thanks very much for coming in again. I totally agree with you that, you know, we've missed opportunities and we continue to miss them, and I hope we don't miss them today. Those opportunities include the unitary plan and failing to vote to support retained affordable housing. Option 3, we're discussing options today. Option 3 does look into that, which is fantastic. But this is just to let you know that we are proposing a hybrid option 3, which will include increasing our own social stock of housing. Because I agree with you, as long as I've been on this council and previous councils, the issue always is whether the provision of housing is a core council function. I believe it is. So does Queenstown Lake, so does Christchurch. Wellington has always suffered from the John Banks fire sale, basically. That doctrine that was predominant then has kept filtering through. So I hope today that we have a good, honest, open debate about a hybrid model which would include us increasing our stock. My question, though, is to Hope. You mentioned social cleansing, and I wondered if you could give just any of you could give a couple of examples of how that has worked here in Auckland.
I'll take that question, Councillor. I think Tamaki is a good example of how we're seeing this happen. When Tamaki was just regulated and controlled really by Housing New Zealand, they had one focus, and that was actually just about developing land for their own housing need. And the land that they didn't need for their housing need, they put out for highest and best use. So that automatically, given its location, means proximity to Glendowie, to Mission Bay, means that they're going to attract very high land values. So that land gets redeveloped next to a house that's actually that's privately owned. That private owned property may well be rented out. The landlord of that property will look at that land and think, oh, if they can get that for that land, I can get this for mine. So I'll tip the tenant out of this house, redevelop it, and put it out for market. That actually has happened. It's happened. We've, in Waimahi, have housed families that could not afford to stay in Tamaki. We've housed them, we've put them in. They come into home ownership as well, ironically. So they moved out and they've gone down to a place that's more affordable. Since TRC stepped in, they've done their best in Tamaki to try and address that by checking what looks like affordable housing and creating housing that is more affordable. But if you don't have those initiatives and that policy in place, everything you do through redevelopment is going to, by its very nature, increase land price, increase property price. And it's going to remove the ability for families to actually stay in that community. It happens, it happens.
And just to add to that, the community housing sector ideally looks at housing that's provided across a wider continuum. So it's not just about social housing and privately owned housing, it's about everything in the middle, so that when people are ready to move from social housing into affordable rental, into assisted ownership, they've got options to do that within the same community. It's not about having to move out of communities to have that happen.
Thank you. Member Damani, please.
Kia ora. Just a couple of questions. I noted the Waimahia example and it was touched on by the chair. I just wondered, because two other, I understand, significant players in achieving that particular one was Te Tumu Paeroa and the Tamaki Collective, the collective of mana whenua. In fact, I understand without their involvement, I think previous attempts weren't successful. So I'm just interested in why that isn't highlighted within your presentation in the first instance. And then I guess the second point, because I think it's a success, and anybody that does a success and can collaborate is a good thing. So, and I think the second point is, because I did hear in respect to the opportunities that are available with council land, and similar to, I guess, Crown land in Auckland, subject to RFR and a mahi ngā tahi agreement between mana whenua and the government, would you support, you know, similar arrangements being made with, I guess, sometimes mana whenua consider councils a delegated authority of the Crown under the treaty, similar arrangements with mana whenua as council land passes through for that purpose. Yeah, but I was interested in why it wasn't acknowledged, the significant role that mana whenua played in Waimahia.
Probably time constraints. I could talk for half an hour about Waimahia and the reasons why it's a success. And it's true, the land would not have been made available other than through treaty settlements with Tamaki Makaurau. So it happened as a result of that. Te Tumu Paeroa and their housing entity, Te Tumu Kaianga, are one of the limited partnerships in Barracliff. So we've taken the concept of delivering affordable housing for a whole range of peoples and brought that into Punui, into Barracliff. And that's a partnership that we see as enduring, absolutely enduring. It's a role, and we've partnered up in the land development works with Te Akatai to deliver a land for that they as an iwi can actually build. And we'll build probably about 120 odd properties for affordable housing in Barracliff. So we will enable, as a partnership, always to deliver housing. In terms of roles and going forward, the one principle that we as community housing providers stand by is that if council is going to use land for affordable housing, we think that land and that land should be retained for the purposes of affordable housing. Who develops it, owns it, manages it, as long as that's their kaupapa, their principle, and they're regulated by that. If it's iwi, it's iwi. If it's hapu, it's hapu. If it's a community housing provider, which is Te Tumu Kaianga as well, then it's them. But I think council has to be clear about its mandate for affordability and why it's doing it. Otherwise, you'll lose that land to the private sector.
Kia ora, Dominic. And Councillor Newman, please.
Yeah, thank you. I agreed with a lot of what you said in your presentation, but I'm not sure I agree with you in relation to development contributions, whether it is a private development or the state or it's an affordable housing project. The demand for utility infrastructure remains, the stormwater, the need for connections to wastewater services, transport infrastructure, and community infrastructure. So, am I to understand, what is your preferred approach to development contributions? I mean, are you wanting a partial or full exemption in order to reduce the development costs? Because the only way that I can see that being achieved is to, in effect, socialise that cost so that someone else picks it up. Who picks up the cost?
So we take a slightly different view on development contributions. We acknowledge Auckland's growing, and that the demand on Auckland services will be consistently grow. But that demand for their services is going to grow regardless of whether you've got two families in one house or two families in two houses. The demand for facilities is going to be the same. So what happens is that we're penalised by producing a house that's affordable for the family that's doubling up with someone else, to get them out of that doubling, crowding situation into their own home. Their draw-on services is actually not that much different. It is not that different. It's what you're seeing is just greater connections to a system in terms of stormwater, wastewater, and potable water, or access to community services. They are going to happen anyway. The amount of water that passes through pipes doesn't increase or decrease by the number of people in the house. It stays the same. You take those families out and put them into a second house. The demand is the same. What we're saying is that we are the only organisation that delivers houses that we cannot reclaim the cost of those development contributions from sale or through the government. Housing New Zealand gets subsidised by the Crown for doing this. We don't. Ideally, we'd love to get full rebate on DCs. Practically, we know that's not achievable. But for our DCs to go up $10,000 a house as a result of the change in policy on the 1st of January, we have no provision for that. And we stood here in October and told you that this is going to hurt us. It is hurting us.
Newman, carrying on.
So, yeah. I do have a lingering concern, though, that there is a development impact of these houses, and that does need to be picked up somewhere. So you can carry part of it, but you can't carry all of it. And therefore, who does pick up that other cost? Because it has to be picked up somewhere.
Can I answer that? So Christchurch City Council has provided a grant program for development contributions. That's one simple way of doing it. It's not long lasting, but it is a simple way of doing it, where charitable and community organisations are able to apply to that grant program. And Hutt City did it for 2 years, just to increase the number of houses that were being built in the Hutt for key workers. So there are I guess examples of different councils around the country that have managed to look at ways of providing some kind of subsidy in the form of development contribution.
Thank you. Now I've got two more members who would like to ask questions. I'd like to close it off there because we've got a long way to go in the public forum and the whole of the meeting. Councillor Bartley, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. Thank you for your presentation. I absolutely agree with your comments about social cleansing and what's happened in Tamaki. And note that, you know, council is 49% shareholder of Tamaki Regeneration, what's happening there. I wanted to ask you if you're concerned about the other HLC developments throughout Auckland, in particular in Mangere, and whether you see the same issues that happen in Tamaki will likely happen in Mangere.
I think at the moment, the way that that the designs for Mangere are looking, that there still isn't any evidence that they're looking at housing across that continuum. and that's concerning. So there is still no real evidence to say that they're looking at affordable rentals and assisted ownership options in and amongst social housing, Kiwi build and private ownership. There's still a big gap in there. And I think what happens is that people who aren't, or who actually start to do better in their lives and no longer need social housing have nowhere to go. And I think that has the potential to happen in Mangere.
Finally, Councillor Sayers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one quick question, probably picking up on the regulatory costs on council that the council imposes. I don't know if you've had a chance to look at the latest annual plan proposal, but there's increases in consenting costs there. If you had the chance to digest that, and if you're going to make any comment or submission on what that might be, if you'd like to share that with us.
I guess in short, we haven't reviewed them yet. It's just, as I said, in a sense, it's almost like a regressive tax, because every time a dollar goes up as a cost, we don't have the ability to claim that cost back. We accept that costs go up, absolutely we accept it, but it's the proportionality of those costs and where they sit that's our concern. And also the reality is that we deliver very few houses per annum based on current policy settings. It's not many at all. So we work on the principle the cost is actually very low, the benefit is significant, but every time that fees change, yeah, it is going to hurt us. But we will be submitting on that.
Thank you. Hope and Dominic and David, look, thank you very much for your the material that you've conveyed here to us today. It's invaluable. It's been invaluable to date, and I'm sure it's going to be an invaluable relationship going forward. Massive challenge for Auckland. It's not going to be resolved any quick way. We're going to have to be really smart about this, but we're going to have to apply ourselves, and I know you know that as well, and hence your contributions from your 20 organisations, and please take the support that I think you're sensing here today back to your network of your 20 organisations, them all. Thank you for the information on Waimahi. I've never seen that data on the quality of life improvement and health improvements. That's never come forward to us. So that's testimony to what can be achieved. And as our IMSB members outlined, that's iwi leadership in Auckland, which is delivering affordability and quality of life that's got to be delivered right across Auckland. So thank you. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Casey, Councillor Bartley, thank you. Moved and seconded. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Declare that carried. Thank you. Would. Yep. Thank you. So if we can now move to the parties that have an interest in our approach to marinas, speaking to that topic. If all the parties could come up, and I'm sure we'll be able to squeeze you. There's a couple of spare seats to your right. And now we've got the Northern Reclamation Yacht Club's working group, and that's, I think, 3 parties. Tony, you'll just tell us who that is. Tony Skelton and Ron Copeland representing that group. We've got Robert Alsip Smith from the Berth Holders Association up at Gulf Harbour. And Richard Steele, who we've received before on a few occasions from the Auckland Marinas Users Association, June Kearney from the West Harbour Residents Group, and then I'll come to and have distributed the letter from Shira Consulting. Tony, you were the first to email in, so maybe if we allow you. Now, if we could, we could find ourselves repeating various things, but so Tony, in some ways you have the advantage of leading off, and we'll just take you each one at a time. In your court to begin with, Tony. Can you activate that? Just show, if it shows red.
Yep, got it. I've got it now. Good morning, and thank you for allowing us to present to you this morning. My name is Tony Skelton, and I'm representing the Northern Reclamation Yacht Club Working Group, which I'll refer to as NRY. And I'm also representing the Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron, which is a party to this group. In the interest of time, I'm going to skip the very first page of my submission, but draw your attention to the very last paragraph. My focus is on Westhaven, obviously. There is a conflict with the role of Panuku being a fully ratepayer capitalised property development company on the one hand and being the Westhaven Marina manager on the other. And this is an unacceptable conflict of interest. By 2026, the berth licences will mostly have all expired. Currently over 50% have done so. The seabed licence in Westhaven expires in 2026. Clearly, Panuku's agenda is to forestall the implementation of any long-term sustainable strategic plan until the berth holder licences have expired. Panuku is confusing the issue by telling you, the councillors, that there is a strategic plan for Westhaven Marina. There is not. And I refer you to the minutes of a board meeting of Panuku dated the 30th of May. 3.5 section is where it is. They have an operational development plan, which is quite different from a strategic development plan. The NYA fully support the AUMA and their proposal for Auckland Council to adopt a fact issue-based approach to the development of a strategic plan in Westhaven. The NRY does not support the Planning Committee's proposal for a principles-based strategy. On the 5th of February, NRY made a submission to every single councillor with a proposal for Westhaven to be put into a charitable trust and to be considered on the 20th of February. We were refused access to that workshop. It is of real concern to NRY that the decision made by councillors at the workshop on the 20th of February decided to adopt a principle-based approach to the Auckland Marina Plan. A principles-based strategy is in this case totally inadequate to meet the objectives of developing an overarching plan encompassing all Auckland marinas. If Auckland Council is genuine in developing and wishing to develop and adopt a marina plan, then with due respect to the council officers involved, the only methodology that can be adopted to meet this goal is the 6-point fact and issue-based plan that has been put to you by AUMA. This is Planning 101. The principles-based approach is not. To add insult to injury, the process of leaving Westhaven, the largest marina in the Southern Hemisphere, off the proposed principles plan is completely unacceptable. For the record, NRY have on 3 separate occasions, namely, and they're in this document, have had meetings with Panuku to address this very real issue. The big, singular and most important issue confronting Westhaven is the complete lack of tenure for every member of the NRY. The yacht clubs have considerable capital tied up in the ownership of their clubhouse buildings. Without security of tenure, these investments are at considerable risk. We are at a point, in our opinion, that Panuku should be subjected immediately to a review under Section 17A of the Local Government Act. It has become very apparent that Auckland Council's mandate from Panuku to develop an 8% return on their capital is unsustainable. In conclusion, we strongly request that this committee adopt a motion that directs the Council to form a steering committee that involves the key stakeholders from all marinas, council and private. To be effective, the Marina Plan has to be driven on the information supplied by the stakeholders in these marinas. We believe the goodwill is there to anticipate this process. However, there has to be a paradigm shift in the attitude on the part of council officers, hence the request for an instruction. Without wishing to appear patronising, councillors are elected to represent the views and the wishes of ratepayers. That means listening and taking on board their requests and actioning them accordingly. We urge you at today's meeting to reject the principles-based marina strategy proposal and instead adopt the original AUMA issues fact-based marina strategy as presented to you in September 2018.
Thank you, Tony. I think what we'll do is we'll hear from all the groups and then we'll take questions. Robert Allsop-Smith from... Sorry? Oh, Ron Copeland. Ron. Now, Ron, you're representing the same group as Tony.
And Ponsonby Cruising Club and my family.
Okay, they're additional. Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ron Copeland. I represent Ponsonby Cruising Club, the Northern Reclamation Combined Yacht Clubs and my family, who have been involved in various ways with running Westhaven from 1940s to 1980s. I've been a member of PCC for 55 years, serving on management for over 20 years, Commodore for 7 years, and am a life member. Ponsonby Cruising Club is the oldest club in Westhaven, having been there for 119 years. In the early 1930s, we started teaching children to sail, and we're actually building P classes within the club and still run a sailing school to this day, which is used by children from all over Auckland, including underprivileged children who are sponsored by members. During my time as Commodore, I was a board member on the Westhaven Marina Trust Board. I was also responsible for meeting with Mayor John Banks, government officials, to fuel an idea of returning Westhaven back to public ownership. Mayor Banks negotiated with Helen Clark's government, and the marina was passed on to Auckland Council at a discounted price. I own a marina at Gulf Harbour and have been involved in current land issues, and I'm also familiar with Bayswater Marina, having lived in the area for 50 years and aware of the ongoing change of zoning issues. At the Planning Committee, Council Planning Committee, 4th of September 2018, it was my clear understanding that a resolution was passed that workshops needed to be held with all stakeholders so that all councillors could be informed of relevant issues in order to formulate a marina strategy. We understand 3 meetings have been held, and we have written to the council 3 times asking to be allowed to put input into the workshops, and we are not aware of any stakeholders being asked for that input. This is against the original intent. Why the rejection? Councillors here today, councillors are here today to have the Marina Principles, not Marina Strategy document prepared by council staff without any public consultation or stakeholder input, tabled to be accepted or declined. This is contrary to the council resolution of 4th of September, where the Mayor said it was better to be thorough than to be rushed, and that the public should be involved, as council needed to get this decision right, and it takes as long as necessary with no time frame. The overhead projection there is from the Marine Industries Association. There's a lot more to these documents, but this shows the increase of trailer boat sales and also boat sales, and there's another ongoing thing. 39% of all the boats sold in Auckland, in New Zealand, are in Auckland. So the massive amount of demand on our marine facilities is increasing year by year. Where do we get to? Sorry. I'd like to table a memory stick containing documents prepared by Janet Watkins for the Auckland Yachting and Boating Association and for Active, which I encourage you all to look at, as is an in-depth analysis of the use and future needs of marine facilities. This work took her a year to compile and should form a framework for any future-proofing marine facilities and strategic planning. Janet is a long-standing PCC member and representative on the AYBA and Yachting New Zealand. I would like to table this to the council and encourage anybody, any of your members that are in doubt that what we are trying to do here is preserve and maintain marine facilities and stop them being sold, manipulated, and have apartments built on them. And anyone that's in doubt that this is a small group of people trying to stir, that is not the case. And this is an in-depth analysis of the situation, which if the council commissioned it would cost an awful lot of money to produce. So it's a very valuable document to have a look at. We believe that all marinas should be classed as strategic assets, tying in with transport hubs. In our opinion, Paniku Developments is out of control, not representing the council in a positive light when it comes to maintaining and future-proofing valuable public assets. These assets have been entrusted to you for the enhancement of our city. All of our marinas have government empowering acts which developers must adhere to. However, these empowering acts and environment court decisions are and have been manipulated by developers and council. Recommendation: PCC and the Northern Reclamation Yacht Clubs do not support the adoption of the Marina Principles document in its present form. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ron. In June.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. Mayor Goff, Councillor Chair Darby and councillors. We've been asked not to repeat anything which has been presented to council before. And within that limitation, I'll address some matters previously raised in the context of the approach to Marina's agenda item. But I would ask for some leniency in that regard because relevant issues remain unaddressed. We support the AMUA and other submitters today, but we are speaking only for West Park Marina, and we have serious concerns about the approach to marinas. First, there is no mention of the West Harbour Empowering Act, with both the unitary plan and now this document providing for residential development in breach of that act. 3 legal opinions are in accord as to that breach, including Panuku's own. That breach in the plan, regardless of ongoing community and legal objection, is reinforced here by principles apparently designed to support residential development of West Park. Firstly, a principle which creates opportunities for connected and accessible new housing development. No mention of the Regional Coastal Plan or the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement. West Park Marina is a boat harbour, not a subdivision. Secondly, hypothetical level 2 principles include an unobstructed boardwalk along the entire water's edge, coincidentally a component of Hobsonville Marina Limited's apartment development as a sop to the unobstructed public access required by the Act. What a strangely specific principle. The hypothetical level 2 principles for future public transport interchange at West Park are all achievable without unnecessary housing development which serves only the developer and Panuku. There is no impediment to Transport Auckland making informed decisions other than the relentless pursuit of a sale by Panuku to their client, Hobsonville Marina Limited, in what has been described as an unusually close collaboration. Paragraph 453 states, delaying all decisions on marinas poses a risk, particularly for Panuku and Auckland Transport, as there are current issues that need to be dealt with. The risk to Panuku would seem to consist entirely of obstruction to their commitment to the sale of West Park. The risk to the would-be developer that what seemed like a done deal at a minimal cost of 2 to 5 million has been derailed, and the public exposure has drawn attention to the Empowering Act. The only risk to Auckland Transport is those issues remaining unresolved by Council. Other risks. It is established by the 3 legal opinions without reserve that the Empowering Act would need to be repealed to permit residential development on West Park. Panuku and HML proposed this to Council's Finance Committee, asking for Council's assistance to do so. Panuku states in its report to the Board in May 2018 that, quote, to enable apartment development on West Park, Council would need to address the restriction of the 1979 Act. The legislative impediment is well recognised. Why is it not recognised by this Council, or the Unitary Plan, or this Marina strategy? How much more money will it take from the West Harbour community to convince councillors of the legal requirement to uphold the statute? Is $10,000 to date enough? Or are we in the famous delay, deny until they die scenario? This increased potential to misuse Council's strategic direction in an attempt to amend or repeal the Act cannot remain unchallenged. HML proposed building up to 250 apartments on the prime waterfront of West Park, and claimed that without the interference of independent planner Robert Scott's evidence, subsequently withdrawn, the potential existed for 600 apartments. We request an unequivocal answer as to whether this council supports an attack on the Empowering Act to achieve connected and accessible new housing, because that is what it would take. A plan change for West Park is imperative. The only framework required is the Empowering Act, the Regional Coastal Plan, and the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement, certainly not a strategy engineered to a preconceived outcome. We look to this committee and council as a whole to resolve the issues raised without further delay, obfuscation, or diversion. We cannot repeat ourselves ad infinitum. Who amongst you is prepared to continue to defend the indefensible? Thank you.
Thank you, June. I think we'll go up to Gulf Harbour now with Robert.
Thank you. Good morning, councillors. I'm Robert Alsop-Smith, representing Gulf Harbour Berth Holders Association.
Robert, could you activate your mic there, please?
Sorry. I'm aware that to most councillors, the issue of marinas may be seen as a group of disgruntled rich boaties who want to protect their interest. This is far from the truth, so far that it's laughable. Sure, there are some wealthy boaties, as in any sport or interest, but the majority are normal, hard-working, ordinary people whose concern is far deeper than self-interest. There is every appearance that the whole planning process is a sham, as nothing has changed. Surely council's primary role is to represent the will of the people. Isn't that what we elected you to do? So the first step must be to consult all stakeholders. It's only once issues have been identified that strategy or planning can be undertaken to address those issues. The current situation sees council abrogating that responsibility to others who are not elected. The planning committee is not making decisions. It's being asked to rubber stamp someone else's agenda. You have not been given a group of options to consider. Simply, please endorse our proposal without any background information to compare. Turning to the proposal, you are going to be asked to endorse specifically the area what principles won't do. It won't project future demand. Surely that one topic alone is what council is all about and should be a high priority. The second, in-depth analysis of issues and demand projections. How can you develop a strategy without this information? And the third omission is it won't provide any detailed planning or investments for each or any marina. Again, this is surely vital to any strategy plan, with the exception of the investment, because until a planned strategy is determined, investment, if any, can't be quantified. Marinas are different to the other assets of council because they can't be reproduced if council gets this wrong. It's then wrong for all time. Parks or stadium, as an example, could be replaced. Marinas can't. As council has demonstrated in the past, getting the process wrong becomes a major embarrassment, doing credit to no one. Specifically, the debacle with the stadia shuffle, which council proposed prior to discussion and buy-in by those activities using each at the time. That was followed by the similar situation with the Takapuna car park development, a proposal for a developer's benefit without local stakeholder involvement. Nelson Council got it wrong and had to do a major rethink once they involved all stakeholders, resulting in a change of direction, but one everyone could accept in the end. Please learn from others' mistakes. Referring specifically to Gulf Harbour, there is every indication that external pressure is being applied to council without councillors being provided all facts and information. Do you know that the relevant Empowering Act specifies the land ownership of the reclaimed seabed is held by a corporate? That corporate being the chairman and councillors of Rodney, now Auckland, and the residents of Rodney. When were any of the residents of Rodney ever consulted about the proposed land sale? This whole marina strategy issue has come about because council does not have one. There needs to be an overarching strategy common to all marinas, with specific departures to accommodate local issues. Anything less will result in a nonsense outcome. The development of this strategy must involve all stakeholders, with the first step being the identification of issues. Surely, Council's prime responsibility is to provide a framework for growth and development of Auckland for today and into the future in an organised manner. This pushback you are seeing has come about as a result of marinas starting to be used in a manner that was never intended, at times with Council's support and help. Please take a step back and exercise true leadership. Engage in an open and inclusive process that will provide a consensus result all can live with. Time is not critical unless some secret backroom deals have been entered into. Getting this right is important. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. I'll put that back on. And if you could deactivate your mic there, Robert, and I'll invite Richard. Would you like to, it's mobile, that mic, if you lift it up and bring it over, or swap seats?
Good morning, Mayor, members of the Independent Maori Statutory Board and councillors. My name is Richard Steele and I chair the Auckland Marina Users Association, and alongside me is Ewan Little, who's our Deputy Chair. Amua's view, or the Auckland Marina Users Association view of Agenda 10, is that we've come full circle in the last 10 months. Amua opposes the recommended option 1, which is fundamentally no different to the approach we opposed on the 4th of September in 2018. And there's been no stakeholder engagement on Council's approach since that time. You might like to refer to the table on the handout that you have in front of you, which gives a summary of the timeline that relates to that 10-month comment. What triggered Amua's demand for a regional strategy for marinas was primarily Panuku's strategy, supported by Auckland Transport at that time, which was May 2018, for land transactions at West Park, Hobsonville, and also Gulf Harbour. The transactions involved transferring council-owned marina land into private ownership. Panuku also noted that the lessee at Half Moon Bay was interested in acquiring freehold title. At that time and subsequently, we have advocated strongly that there should be no sale of council-owned marina land prior to the completion of a regional marina strategy that addresses regional and local needs and issues. And at a planning committee workshop on the 22nd of August 2018, which you may recall, and following a presentation of Panuku's strategy, it was concluded that a broader strategic approach was needed that should reflect public feedback. And that's a direct quote from the paper in the 4th of September meeting. Amua's position on the need for a regional strategy is now supported by a growing number of stakeholders, and you'll have become aware of that already. Those include Auckland Yachting and Boating Association, New Zealand Marine Industry Association, the Akarana Marine Sports Charitable Trust, as well as the Northern Reclamation Yacht Clubs. And we also have today the Commodore from OBC has made himself available to come along as well. Council may not have been engaging with stakeholders, but stakeholders had been engaging with each other. As the handout entitled Full Circle shows, it's clear that Council, Panuku and Auckland Transport are persisting with an approach to marinas that is designed to enable Panuku's proposed land transactions. The report under Agenda Item 10 is a repeat of the attempt in September 2018 to provide an expedient framework to sanitise the proposed land transactions at West Park, Gulf Harbour and Half Moon Bay and perhaps at other marinas also. Evidence lies in para 53 of item 10, which states delaying all decisions on marinas poses a risk, particularly for Panuku and Auckland Transport, as there are current issues that need to be dealt with. What are those issues? The paper is silent. However, as para 5 of the report and item 10 notes, once council passes ownership of marina land into private ownership, the ability to influence strategic outcomes will be reduced. So why isn't council taking a wider strategic approach that reflects the public feedback you've been provided with previously and today? Council's approach is not strategic and does not reflect public feedback. We want to see a strategy that is founded in robust, democratic, evidence-based decisions, not decisions based on a set of principles that are open to wide interpretation and have no standing in the hierarchy of planning documents. In terms of your decision on this item later today, and there's a second table in the handout, which is entitled Decision on Item 10 and a Way Forward, our preference is that this committee declines option 1 and supports option 4, which is in fact founded on the letter that we've submitted on the 28th, 29th of November last year. We oppose the recommendation to adopt option 1 and oppose options 2 and 3 as alternatives because they are all solely principles based. However, we recognise that the Planning Committee may well have reservations regarding the scope, costs and timeframe to deliver option 4. But it's worth noting, as you've already heard, that stakeholders have considerable knowledge of legacy issues, regional and local issues, and extensive factual data to contribute to the process. This could minimise the timeframe and cost, and urgent issues could be staged, could be prioritised in a staged approach to the strategy. None of this has been considered because Council has not engaged with stakeholders. We are not a scary bunch of radicals. Look at us all. We've got a bit of grey hair. That's the worst you could say. So please speak to us and collaborate with all stakeholders. If the committee doesn't accept option 4, we encourage this committee to consider a way forward whereby the committee directs the officers to form a steering committee involving stakeholders to look at the approach to option 4 together, and in so doing address the Panuku and AT issues as well as other stakeholder issues, and consider the available information on needs, and then report back to the committee, perhaps in May 2000 this year, with the intent that together stakeholders and council can finalise approach. So if councillors vote in favour of recommended option 1 or 2 or 3, they are in our view eroding public trust and failing as custodian and defender of community interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Now we'll take questions. You were with Richard, and if need be, you're welcome to answer any questions. Yeah. Thank you, Ewan. Now I've got questions. Firstly, from Councillor Newman, please.
Hi, June. A question for you. At para 5 in the report, the second sentence, there are council-owned parcels of land, e.g. open space for or transport-related, close brackets, associated with these marinas. So it would be your summation that after the comma should read, and these marina land parcels are subject to empowering legislation which has not been revealed and which constrains council's ability to develop and or divest. Would that be a fair summation of your position?
That all of West Park, the entire marina, is owned by council. While it's leased, it actually owns it all, basically. That's my understanding. Sorry, have I misread your question?
So if that's the case, if there were to be the development of some sort of principles or strategy document, the preamble to that should read something like that Auckland Council is a creature of statute which adheres to the intent of empowering legislation, even where that empowering legislation may be inconsistent with any existing precinct plans which have been agreed and made operative in the Auckland Unitary Plan?
Absolutely. And could I just take the advantage of mentioning very briefly that with the limited powers of general competence that Council has under the Local Government Act, it's quite specific that those powers are subject to the other provisions of the Act, of Acts, and the powers are also limited by other acts. And the Empowering Act is an act. Thank you.
Councillor Wayne Walker. I need a microphone, please.
Sure, they could be answered by whoever wants to make the call. So my first question is around the reach of your organisations, the membership, and further than that, the reach of how many Aucklanders you represent.
I'll attempt to answer that. As Richard has already pointed out, we've been engaging with stakeholders and people we believe to be stakeholders in the marine industry in recreational marinas right throughout Auckland. We received an endorsement from the Auckland Yacht and Boating Association last night. They've got 19,000 members and they support our stance on the marina strategy at the moment. Now, of those 19,000 members, some of them are too young to vote, but a lot of them have two parents. So we're not talking about rich yachties here, we're talking about grassroots people who want to get out and enjoy access to the marine-related activities that they could do. And they cover everywhere. There's a list of 49 yacht clubs that I have in front of me, going from Kowau through to Mangere, Kawakawa Bay, Aoraki, Tamaki Drive, Stillwater, Tor Bay, Takapuna, Devonport, Okura, Waiti. That's just a small number. In the marinas themselves, combined membership of the marinas is around 5,000 berth holders and renters. And one of the big issues that the yacht clubs strike is the fact that they might have a membership, more than double their members use their facilities for boat haul out for launching their boats. And so we, in involving stakeholders, we have communication plans to get to these guys at every boatyard and say, this is the plan that's coming out. We want your input into the recreational marina strategy.
Okay. The other question I've got, I think, is to Robert Alsop-Smith, and you mentioned about councillors not being given all the information. Can you give us an idea of what you're referring to? And I don't know whether that's around Gulf Harbour or somewhere else.
Yes, at this stage, specifically Gulf Harbour, but I believe it would be general over the whole lot, although we'll touch briefly on Westpark at the same time, where Panuku had a plan to use the Public Works Act to take land off itself to then sell to Mr. Herbert as a developer for these apartments, which totally overlooked the legality of the situation that where council acquires land under the Public Works Act, council is then required to carry out those works that were the justification for the use of the Public Works Act. Panuku applied for and was successful in having the Esplanade Reserve on the Hammerhead at Gulf Harbour extinguished, which defied logical belief in anybody's book, because surely council is meant to be the custodian of Esplanade Reserve. Rumour is a dangerous thing, but there was an element of fact within it. When Amur was first formed, a number of Gulf Harbour investment employees said to us, oh, you're too late, we've been told it's a done deal. Interesting, at the same time, Panuku's minutes came out on the website showing a value agreed at $9.8 million approximately for the land sale proposal at Gulf Harbour. This whole issue is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Panuku's been quite happy to
circumvent legal requirements. They have legal advice from 2 separate occasions that specified that the empowering acts where they applied at marinas were sacrosanct and the land couldn't be sold. But they've carried on with a land sale proposal despite their own advice telling them that to do so placed council in jeopardy of litigation. I know you've heard the word commented before that Panuku gives the impression of being a council-controlled organisation out of control. Unfortunately, there's every appearance that that is dead right, because I'm certain the bulk of councillors will not have been informed and will not be aware of the background to a lot of what's going on and the specific issues as they've arisen. You just get a report presented in front of you to accept or reject.
Robert, I need to...
Hence my earlier comments.
I think you've addressed the question. Okay. Councillor Walker, do you have a third question?
Very quick one, Mr. Chair, and that might be addressed to Tony. Tony, do you consider...
Microphone, please.
Sure. Do you consider that all the marinas should be classified as a strategic asset, as a network, in similar fashion to, say, our roading network, our water network, and the like?
Absolutely. Without question.
Councillor Simpson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question, I think sort of Councillor Walker's sort of answered it. You're a veritable force as a team. You've come from across the region, you've come from a number of different marinas and clubs. Is there any group that doesn't share your view? So what I'm trying to see is who's been left out of this? You know, I mean, what I'm looking at from the outside, and we're a bit lucky in Iraqi, ours are privately owned, but nevertheless, they're part of the overall, you know, region's infrastructure. But is there any marinas that you know of that don't share your views?
Not that we're aware of. Even more, I'll tell you this, that all the communities around those marinas are also supporting us as well. So we're not just talking boats, we're talking residential ratepayers and other community interests that are adjacent to or are involved with these marinas. So you're talking to a large number of people.
And just a follow-up, for those who aren't potentially, you know, boat owners or whatever, just because a marina is based in a particular ward, you can come a long way, can't you? You can drive a long way to get to wherever your boat is, you know, moored. You know, not necessarily those boats who are on the North Shore are only owned by people who live on the North Shore. Would that be an accurate statement?
That's absolutely correct. I live in St Mary's Bay and I've got a marina at Gulf Harbour.
Could I add to that?
No, so just a minute, please. Can I just ask a question here, Tony, and for all of you? You say you represent just about everybody. Marinas occupy formerly public seabed reclaimed and public seabed and the coastal edge. There's a real critical partner that no one is mentioning here, and that's the mana whenua that have an interest in the harbours. How is your representation of them?
Our engagement with stakeholders is ongoing. We have already identified probably the Kaitiaki Forum as a key group that we should talk to. We haven't yet. We have talked to the Independent Maori Statutory Board. And in our letter of November, where we put forward the approach to the strategy, we did identify a group of stakeholders, which included mana whenua. And we anticipated at that stage that council would engage with stakeholders and therefore anticipated that they would initiate that contact, but that obviously hasn't occurred. The group that already exists embraces all stakeholders, and we recognise there will be different views. All of those different views need to come to the table in a stakeholder inclusive approach to a marina strategy. That's all that we're asking.
So you're acknowledging that there are additional stakeholders to the groups that you represent? That
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay,
Absolutely.
and they are important to the process going forward?
Of course they are.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks. Councillor Watson, please.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and I won't pursue the massive growth and that projected growth, but what I do want to pick up on is an element that a number of you mentioned, don't particularly care who answers it, in terms of what we have before us, these draft Marina principles, and you'll see the very first one there refers to new housing development. So I'm just wondering if we could perhaps, someone could make it perhaps clear to the councillors, and I'm looking at legal opinion here. I haven't seen all the legal opinions, but I have a legal opinion I have been made aware of that goes to the status of these empowering acts that created the marinas, often out of seabed and foreshore and beaches. And I wonder, given that they are not mentioned at all in our report, don't receive a single mention, I wonder how compatible you see that with and the accompanying legal advice in terms of boat harbour purposes, because I think that's what we're talking here, how consistent is our very first principle, draft Marina principle, with what you have with your legal advice and what you know about the boat harbour purposes clause that goes to all our marinas.
Can I just answer that, please? Seeing I raised it. I mean, we just find ourselves, and we're a large group in West Harbour, and some of us are here in support today. We just find ourselves somewhat bemused by the fact that this keeps occurring. I mean, there are 3 legal opinions. Council has them, I believe, from Alan Webb, from Gillian Chappell, and for Panuku, from Buddle Finlay. I could talk about one that's belatedly been put forward by HML, but that would take some time, and I could just say that I find it quite lacking. So I wouldn't like to see council depend on that. I mean, I would like some direction from this council how we are to deal with this issue of the endless reference to housing on marinas in complete conflict with empowering acts designed to refuse it. I mean, it's just, at what point is somebody actually going to address it? And that's why I have asked for an unequivocal answer from this council whether you intend to attack the empowering acts, not only ours, but others, or do you intend to uphold them? It's a simple question, because if you want to do what's in that strategy, that's what you will have to do. And that's what Panuku has put before you as well. And would you please assist them to do it at the Finance Committee?
Which strategy are you referring to? Principles?
The principles strategy. What, as Councillor Watson read out. The one he's just quoted from it. Yeah.
So can I just clarify, at the workshop, there was a page, remember, as you recall, it was headed up draft principles. And I think I and others spoke about, well, they're not draft because they're just theoretical. And I think in the paper it refers to theoretical principles. So they're indicative. It is up to the process to uncover what those principles are. They've been conveyed here in the paper as theoretical. They're not draft.
With due respect, Mr. Chair, that's not correct. What is theoretical? With the theoretical examples is the term used. Draft Marina principles is the terminology used in attachment A. And that was what I was referring to.
And that was brought up in the workshop for those that attended, and it was stressed that that had to be flushed out through the process. And I think we all agreed to that. So, Councillor Bartley, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for your comments that we represent ratepayers. I also represent people who are not ratepayers, who don't own homes, who don't own boats, who've never been to a marina. And with pressing demands on our budgets, why should we opt for the most costly option for a marina strategy when marinas are not accessible to all And when it seems the problem, in your words, is that Panuku is being a wolf in sheep's clothing?
I think if you study the document that Janet Watkins has done, it refers to people all over Auckland without marinas, and it's the use of the marine facilities that anyone can use. Just from memory, there's over 1.5 million adults that use marine facilities. Then that can be the club facilities, haul outs, waka facilities, paddle boards, canoes, God knows what. So that document is very relevant to exactly what you're all asking here. The club's memberships and things are completely irrelevant to the use of the facilities. Not all of the people are members of the clubs, but they use the facilities, and they use the water facilities, launching ramps, all the rest of it around there. So, you know, it's not limited to people who own marinas or people who own boats, because all these facilities are such an important part of the community. So I urge you all to look at that study in depth, and it'll answer a lot of the questions that you put forward here.
Thank you, Councillor Bartley. Member Henry.
Couple of questions. When was the last time your organisation backed a Māori strategy on anything? Well, when was the last time you had an engagement with Māori?
We haven't been approached by Maori to endorse or discuss any strategies that they would would like our support for, but we're not resistant.
Okay,
cool.
Yeah.
Could I just add to that, Mr. Henry? I and the club have had quite extensive discussions on issues with Ngāti Whātua over the last 3 or 4 years.
So what's in it for Māori? What is in it for Māori in terms of treaty settlements that are to come? The MACA, Marine and Coastal Act. Where do we go with that? How does it impinge on iwi Māori's rights? And I'm not talking about a stakeholder either, because I'm not a stakeholder. And I think that one of the problems is that Māori keep getting pushed out into another category, like we're a stakeholder. Well, you ain't a stakeholder. There's a difference between a stakeholder and tangata whenua. Okay, I'll finish my rave, but I just want to know why all of a sudden Māori are the flavour of the month when we're needed, but never before. Māori organisations, tangata whenua organisations, iwi organisations, mātā waka organisations find it bloody difficult to even get in front of a whole range of things. But when inverted commas Pākehā organisations feel a bit of threat from whoever, government, council or whoever, sing out for tautoko from Māori. I just sort of, you know, and it's based on how old am I? 58 years of living on this earth. So I want to know what's in it for Māori.
Can I just try and respond to that? The whole thrust behind our approach to say, let's have an inclusive, facts-based, needs-based assessment that precedes any principles and is a fundamental part of a strategy, is to address exactly the issues that you're
and you can't do that by supporting anything else other than a deferral.
We cannot support a purely principles-based approach because it doesn't identify the broad range of needs and issues of all stakeholders who have an interest in marinas and marine recreational activity, which might utilise marina facilities. So that's all we're advocating, is there is no exclusion, it's inclusion of everybody. And together we formulate an outcome that we can all be comfortable with.
But you guys have the run and inverted commas again, ownership of an asset that belongs to the council.
No, we don't, Councillor. You've got it wrong.
Wouldn't be the first time.
The berths are leased. Council owns the land currently. You talk about what's in it for Maori or not in it for Maori. One thing's for certain, if the land is sold into private ownership, there will be nothing there for Maori. While it's in lease, there is an income stream coming into council. We don't, as berth holders, we don't own anything. We own a licence to occupy. Council gets an income per annum through till, in Gulf Harbour's case, 2088, and then they wind up owning it all again and can release it or do whatever. To sell it now would be an absolute folly.
Can I just add to that? If you go down the track that's proposed and you allow apartments to be built on all these marinas, you won't have any space to launch a waka. You won't have any chance to do that. All these marinas have facilities for launching facilities that anyone can use, Maori, Pākehā, whoever. So if you go down this track of changing zonings and the council not sticking to their knitting of maintaining the zoning so they cannot be changed for housing, you won't have the opportunity, neither will we.
Okay, I think we need to, I need to thank you, member, and thank you all. We'll take the next question from Councillor Lee, please.
Yeah, what in your view, what is the difference between a strategy and a list of principles, which the principles seem to be oriented towards property development? So you're asking for a strategy rather than principles. The council officers feel that we should support principles, and you're saying we should support a strategy for marinas. Is that right?
No, that's entirely correct. You may have seen copies of that before, and essentially principles form part of a strategy process. They are not a strategy in themselves. So we identified what Tony referred to earlier on as strategy planning 101, a 6-step process: gather the information, organise the process, identify the stakeholders, start the engagement, analyse data and issues, confirm understanding of what all those are, and then start to develop principles and priorities that are based on factual information, not dreamt up and open to wide interpretation. When you've that solid factual base, you're able to go into specific strategies and options for particular marinas, both on a regional and a local basis, develop plans around those, and you can work out how you can implement that strategy over a period of time. That, to us, is a marina strategy.
Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you for that. I think you probably answered that. I think we're all stakeholders, and it doesn't matter who you are. I think we're all stakeholders. As Chair of Civil Defence, something I have discussed at some of my civil defence meetings with some of the staff and the stakeholders of other parts of civil defence, which could be all the emergency services and everything. If we, just for an example, if we did have an extreme weather event, which we have had, say out at Pine Harbour, a couple of times we've had boat roads that have been taken out. And so the marina is really the only way in and out. And one of the concerns we're starting to have a lot of extreme weather events all over the world, and we don't know what Mother Nature is actually going to be doing. So I would like to make sure that this is deferred And before any decisions are made, that I'd like for this to also come back to a civil defence meeting with some of the supports that we have, whether it's the army or the forces or St John's and the Marine. I think everybody needs to be around this table, because once it's sold, once it's gone, and you can't have it back. You can't get it back. And I think water is something that we can, roads can be taken out, but water is something that I think the marinas are really, really important, really, really important. And I would really like to put a recommendation up there somehow, maybe somebody can help word it, that that before that this is deferred, and before we actually make a
Can I just come in there?
recommendation.
We're actually not on the item. We're actually hearing from.
All right. Well, when we get there, but would you would you be happy with me to try and do that, to get it deferred, to get it to a civil defence an emergency committee, because this is an extremely important issue for the people of Auckland, and I think also for, you know, we're talking about Maori, so would you be happy for me to do that for you?
Civil defence is a critical issue as far as Gulf Harbour is concerned, because it is a little unique in as much that there is only one road access. It has actually been taken out recently in 3 separate occasions, which has caused chaos. Yes. But in a natural disaster environment, there are 3 schools that would be on the wrong side of that disaster, and the Shakespeare Reserve and Gulf Harbour are probably the 2 most likely civil defence evacuation points, dependent upon weather. So I agree, civil defence should be, and I would suggest would be, a part of the stakeholder review process.
So, Councillor Stewart, I didn't recall you raising that at the workshop when we dealt with this. Did you ask for it to be referred to your committee?
What I do remember at the workshop, I think we did, and I think some of the other councillors around the table will probably support me there, that I think we did talk about civil defence being a very important part of it. It has been raised a number of times.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Could you advise me understanding orders where we take decisions at workshops?
Take guidance from workshops, and I'm just checking whether a matter was given attention at a workshop by the member as she is conveying it here. And I am asking that question. It's a fair question. Thank you. Finally, Mayor Goff.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all of the stakeholders here for presenting your views. I've got 2 questions. One is around this debate we're getting into between principles and strategy. To me, principles come first and strategy follows from principles. It doesn't work the other way around. And secondly, scope. Can I first just say, Mr. Chairman, this isn't about process. One of you quoted me before. I said there's no rush to make a decision here as far as I'm concerned. We need to be thorough, and it needs to be fully consulted. So if you have any worry, and some of your submissions suggested a worry about process, that's where I'm coming from, and I think all of my colleagues are coming from. This is not rushed through. There is no conspiracy theory. This council has made no commitment to sell. In fact, my position is a reluctance to sell land on the foreshore area because God's not making any more of it. So I want to come down to how wide do you want this inquiry to be, first of all? Norman Kirk once talked about paralysis through analysis, and I want to avoid that. There is no rush, but we don't want to take 5 years over this and spend $4 million if that's not what is required. So my first question about scope, why wouldn't we focus on the 3 areas that are the controversial areas, which are West Park, Gulf Harbour, and third one, can't remember. No, actually, maybe it's the two. West Haven, there is no proposal to sell. And I don't think any councillor around this table wants to sell it. That's not an issue. There is no proposal to sell Half Moon Bay, but you have got controversy around Gulf Harbour and West Park. So why wouldn't we focus in developing our principles and then, if need be, going on to the strategy on the two areas that you are here because you're concerned about? And then the second thing is, we can do a strategy a bit like Nelson. We can spend millions of dollars and we can take years. But isn't the right place to start fully consulting with you as stakeholders? But let me add one other thing. You're important as stakeholders, but there's one group even more important. It's the wider public, as far as I'm concerned, because our obligation is to the wider public, not to particular groups. So why wouldn't we start by trying to get agreement with all of you and the wider public about the principles that we should follow as a first step that clearly then actually guides the strategy that we develop? They're genuine questions. I'd like to hear from all or any of you on those questions.
June to begin.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Goff. I find that very encouraging. But can I also say that the first thing you need to address is the Empowering Act, because principles and strategies, however good they may be, that is the watershed. And that's why I keep raising it. That has to be addressed. We both have Empowering Acts. We both do.
Can I just, I'm really apologetic for interrupting, but Mr. Chairman, isn't it true that this council is bound by legislation? We can't ignore Empowering Acts. They bind us. I'm not quite sure where the disagreement arises there.
I wonder if we could take the broader view. I know you've got a deep interest in West Park Hobsonville, June.
But there is a simple answer to that, is your unitary plan, which provides for extensive residential development on West Park as of right, as a permitted activity. No impediment. That's one of the issues. And when I referred to 600 apartments, believe me, when we saw that in a Lagoima request email, it gave us a bit of a shock. But that is how the plan remains, as a permitted activity.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, if I could just add in Bayswater, where I've lived for 50 years and been involved in the development there. And Mr. Chairman, you were chairman of the Ngātaringa Bay Society when Robbins was there. Now, Bayswater's been manipulated and sold to a developer who's had several attempts to put apartments on it. This council, as I understand it, was looking at using the Special Housing Act to support this developer to do it. And there's also a problem with the transport, the ferry, the bus turnaround and all that sort of thing. All this stuff has been sold off. That's what I've been trying to say to you at the council here. You need to stick to your knitting and stick to the Empowering Acts and not allow any changes of zoning on these marine facilities. That's what the problem is. If you don't allow it, you should be you are and should be in complete control of zone changes. And
so
that's
just on Bayswater, look, there's quite a lot of information which needs to be checked here, because the council did not entertain an SHA. Councillor Hulse, you'll recall it, we rejected it. We rejected it outright because we knew that there was a process to go through on Bayswater and it had to go through the independent hearings panel. And we are not selling any of the land that supports our transport facilities at Bayswater. We're not doing that. So I haven't heard anybody mention that. No one in the private sector has approached us on acquiring that land. They won't get a look in if they did.
Well, you need to just stick to the zoning and not have it changed. West Haven, I fought 129,000 square feet of apartments, which would be on there now, and that was trying to change the zoning.
We'll be sticking to the rules as they are and the legislation as it is. Yeah. So look, I need to move on. I think we've had a good hearing.
Mr.
I just
Chairman,
want to say one thing.
Just come back to the Mayor's question.
Okay,
please.
Richard, do you want to?
Yes, please. I understand there are all sorts of different ways of tackling strategy. but I have never encountered a strategy that does not first of all address present state and look at future state, and principles are part of the pathway in everything I've ever come across. So that's all I can say in response to that. But you've also talked about an understandable concern about dollars and timeline. We're banding around years, we're banding around dollars. What I suggested earlier on was that council engage with stakeholders and map out an approach that we can all live with and that has some sensible dollars, and we do understand the timeline, because this report is quite clear that it hasn't done that work. All right?
Just to recap, you say principles are part of the pathway, but you would prefer to engage with the stakeholders, and that is not just yourselves, that's a broad church, and then there is a critical partner that is mana whenua as well. And just continue that, sorry, Richard, you would like to identify that process, or that part of the process, to better inform the principles development, which could lead to the development of a strategy.
It's part of the strategy process. I just come back to what we submitted to council in November. It's a step along the way. What we're asking is that the whole strategy process is completed. But I don't believe that it takes the time and the dollars that are being bandied about here, and particularly when you haven't sat down with the people who've got a body of knowledge to contribute to that, to actually work out the best approach. We don't want you to spend any more of our money than is absolutely necessary.
And so you stand by what you put in your submission, I don't know when this one was, that a broad set of principles may underpin a regional strategy.
No, it's not what I said.
We didn't say that.
No, you actually write that.
In what?
You write it, I'm reading, and a broad set of principles may underpin a regional strategy.
Yes, it may, but it's also preceded by a clear understanding of needs and issues. It's part of the process.
It's part of the process,
yes,
which is what you attest to. Thank you.
And if we start with the Empowering Acts, can I say, it will save a great deal of money.
Yes.
The legislation is very clear.
Thank you. Okay, look, we'll conclude that. Thank you all. I do want to say that we've heard from a number of you before on a number of occasions, and we'll continue to hear from you. I want to just say that we don't accept public input at workshops, and that is the agreement of the Mayor and all the councillors and the members from the Independent Maori Statutory Board member that make up all the committees. Our workshops are for frank and free discussion. And of course, you are welcome at these forums. And that's why you've been accepted at this forum here today. So what is the point of order?
This notion that the public can be excluded. The public can be included in a workshop if the council so desires, and I've
not had the request.
It might be your view, but it's not necessarily my view.
Okay, it's not a point of order, and I've not had a request from Councillor Walker for your attendance at the workshop. So thank you. Would somebody like to move the A, the B, and the C? I'll move I'll take Councillor Simpson and Councillor Collins move in second. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Declare that carried. Thank you. Take a 5-minute adjournment.
Would you be able to circulate the Shearer Consulting letter to other participants? It's not on the agenda.
There's some copies on the desks here. We'll make sure you have a copy. Thank you. Take a 5-minute adjournment, members.
Yes, I'm joined by Board Member Lee Corrick here from the local board. And we'd like to thank you very much for the opportunity to present. We will be very brief and to the point. But I would just note that the local board has met with the applicants' representatives. That was a very full discussion. We've met with planners, thanked them for their attention, and we heard a presentation from the residents group. And we carefully considered the development and the planning for it. So I'd also note we have 3 local board members who are accredited hearings commissioners, 2 of whom are very experienced. And as a result, and as quickly as I can make it, the local board opposes the adoption of the plan change by the council, as there's no clear reason why the council should adopt it in the public interest, as the report notes. So just to note that. Secondly, it does remain the local board's view that taking the resource management, the resource consent process is the preferred option, given that the unitary plan is still very new and that the applicant had opportunity to submit for a provision in the unitary plan. And this comes back to the question I have around paragraph 39, and thanks, by the way, I should have said, for the note which explicates a little further on how clause 25.4 operates, but the possibility of taking a plan, a resource consent approach is addressed very briefly in paragraph 39. So I'm hoping somebody might ask later if the resource consent process can't be utilised because the application is for rezoning. Isn't this very circular? Doesn't it mean that any development that would not meet the resource consent process would thereby give rise to a plan change? So there really is no option. It looks it's tautological. Council therefore has no option if it's for a rezoning other than to go for the plan change option. So it seems that option 2 isn't really an option at all, is what I'm saying. It's completely tautological. So, and that in our view undermines the integrity of the unitary plan, which most of us here spent quite a lot of time trying to get right just a few years ago. We also think that the proposed zone is not suited to small to medium-sized hospitals in residential areas with a special character overlay, that it was intended for large hospitals. So we would prefer the unitary plan be applied, and that the resource consent process is pursued. If that's not at all possible, then we reluctantly accept that the Planning Committee has no reasons under Section 25 of the RMA to decline the request for a private plan change, and that it must proceed to accept it. One last point is that the local board very much wants to be part of the council submission should there be a private plan change. And we'd hope that this might be included in the committee's resolution later today. And with that, I'll thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Well, you can take the last part as an absolute given anyway. And Lee, you're here for the necessary moral support, I guess.
That's right. Yeah. Any questions?
Councillor Fisher, please.
Oh, thank you very much for speaking to council today on this. I'm really interested for you to expand a little further on the efforts that the local board went to as we were going through the unitary plan, because it does seem extraordinary to me that a proposed development of this scale would just suddenly pop up. My understanding is that when you have these sorts of developments, they're years in the making. So I'd really just like to know whether there was anything that you can add in terms of what the local board did. Secondly, the position of the local board, is this the unanimous position of the board? And I also would like to thank you very much for inviting me and Councillor Casey to be part of the presentations that were put to the local board by Southern Cross. But if you could answer those questions, it would be helpful.
Yeah.
Okay, working backwards, you're welcome. Just very briefly on the unitary plan process. The local board engaged as fully as possible in that process. So we were there at all the workshops and held meetings and so on. We were as thorough as we could be. We were very, very engaged, as you know. The point about whether or not it could have and should, such a development could and should have been dealt with then, I think is very important. I just note that the first property was bought in 2015, and I'm assuming that it wasn't just bought on a whim, which means that there must have been planning for such a development happening sometime before 2015, which takes us into the unitary plan period. So, as speaking, and the board is very unanimous, and Lee would like to add a point too, so I'll hand over, except just to say that having invested so much in the unitary plan process, it is rather disappointing to see everything being unravelled at this point.
Thanks for your question, Chris. As far as the unitary plan process, we do support the current zonings, and the problem with this situation is the thin end of the wedge. This is an island of a block, and if this plan change does go ahead, we could end up with a huge multi-storey hospital in the heart of our residential area. Doesn't feel kind of appropriate.
Member Henry.
Kia ora. Do you have any information on how the proposed plan change will have an effect on the view shaft from the maunga? And if so, has there been any discussion with the maunga authority on that?
Thank you. That's a good question. As you know, I was discussing it with the Maunga Authority yesterday, the general question of view shafts with the Maunga Authority yesterday. I believe I'll take guidance from the chair, but if it were to go to private plan change, then that would be a matter that would be dealt with in the process of the private plan change. You will see in figure 3 of the officer's report, there's a diagram with the view shafts and the heights and so on. It is in a view shaft, and that is a matter that we are very sensitive around. We would hope that the view shaft was not disturbed, I think, well, I'm not a planner. You'd have to ask the planners later which process provides the most protection for view shafts. Thanks.
We'll put that question when we come to the item. My understanding is you can't trump the view shaft. They are paramount. But we'll put that question at the time. Councillor Sayers, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering if officers might be able to answer the question that Peter raised either now or in the main item, Mr. Chair, and that was around, Peter spent quite a lot of time talking about how the resource consent and the plan change interrelate. I just wonder if it was key, you really wanted an answer on that now or in the main item. I just picked up that you put a lot of energy into asking that question.
Thanks. I'm
just
not
now.
sure whether the officers are here, but no, I'm quite happy to wait till the main item. But thank you, Greg. That's.
Thank you, and you're most welcome to stay, Peter and Lee, for that item, of course. And thank you for your input here today. Would somebody like to move? Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Casey, thank you. Moved and seconded. A receipt of the presentation from the chair and member Lee Corrick on the private plan change. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Lee. Members, will go now to the decision-making part of... Oh, sorry, I didn't put it. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Declare that one carried. Now we'll go to the report, decision-making part of the report. Look, at this point, I just do want to acknowledge our new Chief of Strategy, Megan Tyler. This is now, we've seen Megan in the chair standing in for Jim Quinn, the former Chief of Strategy, but she is now in the chair as the Chief of Strategy and an additional member, female member at the executive leadership team. So it's a big move for not just Megan, but I think it's a big move for council as well, acknowledging the long contribution and the long training period, maybe, Megan, but just really do want to acknowledge you being with us at this meeting, guiding us through this meeting as Chief of Strategy, and congratulate you on that role again.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. I think the opportunity is now lost, but I know that both of the local board members were hoping that you would consider a matter of precedence in the agenda item. They were hoping to be present for that.
Okay, I've been asked that for others. So we've got staff members. Look, I'll look at that when we get to the private plan changes, but we've got a presentation at the beginning of when we get to the private plan changes, and those staff aren't here yet. So at this stage, I need to proceed with at least item 8 and item 9. Thank you, though. Going to item 8, welcome Penny Perrott.
Thank you. This item is really seeking endorsement from the Planning Committee for a joint work program that has been put together between Auckland Council Group and central government to work together on an issue that both central government and Auckland Council have said is really important, and that's about increasing the housing supply in Auckland and in particular ensuring that new housing is secure, healthy and affordable, and that there are choices for people in that housing supply. There's a lot of work currently happening in that space at the moment, and there's quite a lot of pressure on both central government and Auckland Council staff to work on a range of different projects. The purpose of this joint work program is to say, how can we prioritise our efforts so that we can get some actions underway and achieve some outcomes and work in a collaborative way that we add value by working together rather than individually down in Wellington or up in Auckland. So I'm not going to talk too much more, but this work program is very much about achieving things, but also demonstrating a different approach to how we might work in a more collaborative and integrated style between central and local government. So happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. And just at the outset, the Mayor will move, the Deputy Mayor will second, and with the addition of the C, because that is important, and I think just to be very, very clear, this is not a process that is outside of the council. This is a process of the council and government joining up, but it will be reported regularly to the Planning Committee as identified in the C. Questions, please. Councillor Casey.
Penny, we just heard from the community housing sector this morning that Auckland isn't building housing that people can afford to buy. How does this strategy do that? Show me the words and the actions that will build cheaper housing.
Through the chair, the first thing is this isn't a strategy, this is a work program of different projects that the council and central government will work on together. And if you look at the A3 sheet that's in here, there is an area around affordable housing. So that picks up on the work that community and social policy is undertaking, and in the report, the item on the agenda that follows is more specific about that report, but it also acknowledges that central government in the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development is also doing work around affordable housing, and we want to work together to make sure that we don't duplicate the effort in that space, and we also can add value by coming together to do research, etc. So it is very much part of this joint work program. How can we look at the regulatory and non-regulatory tools to enable that affordable housing to be delivered?
Just a supplementary.
That's okay.
The word innovation doesn't appear in this, what did you call it, work programme anywhere. And that's a key word for me, that we've never actually been innovative in Auckland about trying things that elsewhere in the world have achieved the aim of housing people on low incomes. Is that part of this? Sorry, it's a very small line in here and it doesn't really give me much to go on. The Mayor's saying yes. Will I get him to answer the question?
The whole intention of this is to ensure that as we do work together, we do look at innovative new ideas, not just around affordable housing, but to do with some of the other program projects that we're looking at. So I think you might find it in the terms of reference, but I'd have to spend some time finding it. But certainly the whole point is to work together to be innovative. So it is part of the behaviour that we will be expecting from people working on this work program.
Mr. Chairman, shall I?
Mayor Goff, please.
Just briefly in response to Councillor Casey, innovation's got to be critical to it in a number of different ways. The first way is in relation to how we build houses, not the cottage industry as we have for centuries, but how we use prefabrication, and that will be a contributor to affordable housing. The second way is to look at the regulations in the Building Act and the Building Code, which you see under Section 7, whereby we have rules in place that might have been sensible once upon a time, but if they stand in the way of being able to build more quickly and more cheaply without delivering on certainties around quality and weather tightness, etc., then we have to change that Building Act and those building codes. And we're pushing really hard for central government to bring that work program forward. We think that's absolutely critical to allowing innovation.
Thank you, Mayor Goff. Deputy Mayor Cashman, please.
Question, Mr. Chairman.
It is moved and second. Maybe if we go through the questions first and then I'll come back for your speaking turn. Is that okay? Thank you. Question from Member Hanrahan.
Kia ora. Just in terms of, first of all, the Māori impact statement, which I think is a bit wishy-washy. And what worries me is that dealing with, I mean, one of the questions is where's the Kāinga strategic action plan in all of this? Because I think looking at everything, it's actually the only strategic plan out there that somebody's done some work on that actually forwarded an action plan, and it just keeps, from my point of view, keeps getting sort of passed over, and we should be taking the opportunity to say, oh, somebody's done some work. Here's a strategic plan on housing. Maybe we should run with it, or maybe we should endorse it. Maybe we should do something with it. But to have it sort of attached as a, oh well, we that's our Māori input is not for me to be. It's not good enough. In fact, IMSB spent lots of dollars on working with people and putting together the climate strategic plan.
So, obviously, I can't talk for central government, but their strategic plan is the urban growth agenda, which has a lot of detail in it. And what we haven't tried to do is capture how they will be working with mana whenua and Matawaka in that space. We made reference to the Kaianga Strategic Action Plan just because it was an example of how the affordable housing paper has worked and looked at that as part of the approach. But that's not to say that each one of these projects wouldn't use that as a starting point to work out what is important to Māori and how that would be embedded in the action plans. I suppose what we were indicating here that every one of these projects will have a touch point that we have to involve mana whenua in. But to try and spell that all out here when we're just at this stage getting sign-off of a joint work program, we didn't do that.
I'm not sure whether this next question is for you or somebody else, but I'll give it a go anyway. The political governance group, which meets quarterly, and I'm not talking about the government can pick who they want to be part of that. But there's no Māori on the Auckland Council. And although all 4 people I would have on my team tomorrow, I'm just wondering where's the Māori input into that part of it. So I'm not sure whether that's a question for who actually.
I'll have a crack at that if you like, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I think that that if this paper is approved, the 4 of us representing the council would want to have regular sessions and maybe sometimes specifically housing sessions with the IMSB so that we have that linkage. It's a fair point and we need that input. And it's good on the central government side. We've got the minister, the Minister for Māori Development on it because she'll be very focused on that.
Good point, Member Henare, thank you. Councillor Sayers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is that a little bit better? Just one question. If we follow through on all these recommendations and work hard on these partnerships, when will housing become affordable in Auckland?
You'll love asking that question, don't you? we all want to know that answer. But Penny, I mean, as best you can, it's
Look, I think everybody knows that the housing challenge in Auckland, and not just Auckland, any growing city across the world, is complicated and not an easy fix. What this work program is doing is saying the power of central government and local government coming together to work on a number of actions to progress how we can perhaps reduce the complexity is something that it's really important that Auckland does with central government. This is not a point, this is not once we've completed all these actions that suddenly we will have affordable housing, because there are other actions that might need to also come after this, and that's why we'll be coming back with quarterly reports to this committee. But it is saying the power of working together is going to get us working towards that outcome more quickly than individually central government or Auckland Council doing it by its own. So I can't say when that will happen, but it's a step in the right direction.
Thank you. Councillor Bartley, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. I just wanted to ask, please, Penny, about the objectives and program of work, in particular where it says the costs of growth are understood and existing infrastructure and zoning is optimised. does that mean no new infrastructure? We're just going to optimise our current infrastructure?
That piece of work refers to the fact that, as the committee will be aware, we have zones through the unitary plan areas where there is no density control, so the terrace housing and apartment building zones, the mixed housing urban zones. If we put in infrastructure that is designed to service the amount of growth that those zones might enable, and then we find that the intensification, the increase of housing doesn't occur in those areas, that actually means we're not realising the amount of money that we've put into providing that infrastructure. So we need to look at ways that will encourage those places to grow and intensify, so we use our existing infrastructure to its capacity. That does not preclude the council, and is not precluding the council. I mean, you know what you've already put in your long-term plan for new infrastructure in Greenfields area where we have indicated we will grow.
I have one more question. Actually, I have quite a few, but I'm just going to ask one more, if that's okay, please, Mr. Chair. I know this group is high-level strategic, and it's not getting involved in the governance of the work streams. But how is there going to be that connection? Because how is this group going to be in touch with the issues that are going on with the work streams if the governance of the work streams are actually a different entity? So what is the connection back? You know, local boards are hopefully going to be involved in the funding and investment plans for the developments in Oranga, Onehunga, Mount Roskill, Mangere, but my experience from the local board has actually been that IFFAs have nothing to do with the local boards. They've been done by officers. So yeah, it's all disconnected. So I'm wanting to see how is there going to be this connection, because this group will provide vital political oversight of all these developments that are happening. Thank you.
So what we're looking for is not. Do I need to move further away from it? The idea is not to, you're right, we have projects that already have their governance set up, and it's not to try and unpick those, but what we're trying to do is at the next level up, pull together the work programs of those governance groups and have a reporting process so that we do keep both at a political level, people informed, but also at a CE level there will be a CE oversight as well. The point you've raised about how do we ensure that local boards are kept informed is something that I'll take away and work with local board services to think about how we might do better.
Thank you. Just a question from me. Just in terms of the government's urban growth agenda and its determination to look at underpinning the improvement of housing by the provision of affordable urban land. And this is a big question that we're going to be looking at. And then they go on to say that they want to achieve that by avoiding qualified, unnecessary urban sprawl. So am I right in assuming that this is where we might be addressing the government's coalition agreement on review of the rural-urban boundary as well? Would we be progressing those discussions at least at the outset through this agreement?
So when this joint work program was first discussed, I think it was the desire to focus on things that at this stage we all agree on and can work in a collaborative and positive way, and that is around quality intensification, encouraging more affordable housing. There is no work program at the moment on this here that talks about the whether the rural urban boundary should be retained or removed. That doesn't mean that there is or could be work happening in central government on it. but I think the focus that we've put on this is more about quality intensification, and that might come out as something that the political steering group believes should be on the work program, but it is not specifically identified here.
If it did come out in the early stages, it's a big issue, and I would expect every member here would take an interest in that. So we would maybe identify it as a key issue that needs to be immediately brought back to the full planning committee or the governing body for that matter.
Oh, certainly. I mean, whether or not we have a rural urban boundary is a significant strategic conversation and decision by this council. It's something that was first adopted in the Auckland Plan, has continued to be adopted in refreshes of the Auckland Plan. It also is fundamental to the future urban land supply strategy. It's fundamental to our infrastructure and capital works program, and it's also fundamental in the unitary plan. So while there might be some joint central government and local government conversations about that, we would be, as the staff, coming to this committee for guidance on what that work program would be even before we started it, because it's such a key decision that is embedded in many of our strategic documents.
Thank you, Penny. Now, we've completed the questions, and speaking to it, Deputy Mayor, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Penny, for your explanations. This work program is at a high level, and it is specifically that to keep the wheels spinning and, more importantly, to gain traction. Because traction is the part that we've lost a little bit over the past couple of decades. The Mayor is dead right. There's a few things that absolutely have to be done. When you talk about the Building Act, the building code, brands, the risk profiles, these are key issues to turn around how we build. Consenting factories that produce consented houses. This sort of technology is available out there and needs to be uplifted. For this council holds a lot of IP in this area. To work with the government could be an actually joint use. A lot less of the paralysis by analysis. When you look at the objectives in the work program, you know, it encompasses a whole bunch of really good things. And please let me quite briefly: increased and accelerated provision of quality, affordable housing, increased range of housing types and choices and locations and tenure and price points, achieving quality intensification, growth and development that supports climate resilience, funding and financing tools to enable infrastructure delivery, coordination of the Crown and Council infrastructure investment, integrated and well-located employment growth opportunities. The costs of growth are understood and the existing infrastructure and zoning is optimised. Now, those are all absolutely critical points in the delivery of quality, more affordable housing at an increased rate. We're already having some good wins with the unitary plan, where we're getting 90% of the housing inside the rub and a large percentage close to transport nodes. We're making progress, but there is still a housing shortage of between 30 and 40,000. We need to do more. We need to do more quickly. We have record number of consents, record numbers of codes of compliance. How much capacity is left in the industry? We need some short-term wins, and to do that, we have to work with the Crown. That's where this body has the potential to help accelerate the program, and that is of absolute essence. To answer Councillor Sayers' question, which is that, you know, when is Auckland Council and the government going to be able to deliver affordable housing? I can't answer that today, but it's a question we hope to be able to answer in the work program going forward.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And now the Mayor, Thorgoff.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I remember before I came onto this council watching the train wreck that was the council's efforts in the last term to come down with a transport strategy, and it worked and it laboured hard to do that. It came up with a suggestion to find that the central government said, no, we don't like that, go back and start again. And that led to the Auckland Transport Alignment Project, which has been incredibly effective. Now, we're not always going to agree with central government. We'll have some significant fights over policy, and over priorities and over direction. But what I know is we cannot achieve our objectives unless we work collaboratively and effectively with central government. We've got to find the common ground in order to make progress. So this is, if you like it, a housing equivalent to the Auckland Transport Alignment Project. It gives us, from this council, some quality time to spend with 4 key ministers. Ministerial time's pretty hard to get, and we're going to get it 4 times a year to enable us to press for the things that are really important and to work through some of the issues where there's disagreement. Now, you know, we've had some interesting discussions already today, affordability of housing. And the suggestion, you know, I love the community housing providers group. They're fantastic people. But in the whole history of housing in this city, we have not ever provided the capital to build affordable houses. Not ever. And that's not on the deliverable list, given all of the other pressures we have for infrastructure services. But by God, we need to be able to sit down with the government and say, we need this investment. We need it around homelessness to provide more housing opportunities there. We need it around more social housing. We need it around plans to try to make housing more affordable. And I do want to touch on Councillor Sayers' comment, when will it become more affordable? Hey, the really good news is that we're falling down the ladder. We're falling down the ladder of being the 4th least affordable city in the world, and now I think we're probably 11th or 12th. Still not a proud record. We are achieving stability in housing prices, whereas previously they were going up by 15% a year. That's another good step towards your objective, Councillor. But we also need, you know, there's a fundamental law of economics, it's called supply and demand. If demand exceeds supply, costs go up. And, you know, I'm really proud, I don't know whether every council has picked it up yet, but in the year to January 2019, we hit an all-time record in new building consents, 13,262, the highest ever. We completed more CCCs than ever before, and we got more building consents within the compact urban area. Hey, that's a celebration for all of us. So what I think this body will do, it's not a quick fix, it's not a magic bullet, silver bullet, but it is a way of getting us to be able to sit down with ministers. And I want to use the Deputy Mayor's example. I have been a bit frustrated. We set out in the building task force, which we got government and the private sector involved in. We did need to renew the Building Act and the building codes. You know, they're decades old and they're not fit for purpose. And the bureaucrats, Petty will know what I'm talking about here, but she couldn't possibly say it herself. The bureaucrats in MB are not pushing that as a priority. I keep asking. We've got a forum here, for example, where 4 of us can eyeball the ministers and say, hey, we want this lifted up the priority of what is necessary to remove one of the big obstacles to more housing and more affordable housing. So this creates us the opportunity and it creates the framework. It is really important that we can have that conversation. I'll repeat, we will not always agree, but having a forum around where we can agree and what we can prioritise and getting it within central government's radar is critically important. Now, we need to pass this today. Cabinet also needs to pass it. So there's no guarantee that Cabinet is going to want to do this, but at the moment we have the support of the key ministers that have been nominated, and I'm hopeful it'll happen. But it will give us that direct input to work collaboratively with government. Won't produce agreement on everything, including the rural-urban boundary, which, you know, will be an interesting issue for all of us, but it will give us a pathway forward and it will be valuable. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Goff. Councillor Holtz, please.
Thank you. I'm delighted to see us at this stage, and you know, it's no secret that probably over the last 2 terms there's been a measure of frustration all round with this, and exactly as the Mayor says, you know, last term we worked so hard to
get the unitary plan to a point at which most of the council responsibilities were discharged. We created, enough land and enough future land for the next couple of decades. We resolved issues of density, and we did our very best to come up with planning rules that worked. The big missing chunk now is to get government to actually understand what that's about and to genuinely get around the table and listen, and this provides that opportunity, and it's been a very, very long time coming. We have a whole lot of quick and easy solutions to housing affordability, sort of floated around and waved around, and quick and easy solutions are often the most ineffective and unsustainable, and every politician thinks they've got the answer, and every politician, quite frankly, has failed. So this is a genuine and meaningful approach. And I am delighted to join my colleagues to do this, and thank you for your confidence in putting me there, because there's something quite useful in knowing the long, hard politics that's gone into reaching this space, and not the least of which flying the flag for the West a little bit and gently, because it is completely left out of the terms of reference, and the Norwest is one of our major growing areas and certainly will require some attention. So I have no intention of being parochial, but I also make no apologies for flying that flag. And I think, Mr. Chair, the point that you make in here about whether the rural-urban boundary will be raised, I'm certain it will. So kia ora, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hulse. Councillor Sayers, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Something needs to change. So I'm very pleased that this working group's going down and having discussions with government. Certainly welcome the ideas around looking at alternative funding tools. As the Deputy Mayor talked about, the housing modules and other ways of building things. But I think I'd just like to send the message to the team going down there to carry with them that affordable housing, the first objective, increased and accelerated provision of quality affordable housing, in my opinion, is impossible to achieve with land prices being what they are. So unless people can start buying bare sections and new subdivisions at rates where they can actually build a house that is in the package affordable, we won't be able to reach that objective. In other words, it's impossible to build an affordable house in Auckland at the moment because you can't get the land in the right place. So I'd hope there's good focus on that. I suspect that the rural-urban boundary will be part of that discussion, as well as other levers that both central government and council can pull.
Thank you, Councillor Sayers. Good points. So members, some of us are, and Councillor Hulse is very familiar with the Housing Accords and Special Housing Areas Act, and a number of others are. And I think we, as a council, did our damnedest to honour our part on that. But it really did not go as far as we all expected, particularly on affordability. Council, without doubt, addressed its responsibility on supply through that, and the unitary plan has addressed that. And the Mayor has given some numbers here today. We are seeing success, but we're also a long way off. As of today, we have an estimated by our Chief Economist, a 46,000 dwelling deficit in Auckland, 46,000 houses short as of right now. So a long way to go. So this joint program, in some ways, it effectively formalises a lot of the informal discussions we've been having with government. And there's no scarcity of ministers that have been toing and froing into Auckland Council, actually. Councillor Bartley and myself, we wrote a letter to a minister about universal design, the quality of intensification, effectively. And the letter back, which came within about 2 weeks, indicated 3 ministers wanted to see us to discuss universal design. Not 1, 3. And we've got that meeting arranged. But this formalises that sort of informality and a lot of the separate work streams that are already underway within council and at government. So it brings together that the government's urban growth agenda, and it brings together the Auckland Plan 2050, particularly the development strategy. It brings together the Mayoral Housing Task Force 33 recommendations. It binds all that together. And so our long-range plans are reflected, and the government's ambitious plans are also reflected in the work streams that are identified at this stage. I think where we might find a bit of discussion to be had is around the edges, and it's really just around the edges. And I'm not talking the edge, I'm talking around the edges, because I think we're very close, and we're starting to get a little bit fixated on this rural-urban boundary. One thing I would say, and I do fully expect, and successive governments have demanded this of council, that they need to see the business case. They needed to see the business case for the CRL. And they asked us that again and again. Well, when it comes to it, I'd actually like to see the business case for a relaxation on the rural-urban boundary. I'd like to see that quantified. I'd like to see the values of amenity gained, amenity lost. I'd like to see the values of the motoring mortgage that will be falling upon people if they are not connected communities that come about through a relaxation in that rural-urban boundary. And I think that's pretty fundamental. So going forward, I can assure you, members, when we are in discussions with the ministers, and if there is any talk about a relaxation in the rural-urban boundary, the first thing that I will be putting is show us the business case. Show us the business case. And Treasury will be reminding ministers as well of the model for what a real business case entails. So the program will also need to address...
Mr. Chairman, that could be added to the light rail business case.
Yeah. You're welcome to have your speaking turn in a minute, Councillor Lee. The program will also need to address the impact on the existing centres that might be impacted by the growth centres. And I'm thinking particularly, but not exclusively, centres like Manurewa and Papakura, and how they are impacted by a big focus on Drury. Drury, without doubt, has started and it's going to expand. But I think we can't take our sights off, Councillor John and Councillor Daniel Newman, we can't take our sights and will not take our sights off the impact of that development on centres that we know already need our support. So in the last motion that has been added there, all the members of this of the council working here will absolutely ensure that the planning committee is not just updated, but abreast of all the critical decisions that have to be made along the way. And at least it will be quarterly basis reporting, if not more, when we identify issues that do need to come back to this committee. So I commend, as does the Mayor and the Deputy Mayor and others, the support to be given to this program. Councillor Lee, did you want to exercise your right to speak? Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say, yeah, I support this, but I wanted to make some comments about what I see as missing, and that is where we are building in existing communities, that we respect that, and that message is also, you know, a message that we respect, a message that government respects, because we can build and build and build, but if we could do it in a way that retains the current communities and adds to them rather than replace them, I think that would be the ideal, that would be the best. The sense I also get from this report is that developers are compliant, and I would like to see us hopefully beef up our enforcement, because as we see from the small site-specific investigations, they are not compliant. Even though we want housing, but we also want to protect our environment as well, which is why it's good to see the Chair of Environment and Community also part of this group. So yeah, those were just my brief comments on this. Yes, build, 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 but be mindful of the communities that we are building in. Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I in giving my support to this, acknowledge the comments that were made that the basis for this is actually based on the Auckland Transport Alignment Project. And it's one of those, along with Councillor Lee, who worked very hard to be able to gift that to the incoming mayor and to credit Len Brown for giving us a huge amount of support with the Board of Auckland Transport. I think this is the right model. But I do say that we would never have got the Auckland Transport Alignment Project through unless we had had regular face-to-face meetings with the Prime Minister down and the ministers of the day. So what you're proposing is probably a bit overdue, if I can say so. I also think that you're going to need to have the wider support, so it's good that you're bringing it to the Planning Committee on a regular basis. So I'm in favour of it. All I would encourage you in saying that it's probably a bit overdue, it's good to get the parties together, is be strong in your negotiations. That is really what I want to hear. I think too often we have been passive in our negotiations with central government, and I think that this is an opportunity not for chumminess, not for anything other than utter professionalism in terms of determination of bringing forward the issues to the government of the day, and frankly, getting that support, particularly financial support, out of them. I'm pleased if it is modelled on the Auckland Transport Alignment Project. I hope that there are lessons that we can learn from that, but that sounds a good starting point. So I look forward to your progress reports on that and the strength of your negotiating power.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Shall we put that to the vote then? It is moved by the Mayor, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. A, B and C. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Declare that carried. Can I record that as unanimous? We will? Thank you. Thank you, Penny. Now proceed to the next item, which is item 9. And we'll hear from Katarana Maki, our General Manager of Community and Social Policy, and this is on Council's position and role in affordable housing. And not forgetting Peter Chowdhury, who did the hard yards writing the report. Peter, I think, Peter, are you going to present? Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. The report follows the 27th of November meeting of the Planning Committee, where the committee considered the report, Affordable Housing, a snapshot. The committee requested staff to use the report as a basis for engagement with key stakeholders and to develop options for Council's position and role in relation to affordable housing. So the committee has already heard this morning from the Auckland Community Housing Providers Network, with whom we engaged, and the Property Council have also supplied a late note as a supplement to the engagement that we had with them. And I believe that late note's being circulated now to the committee. We also had engagement with the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development and advisory staff from IMSB, from the Māori Housing Organisation Te Matapihi, and other stakeholders. So the scope of the paper is on affordable housing initiatives that are open to council within the wider existing housing system, and focuses particularly on the intermediate housing market. So that's in relation to people who are currently renting, are paying in excess of 30% of their income on housing costs, and are ineligible for any kind of social housing support. So the focus of the paper is very much on those people. The paper presents 3 options. There's a status quo option to continue partnering and influencing on a case-by-case basis within the existing policy and plan settings. A do more option, where in addition to our existing activities, we investigate additional levers and possible plan changes, and strengthen partnerships for collaboration. And a lot more option, where council investigates also becoming a social and or affordable housing provider. So the recommended option in the paper is the do more option, which is option 3.
This option provides Council with the flexibility to respond to the rapidly changing context we're currently facing. It commits Council only to investigate the feasibility and indicative costs of new initiatives, and it would have an increased impact should those initiatives go ahead over what is currently being done in a more cost-efficient way than under option 4. Thank you.
I'll happy to take questions for the officers, members. Member Hanno-Ray, please.
First up. I'm a fan of option 4 because it's a bull at a gate. I think that's what we need to do is to run out there on the streets and pick up the hammer and pick up some timber and go and build. So I'm an option 4 person. However, can I ask you this? And again, it may not be to the right person. So I'd take some guidance from the chair. What would a B to the recommendation? What would this sound like? That the Auckland Council endorse and include in the successful option the IMSB's climate action plan. What would that do? I'm not sure whether I'm asking the right person. I'm sorry, Chair.
I might send that one Kataraina's way and ask her to respond to you, member.
And can I just clarify, do you mean that to the existing resolution in the paper?
Yeah, just as a B. So at the moment, I support 3 and 4. That's cool. I'm a 4. But what would the inclusion of a B do to that? Where you want to go with that recommendation? I say it because I think that we need some statement that here's a plan. We've all seen it. IMSB spent thousands of dollars on it in consultation with a whole lot of other people. You guys have seen it. You're supposedly working it into the work stream somewhere. And all I'm saying is, okay, let's endorse it and let's include it officially as an option.
So that would work with option 3 if we put a 7. So, and just specifically reference the Takaina action plan. We've already, if you look at paragraph 46.
46, yeah.
We've already indicated that if the committee chooses option 3 or 4, that means we can directly look at the initiatives that suit whatever option is chosen and start to investigate them like the rest of the items we've identified in option 3.
Yeah, but I think this takes it just a little really bit forward than just recognising and
yes. So the caveat would be there are some things in the Takaina action plan that are probably sit more comfortably within the option 4.
Yeah, cool.
If we put it as a 7, we wouldn't be looking at those. We would just be looking at the specific actions in the Takaina strategic action plan that fit with the option 3 that's approved.
So now comes
a B would mean that we would look at the options in the Takaina action plan, whether they were option 3 or 4, wouldn't matter, and we would come back to this committee on our recommendations on implementation and the cost based on that. So there's just the 2 slightly different ways of doing it.
Yeah. The second question, which should have been the first, is there an ability to put option 3 and 4 together, rather than having them separate and having to choose between them? Because I see the leadership part of option 3 also being part of option 4, because it's it's taking action.
Yeah.
I know there's some other politics and policy around what's in option 4 and option 3, but I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity to combine most of 3 and most of 4.
Through the chair,
You too.
I think there's like two answers to that. If you have a look on page 38, you'll see that the options that we've proposed actually build on the last option. So the answer kind of is no, because option 4 includes option 3. It includes what we're doing now, doing more, and doing even more. If you're asking, could we have a mix of option 3 and 4 as it relates to the Te Kāinga Strategic Action Plan only, and just looking at that combination for what that specific action plan says, then I think that could be accommodated. It's very specific, it's very contained to the Te Kāinga Strategic Action Plan, and it does meet, you know, one of the biggest cohorts affected by affordable housing and social housing, which is, you know, Māori. So I suppose there's a way we could do that, 3 and 4, just for investigating the Te Kāinga Strategic Action Plan.
Councillor Hulse. Now, Councillor Hulse, will you move this? Move. Councillor Casey, would you like to second? Oh, got a question? Look, I'll second it then, and then it's a live motion. Councillor Hulse, did you want to ask a question at this point?
I don't have a question, but I'll speak.
I'll come back to you then, Councillor Hulse. Question, Councillor Collins.
Thanks, Chair. Good. I enjoyed reading the report. I'm sitting more towards option 4 as well, because I like to think that we're going to be building Auckland's future. All right. Now, with that one, point 7. I just thought I'd try and tie in a gentleman who launched on the weekend. In point 7, it talks about estimates and uncertainty, so some costs, unsure of costs and some uncertainty. Could you elaborate on what you believe those cost estimates might be? I'm not sure if you've considered what those costs are, because you're saying that option 4 might be the more expensive way to go, and what you believe fits into that definition of uncertainty.
Through the chair, just to clarify, so the position and roles signal an intent and a container in terms of what staff are to go off and look at. So in the option 4, that container is much more direct, and we would go off to look at what would it cost to directly intervene and provide housing services and products, like what are the options for building, but what are the options for subsidising instead of building. So you might subsidise existing community housing providers or Māori housing providers. You might look at what, in a very broad sense, what council land is available to put into that kind of pot. So you would be looking at capital development. You'd look at a range of those products. A range of those products would have costs. This only commits you to us going away and looking at those costs, saying what outcomes you might achieve for the costs, and then you would make specific decisions. But it does hint at a willingness to contemplate those if the costs and impacts, work out. So if we come back with a business case with a very positive cost-benefit analysis, choosing option 4 indicates you would be open to those. Whereas option 3 indicates that staff don't go off and have a look and do the work and develop those things. We bring back a more limited suite of choices to you.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, and that raises the point really, because remember Henry talks about what if there was a crossover between 3 and 4, and I'm looking at 4, and I'm just a little bit concerned. I need to just clarify this, because there are points in the role of option 4, which I assumed we were doing anyway. We are making land available for affordable housing. Panuku is doing that. It's a requirement through their strategic outcomes on development. And then the second bullet point slightly is a reflection of this very similarly worded bullet point under option 3. So can we, I just didn't want to have a situation, Karawaina, that further down the track you bring back work and somebody might say, well, no, that was option 4. We didn't go with that. We went up with option 3. So we can just clarify the, or just reconcile those parts, please.
So I suppose if you have a look at the differences, it's a matter of graduation as well. So yes, Pānuku is doing some developments. Council has broader land than just that can also be looked at. There are different gradations in terms of what you might ask Pānuku to do. For example, under option 4, you might get into developments which are purely large percentages of social and affordable housing and market housing that are more than they're currently doing, or in more areas than they are currently doing. So this is a scale of, if we're doing it now, option 3 and 4 is we would do it some more. We would do more of it, we would invest more in it. I think there is, I suppose we've tried to make the subtle difference between options 3 and 4 between incentives and subsidies and capital investment. So if that's not clear, then we could clarify that. 3 is about looking at some of those incentives. For example, the Wellington City Council example, where they are a master tenant, we would look at that under option 3. In option 4, we'd be looking at, direct provision and what subsidies we might provide to individuals or housing providers, particularly in that rental market, for people who can't get the accommodation supplement because they don't qualify. So it's a little bit subtle, I suppose, incentives or subsidies in a bigger sense for direct provision.
Thanks for clarifying that. Councillor Casey, please.
Like Councillor Collins and Councillor Henare, I am a option 4 councillor. I think we need to step up. And so my question relates, though, I'm also a pragmatist, and when you start talking about subsidies and greater cost, I can see people's lights switching off and them voting for option 3. So the pragmatist in me wants the hybrid that Councillor Henare asked for, and what? Took me 2 turns, he's quick. The hybrid for me would be to make sure that there's an additional bullet point in 3. So my question is, what would happen if we add this in? So it's a number 7, and it's to increase the stock of housing for older people, increasing the council stock of housing for older people. At the moment, we have 1,412 units, and in all our documentation for Haumaru housing and Pānuku and our Auckland plan, we say we will at least maintain, and I remember the bloodbaths with Jacques over those words. What we actually mean is we want to increase it. We just don't actually say the words. So that's the words I'd like to see up there. That would be my hybrid. What would be the result of that in terms of option 3?
So I think in terms of both member Henare's suggestion, which is quite a focus on Māori housing, which is a combination of 3 and 4, and yours, which has a focus on our building off our existing stock and older people's housing, it would mean that we would go and do specific work to look at what would be the ways, the methods and the costs of increasing that, and perhaps different levels, depending on your resolution, different levels of increasing that provision. And so mostly that is about just going, how would we do it? What would it cost? And bringing that back. In option 3 currently, without the amendment, I don't see us doing that.
Right. Thanks very much, Katarina. So that's just given notice, Mr. Chairman, of that amendment, which would be an amendment to add another bullet point, number 7, to option 3 at some stage in this debate.
So that's likely the second amendment I've got. So if we can just hold that, and can you hold it for your speaking turn, and maybe just convey it to Chief of Strategy? You've done that? Good. Councillor Sayers, please.
Thank you, Chair. Three questions really. First one's around infrastructure funding. If you've got any comment about across all those options, I guess mainly option 3 and 4, are there any game changes? I'm just going to pick it out of the paper. Are we touching on that at all in terms of funding, alternative funding mechanism for infrastructure?
Through the chair, no, it hasn't been contemplated in the options as they're currently developed.
Thank you. Second question is, in terms of option 3 and 4, would either of those result in section prices or bare land prices becoming any more affordable?
So through the chair, at this stage, what we're looking to do is develop with REMU some modelling around the cost of land prices and the likely impact on affordability. So that would be part of the investigation.
For both options?
Either? For option 3, which also means it would be included in option 4 if that was adopted.
Okay, thank you. And final question, just trying to flesh out a little bit more some of the questioning around option 4 there. We talked about subsidies and incentives, but you also mentioned capital investment. And that's probably where my question's directed, in terms of suddenly trying to invest in increasing council's owned stock there. The capital investment in there would, I imagine, would be significant. I'd be correct in that one in terms of the amount of investment out of CapEx.
So through the chair, the reports we'd bring back, of course, would give you a range of investment, but it does envisage we would come back with papers looking at that type of investment. It won't just be, we don't bring you anything that's just like, here's a huge amount. There'll be graduated capital investment approaches or alternative ways of doing that, like subsidies. There is a lot of additional support and staff work if we directly provide housing. It's not just the provision, it's the running of it or contracting someone to run of it, whereas other methods, which might be more subsidy type methods, you know, the benefits are they don't necessarily come with those types of costs. So we would be bringing you a full range of options within that direct provision.
Thank you, Councillor Sayers. Councillor Filipono.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to ask a further question based on Councillor Collins and option 4. There was a second part to his particular question, which was uncertainty about implementation. So where is the uncertainty around the implementation? That's the first question I have.
So the uncertainty is, in a way, making a decision on a broad option package when in fact you don't have the specifics in front of you. So the uncertainty is we have to then go away and bring back a specific package which you could decide on that would alleviate that uncertainty. But, you know, anything that costs money in a constrained financial environment, you know, there is going to be that level of uncertainty all the time, particularly around what we pay and what the outcome and impact of any investment decision would be. And that kind of output to outcome tension always leaves a level of uncertainty.
Chair, next question is, Kataraina, with the discuss or the questions that have been asked now already before me, if the options around Kainga's strategic action plan, if the housing for the elderly, if or older persons, if they were put into option 4, obviously, yes, they're looking at option 3, but I'm looking at option 4 around more investigation work. Because at the moment, can you confirm or not that the housing for the elderly, and the strategic action plan is not an option 4?
So, through the chair, yes, they would be in option 4. However, specifying them would bring specific attention to them as priority cohorts within the wider option. So if they are specified in either option 3 or option 4, that signals prioritisation to staff, and it means we focus in quite firmly. So that's the bonus of having it specific.
And my last question, Chair, is that if option 4, which includes what we have in option 3, plus more investigative work, we won't be doing that in option 3, will we? The more investigative work. So that's one question. And the supplementary to that is that if option 4 is successful, because I know there's an amendment coming through around option 4, if that is successful, we would not have made a decision to completely go the way that Wellington City Council have, Dunedin, as pointed out in the public arena, is that things will come back to the planning committee with the information around the money, around implementation, for us to make a decision?
Through the chair, yes, that is correct.
Okay.
At the moment, you can't commit to initiatives when we have not provided you with the details, but the options do indicate a clear intent of how far you are willing for staff to go in terms of what they bring back to you, and your intent in your mind in terms of how far this committee might go. So I suppose a clear indication of option 3, it's what we won't do. That's clear. So we won't be looking at direct provision if you choose option 3. It's more of that way. It's kind of the things we won't be doing if you choose option 3. And if you choose option 4, of course, the food basket is very broad, and it shows you're willing to look very broadly at the role of council in this.
Question to you, just with the process around the amendments that have been put forward, will we be going through those after the questions? I know that Councillor Bartley has got questions, but is that the process after the questions are that we go straight through to Councillor Collins and then, depending on that, go to Councillor Casey?
Thank you. So I've got questions to be asked by Councillor Bartley and then the Mayor, and then the amendments. I think I've just checked with the mover, and the mover, Councillor Hulse, is very willing to accommodate the amendments because they're actually directions that are to investigate further. They're not conclusive, so they don't have an impact on budgets immediately or anything like that. But we'll get there in a minute. How about we take the 2 questions, Councillor Bartley first, then Mayor Goff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the report. My question is it wise for us to support an option where the impact on the outcome is unknown?
Many of the outcomes are often unknown. So just take the inclusionary retained affordability zoning as an example. The point of the work, for example, on that will be to try and model what both the costs are of doing something like that, and then model what the impact might be. But even when we do models, they are still based on assumptions, and there is, you know, sometimes that specific outcome is uncertain, but the whole purpose of investigation is to provide increasing certainty based on modelling.
Thank you. I'm just signalling my support as well for option 4 because I see more statements about direct impact on income through option 4. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bartley. Megoff, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. We heard from the community housing providers this morning about support given by Christchurch, Wellington and Queenstown to through a variety of mechanisms, sometimes loans to housing trusts and sometimes grants to not-for-profit organisations. Are you able to quantify for us what the actual financial level of support of those three councils are to CHPs?
Through the Chair, no, we can't quantify that. We haven't been given any costings, but we can talk directly with the councils to find out.
Thank you, that'd be really useful. I just didn't know whether they were investing hundreds of thousands, millions or tens of millions. It wasn't clear from the presentation.
Just to clarify through the Chair, of course some of those initiatives and grants that they are doing, this council has already approved and is doing as well. For example, we've got grants that go to iwi and Māori groups in terms of papakainga and Māori housing provision. You've got grants going to like Auckland Mission. So it's not as if you haven't got mixtures of these things going on already as well.
Thank you, Megoff. Now, just before we go to the Movers Call, Councillor Hulse to speak, and then Councillor Casey. So, received two possible amendments that I think we could incorporate, but I want to just test that. If we could get those up. So these are from Councillor Casey, and I think you've heard her questions and inquiry there, and also Member Hennare's inquiry. So can I, just in terms of sort of a willingness of members, is there a view that we can just very easily incorporate those rather than go through a whole moving and seconding amendments? And it is to investigate both, and so it doesn't jump to any conclusion. Just any other view other than accepting those? There being none, can I just check with the mover and the seconder? Are you happy to just incorporate?
You're the seconder.
I'm the sorry, the movers of the amendments as they are, and the seconders. And Councillor Hulse, you've already signalled that I'm happy.
Yeah.
Therefore, we shall incorporate. We'll just lift those up. There we go. We've saved about 15 minutes. Now, speaking to this, incorporated, so we've got a 7 and an 8. I'll hand to Councillor Hulse.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think just listening to the conversation, it sounds like we're all in agreement that by adding these in, we can investigate them and then quite logically bring back a sensible discussion about, you know, how we fund and what we can do. The worry that I had with sending out a sense out into our community that we were actually going to move to provision is that that is a huge precedent for us to set, and it's not something that local government has done. We're one of the few councils that's remained in the provision of older adult housing, and I cheer that on and am proud that much of that came from the West. But to really stretch our boundaries out into the direct provisioning of housing when we don't have a large bottom line to play with, I think is somewhat disingenuous. And I know we've got a lot of people saying, you know, we're going to hold rates, we're not going to put rates up, and we're going to solve homelessness in 18 months. Well, you know, good luck with that. What this is doing is actually genuinely putting out clearly what we can do, but just as equally and honestly, which is unusual in politics, what we can't do. So I think we're heading in a very good direction, and Mr. Chair, I hope this is unanimously supported.
Thank you, Councillor Hulse. I need to just check on something here though, because the first read and request staff investigate levers. So the motions were to investigate kāinga, strategic action planning, and investigate increasing current stock of housing for the older people. But as it read originally, we were agreeing 1 to 6. We were not agreeing further investigation of that. We were agreeing, and there's quite a big difference between the two. Marina, can you just have a look at that? Because I think the members were, in the speaking turns that were taken, there was definitely agreement on the first 6, and then the investigations were on the next 2.
I as the mover, I would rather we agree the first 6 and then we, investigate increasing the current stock of older adult housing, which is kind of already in train, and investigate. Even though in item 3, sorry, can I just check, Mr. Chair, and sorry to speak twice, my understanding was that for our kāinga strategic action plan, the implementation of those actions are going to be explored as part of option 3 anyway, so we're kind of doing it. But are we just wanting to make it overt? We can say investigate, number 7, whatever it is, could be to, investigate options for the implementation of the kāinga.
Look, I agree with you. I think there's a big difference, and sorry, but I think we need to just adjust those words at the top and maybe take them out and signal that it's an investigation of the 7 and the 8, because otherwise it looks like we're re-investigating what we've already investigated, and that's the last thing we want to be criticised for here at council. So can we just by agreement tidy this up and show that there's an investigation of the 7 and the 8? We'll just do that now.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
We'll just do that. So assuming that that is the motion, Councillor Filipaina, would you like?
Chair, I was just going to suggest, and look, I may be wrong here, we'll just put in B and request staff to investigate the following levers, which is kāinga strategic action plan and increasing stock, I think. Yeah? Okay, sorry, I just thought there was going to be all.
Anybody else like to speak to the motion? We're just refining it right now. Councillor.
I just had a question, sorry. I thought that this was going to look at both 3 and 4, but it only says option 3 up there. Because if that's the case, then I'll move an amendment for option 4.
No, we have the motion before us, and as moved by Councillor Hulse is option 3. And some of the questions that were answered by both Peter and Marina explain that sort of graduated difference between some of the things that are mentioned in option 3 and in option 4, but it wasn't suggested that we're going to be adopting option 4 in full here today. Councillor Hulse, that I'm just checking with you, that wasn't how you spoke. It was option 3 with further investigations of the kāinga strategic action plan and increasing the housing stock for older people. Clarification?
If Councillor Bartley's going to put that up, then I'd like to second her motion. But you decide where it all goes. I don't know where it all goes.
Okay, look, what I'm going to do here is Councillor Hulse's already spoken, and so it's been moved and seconded. It's live. So if you want to put up another motion, then I'll take it that you're beginning your speaking turn and would like to do so, but I really don't have any words in front of me here at the moment. So are there other speakers? And I'll keep your speaking turn open, Councillor Bartley, in case you want to use it. Councillor Collins?
I had a question for clarification, Sue, so I don't know if I should just not ask it.
I'm happy to receive that.
The question I had for clarification was, does does the request for option 4 to be considered, is there enough in the amended current accepted motion on the table to fit the expanded investigation that option 4 would have given us? I don't know if that makes sense, but I'm just wondering, are these now one and the same with the amendments, or is option 4 still very different? Because when Katarina answered the question, she said option 4 offered a few other things that they could go and investigate. So I'm just trying to get clear on how specific or wide either option is, and actually are they the same, Chair? Thanks.
Thank you. So I'm hearing that Councillor Casey's points are addressed through the motion as you see now, Councillor Casey?
Let's be so bold. We already have in our Auckland plan and in Panuku's documentation and Haumaru housing the wish to increase our housing stock. So it's not there's no reason why it can't be a number 6. So it's not about investigating. It's actually what we say we're going to do.
Look, I don't have that before us. No one's given us that documentation. So look,
documentation.
The words from the.
We spent hours on the words.
Look,
hours.
The blood pressure does not need to increase.
We will at least maintain our current stock of housing for older people. Remember? Must have been an hour and a half. Where's Jacques? Is he still standing?
I asked a really simple question, and earlier you said that motion satisfied you, and I'm just rechecking.
Yeah, because it was then 6 and 7, and now it's gone down to some investigation planet.
Which is what you wrote in your amendment.
I didn't. No, I didn't. It was simply number 7, increase our stock of affordable housing, council stock of affordable housing for older people. You don't have to check it. I know what I wrote.
Okay. Well, what I had before me was slightly different. Henry, are you happy for the words to investigate the Kainga Action Plan?
I would have said endorsed, because that's where I am. And I know that in 46 it says that we're going to investigate, but I'm actually further down the track than investigating.
So you'll live with that, the words as it is.
Yeah, if I can't get endorsed, I'll have to.
We haven't. Just a minute. Look, if we support those two, we'll see the further work done, and that's, I think, the most important thing. I will go to Member Leanne Namani.
Oh, kia ora, this isn't necessarily in the conversation, but I wanted to speak to it, whether it's option 3 or 4. We want to ensure that the Kainga Action Plan is at the centre of it, and also that the Independent Māori Stat Board and the advice that we provide around affordable housing for Māori is heard. And I just need to say that while I accept this is at a higher level about the position and role of council, we want assurances that whoever's developing policy, whoever's developing matters within that, and I'll be quite specific, Panuku, that they give us some respect and engage with us. We have identified that we were keenly interested in the housing mix policy as an example, and their engagement with us has been poor. So we want some assurances as we move through this that our advice is being taken seriously by this council, and whatever can be done to ensure that would be very helpful.
So look, are there other speakers on the motions? Mayor Goff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to speak in favour of option 3 as amended, because I think we should look at how capable we are of increasing the current stock of housing through Haumaru. I'm in favour of the objective, but we need to try to work out, quantify what actually might be affordable there. I'm also in favour of investigating the Kāinga Strategic Action Plan. I'm in favour of investigate because I don't know yet what the financial implications are, and I never sign up to anything when I don't know what the cost will be. I learned a bit of politics under the guidance of the Right Honourable Helen Clark. She always said that it's better to under-promise and over-deliver than do it the other way around. And I know for a fact that if we support option 4, as desirable as that might be for all of us, that has big, big dollar signs attached to it. To build 200 homes is going to cost you at least 100 million, probably 120 million. And we have not budgeted for that in our long-term plan or our annual plan. We've got things coming from left and right field on Eden Park wants this and Western Springs wants that, and you know, City Rail Link, and we know that there are increasing construction costs. We have to be absolutely responsible as we sit around this table. This is not a feel-good discussion. This is what can we afford, what have we budgeted for? There's not a person here that wouldn't like to see us putting a whole lot more money into affordable housing. But until, you know, I think option 3 gives us a good start to that. I'd like to see a whole lot more developments like Barraclough. I think Barraclough's great. Let's do some more of that. I do want to, regardless of what the Property Council says in this submission, I do want to have inclusionary zoning, because inclusionary zoning is about building communities. It's not just about costs. It's about saying we're not going to have the wealthy there and the poor there and never the twain shall meet. Let's try and get communities where we can get a cross-section of people. There's a whole lot we can do under option 3. But if we go out and create the expectation that suddenly we can click our fingers like that and we've got hundreds of millions of dollars to build a couple of hundred million homes, a couple of hundred homes, we are creating expectations we will simply not deliver on. Let's be honest with people. Let's say, yes, we're committed to those things. You know, a journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step, and there's quite a few steps there that I think are worthwhile, but don't create the impression that we can become another Housing New Zealand because we simply don't have the capital investment to put in it. We are being dishonest to pretend otherwise.
Thank you, Mayor Goff. Other speakers? Councillor Casey, please.
I wasn't going to speak, but I can't have Eden Park and housing for older people in the same sentence. For years, in fact, every single time the seniors panel has come to this council, it's asked us to increase the stock of housing for older people in Auckland. We can do that. So I'm speaking in support of option 3, and I'm speaking in support of increasing current stock, but I'm sorry you prompted this. I wasn't going to.
We're both on the same track. We're both agreeing with what's up.
Yeah, well, yeah. Yeah, okay, right. Well, no, I'll have that. I'll stop. That's.
We understand your passion here, Councillor. Look, briefly, in support of this entirely, and thanks for your work, Karaina. Look, I understand paragraph 9 is because of the election process that we're not too far off. So members, I guess probably my small quibble there would be the word start investigating affordable housing levers. We know that the team have been working on that for some time since we first raised our determination to refocus on affordability, and I think it was early last year, and the work is being undertaken there. In terms of option 4, I guess there are some things in option 4 which are worthy of consideration, and Kataraina's referred to this sort of this graduation of between how option 3 is worded in part and option 4. I think where there's capital intensive requirements with rent to buy schemes and possibly shared equity, yes, subsidies and further incentives, yes, I do have some questions, and I really want to understand what the financial implications were to be there before I'd embark on option 4. But in terms of the support for co-housing is taking off in big cities. It's a very big solution now in Sydney, and there are community housing providers and private companies working in that space. So when I see co-housing in option 4, I wouldn't like it to be seen that we're not supportive of co-housing. I read it as we're just not providing capital for co-housing. So overall, I think we're well on the track here, members, and we'll definitely invest in the Kāinga plan and increasing the housing stock for older people. Thank you. Councillor Hulse, do you have anything further to say? Put that to the, Councillor Sayers now. Councillor Sayers?
Thank you. I thought I was going to miss out there, Chair. Thanks very much. Look, Auckland's a beautiful and vibrant city, and it's got many, many desirable qualities. But look, its housing costs are out of control, especially for our first home buyers, for our renters, for the people on fixed incomes, and for our most vulnerable communities in Auckland. For example, Auckland is the 9th most unaffordable city in the world. And I don't know how we can sit around this table and not look at far more bolder, radical actions than what we've just been talking about around this paper. I believe dealing with the housing affordability crisis is actually a moral issue, the most significant moral issue that Auckland Council is facing at this present time. The ugly social outcomes for the wealth gaps that have been created between the haves and don't haves, the poverty, the homelessness, the disease, third world diseases that are appearing throughout our city at a rapid rate, just don't seem to be being treated with the urgency it deserves. I think it's highly morally wrong too that our young people have given up virtually any hope of home ownership. So, my main comments around this paper would be the regulatory costs, it alludes to them, yet in our annual plan, our building consent costs and our resource consent costs are being proposed to go up. That's not intervening, that's not leadership, which is the subtitle of option 2. We need to be driving those costs down, not up, and speeding up the time around our processing. We need to be fast tracking instead of going to cost plus mentalities, which is all I've seen in the latest papers presented by Auckland Council to myself and the public. I'll just repeat what I spoke about in the last item, Mr. Chair, about the price of bare land. If there's no changes to land prices, affordable housing cannot be a reality. No developer, whether big player or small player, can build affordable housing for Aucklanders with the current land prices. So something significant needs to happen. I thought we were in a housing crisis. This needs to be dealt with a lot more urgency, like a state of emergency, compared to more planning and writing of papers and the discussions that we've had today. I can't see how this is going to result in affordable housing. So my point is, I find this paper very weak. I also don't agree with the inclusion of council providing more stock itself. I can't agree with that. That is possible to achieve through the private sector investments. Certainly there should be partnerships out there, but council doing it on their own, I don't agree with. So, in terms of B1, yes, B2, no. Therefore, I won't be supporting option 2.
Thank you, Councillor Sayers. Now I've got Councillor Collins and Councillor Bartley. Councillor Collins.
Oh, thanks, Sue. I'm going to reluctantly support it. Well, I'll support it, but my reluctance is around what I thought option 4 was, which was being a bit more daring and showing and being creative in the way we go out and investigate. And I don't believe that we would be sending messages such that we're going to get out there and provide it ourselves, to the extent that the leadership is about investigating and getting those reports back, which is what I believe the answers from the officers were. There was talk about, what the cost of the provision of 100 homes. Well, everyone knew I was the only one at the time that voted against the America's Cup, and we've spent well over 100 million committed to the America's Cup. We've sold off so many state houses that our people are lining up with nowhere to go. And sure, that's a government issue. So what does that mean? It means that people like myself and Councillor Filipaina, who was starting to show us his leaning to option 4 as well, and Councillor Bartley, know that it's our people who are being locked out of even state houses. We heard this morning, and the comment from the affordable house, or the community housing group, was affordable means affordable. And I love this theorem that we've come up with. We've worked it out to 30% of a person's income. If you are not in a state house, you are going to struggle. And that is what I believe. When I hosted Councillor Sayers out in South Auckland the other time, and we went around and we had a good look at some of those boarding housing situations, the fact of the matter is, I believe we are in office to provide the leadership for those communities who want those messages, who want us to be bold, who want us to say, let's go out and find it. And yet, I'm challenged by Dr. Casey, even saying today that she's got the pragmatist in her at work. I want to build a brighter future like the last government said they would for us. Hey? Maybe that's what we need to return to, eh? Where was that brighter future after they sold off a few of those state houses? Look, the point I think that option 4 provided is the boldness to go out and encourage our staff to come back and tell us, what is it going to cost? Hey, and we understand that there's going to be major costs involved. It's important that we know, so that we can go back to our communities and say to them, here's the challenges that we face. So I wanted to support option 4. I'm happy to go with option 3, but I think we really need to look very closely at how we are leading for this city and for the most vulnerable, many of whom are in Manuko. Thanks.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just trying to figure out whether I have any support for option 4, but I don't think I do. And so I was going to speak in favour of option 3. That's up there. But I keep thinking of that definition, insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. And I really hope that this option 3 is doing something different. I hope it's not doing the same as we would always do, because I've seen what's happened in Tamaki. You guys have all heard about what's happened in Tamaki. If option 4 was in place, there would have been some options there for people to be able to stay in the community through the rent to buys, the shared equity, the co-housing. 211 families moved out of Tamaki, and that's because they couldn't afford to stay there. Some moved out of choice, but some were reassessed out of state housing because they're working. There's no private rental for them to go into, so they moved over to Waimahia and got houses over there. So I really do think we need to do more, and I saw option 4 as the option to take leadership and be direct about us leading this change. I listened to you, Mr. Mayor, on the project last night. You were talking about housing affordability. So I thought this was a way that we could achieve that. But I don't, I've been here a year now. I'm pretty sure I won't have support for option 4. So I'll just go ahead with option 3. But also want to emphasise my support for the Kāinga Strategic Action Plan, because Māori and Pasifika home ownership rates are low. They continue to get lower. And the Auckland Plan talks about inequity, housing availability and costs are major contributing factors to the rise of inequity in Auckland. Well, we really do need to do more to address that inequity. And I'm thinking of the family that I'm trying to get out of a car over in Northcote. They just want a private rental. They don't want a stay house. They want a private rental, but they can't afford one. So, we get these everyday people needing housing, and I thought we needed to do something a little bit more out there. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bartley. Councillor Filipaina.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to support option 4 if there was one that was going to be put up there. And the reason I was going to support it was because options were going to be investigated. And that was it. This is why I asked the questions that I did, based on what Councillor Collins had asked earlier, was just to get it investigated, and then we could come back. If it came back with the dollars that are required, well then so be it. We would then make a decision based on the further information. Chair, my request of our staff is that in your corridor, Chair, you mentioned some of the options that are part of option 4. I'm hoping that they get investigated. I'm hoping that what Dunedin are doing, what Wellington are doing, and I know what Kataraina had said, that we are currently doing some of that anyway. But you know, the options you mentioned in your corridor, hopefully we could still do the investigation. Just because it's not up there, that doesn't mean that we can do something, because as both, well not both, but everybody said around here, that it is a crisis. And we want to be and play a big part in solving, hopefully, this issue that won't get any further that affects our community. So I was going to sort of ask of a point of order because of Councillor Bartley with her amendment, but I didn't, because I just thought everybody was heading towards 3. So as a result, Chair, I will be supporting the recommendation as outlined. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hulse, you've heard a bit more since I invited you. Would you like to take the right to reply?
Close the debate. Thank you. This has been an exceedingly long meeting, and we seem to have forgotten item 8, that where we are in meetings with, on a formal basis, the key ministers involved in this. And I think we need to complete the circle, which is all of the issues that are being raised here. That's the venue, that's the place, that's the arena for those discussions. Because I guess, Mr. Chair, I've heard some impassioned speeches, and, you know, of course we're passionate about this. I, as a mother and a grandparent, my oldest son and his partner and their 3 kids are looking for a house in Glen Eden. They're looking at an $800,000 mortgage. That makes me want to weep. And they're lucky that they can even be in the ballpark of thinking about that. Housing is the most important thing. And with the greatest of respect to some of the impassioned speeches are easy, action's hard. You know, the unitary plan went some of the way. Not a lot of support around the table for some of the hard decisions with that. We finally got there. Investment in social infrastructure. Not a lot of support around the table when it comes to putting rates up. And as we embark on the hustings, not a lot of discussion about putting the actual money that's required to make a difference to our people that we all speak so eloquently about. I'm not standing. I'm looking forward to seeing the councillors around this table who put their money where their mouth is and talk about the kind of rates rises that are needed to deliver what you're talking about. You know, let's have a little bit of honesty there. Finally, Mr. Chair, next year's the LTP. If we are going to make some big shifts in investment and some big shifts in policy and some big shifts in making an appreciable difference to the social outcomes of our community, that LTP year is critical. So this is the time for looking, investigating, thinking. No apologies for that. There's been a cataclysmic failure of successive governments to grasp the nettle on this one. We're not going to rush and do things now in a few weeks. So taking the time to do it properly, I think, is absolutely right. And this conversation will certainly be taken by the Mayor, the Deputy Mayor, yourself and myself to those meetings with ministers. Kia ora, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Good challenge to those that follow. Thank you. I will put it to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Declare that carried. Now, are there contrary voices that want to be recorded on Councillor Sayers? Is it on everything, Councillor Sayers? So, and Councillor Stewart, on everything? I just need to know what it's on and what it's not on. Everything for Councillor Sayers and Councillor Stewart. I've got everybody covered. Thank you. So I declare that carried. and we will now adjourn until quarter past 2. Quarter past 2? Thank you. page 45 of your agenda, and we have Jacques Victor addressing his report here. You'll recall that we had a workshop in November. We had a workshop not so long ago on this as well. I will hand to Jacques to cover off where we've got to today. Thank you, Jacques.
Good afternoon, councillors and members. So just quickly to remind everyone exactly what we're talking about. So there are 12 marinas across Auckland. 6 of those are owned by the council. And for the council-owned ones, the assets are held by Panuku. And then there are 6 privately owned marinas. And then just to recap in terms of how we got to where we are today, what councillors have expressed is that there's a lack of context often for you to make decisions when it comes to marinas. And there's also been some concerns both from councillors, but organisations, members of the public, with some of the proposals that come from Panuku. And when you've had to consider those, you've had some discomfort with that, and hence saying that often we don't have sufficient context to make those decisions. Probably fair to say that in terms of the context, that does not necessarily apply to all council marinas. The 3 central city marinas, so Westhaven, Viaduct and Silo, they are dealt with as part of the whole city centre waterfront. And there are many processes and structures in place through which all of those go. So they have a very clear framework within which decisions are made and processes by which that is made. It's more so the other 3 council-owned ones, so Gulf Harbour, West Park and Half Moon Bay, where that same kind of context isn't available and those processes aren't there. And it's because of this, back last year, that this committee called for a strategic approach to marinas. It's probably worth noting that when the committee did that, they did not ask Panuku to do this work. They asked the council to do the work. And at the same time, you also placed the moratorium on the sale or the exchange of any land. So nobody can sell any marina land as it is. And that's a decision that you may or may not overturn in the future. But it is, as it is now, no sale of marina land as it relates to council-owned marinas. So just in terms of how we've got to today, as Councillor Darby said, we've had 2 workshops on the issue since the initial paper last year in October and again in February. And the point of those workshops really were to better understand the issues as they relate to these marinas, to consider the options that are before us, and what the benefits of the various options are, and of course the implications. So all of these options have different implications, and we looked at those at the workshops, and the whole point was to consider what might be the best way forward. So that's how we got to today. And this is in essence a summary of what is in your paper on the agenda. So what the recommended approach is that we develop principles for marinas rather than a regional marina strategy. That those principles go further than just some a generic high level, that we actually develop a second level of principles tailored to each of the specific marinas. So to give it a local flavor, and that people can also express in more detail the kind of things that they are wanting from their marinas. And what it proposes is that we focus specifically on the 3 marinas at which
for which we lack that context. And also, some of those have some decisions that need to be made sooner rather than later. What we said is that those marinas, when we those principles, when we do those principles, especially the level one, so the more generic ones, when there are decisions that need to be made by council relating to any of the land holdings that council has associated with the private marinas, that you can use those very same principles to inform the decisions you need to make. So you might recall that there's council land associated with all of the private marinas. They generally are public open space, or they relate to transport, so parking or ferry services. So you can also use the principles for decisions around those. And the last point was that in this process, that all of the users of marinas, through representative groups, but that all of those users need to be involved, and that we also really need to target the surrounding communities as well as mana whenua. There are treaty settlements underway, and that has a direct impact on the future of these marinas. So that's in essence what is in the committee report. There's a lot more detail around all of that. So just to summarize what these principles will do. So the first thing is that the principles will enable you to make decisions on any agreements or proposals or opportunities that might come as they relate to these three marinas. They will also guide whatever Panuku does in terms of evaluating proposals that come to them from others, or proposals that they might develop themselves, which come to you. It'll also help Auckland Transport. They need to sometimes evaluate the land use and the investment decisions that they make on the marinas, especially where there are ferry services, parking, and bus services that link to the ferries. It'll guide them in that. As I said, it will help you to make decisions on any other council land that is associated with a private marina. It'll give you a framework for that. And depending on what comes out of the principles, it may also inform plan changes that may be needed on some of these marinas if they are needed. But it'll inform that process and decision to do something like that. What is included as attachment 1 are examples of what some principles might look like. These are simply draft principles. I honestly believe that it is easier to give people something to start with that they can change completely rather than go with a blank piece of paper. There are many different users and many different groups that would have to be involved, and it can sometimes get really hard to land anything if you start with nothing. So this was simply a starting point that I would expect would change significantly. What we did do is, again, you just have to start somewhere. We took the Auckland plan, it's got 6 outcomes, and those were derived through an extensive engagement process with Aucklanders, and there's generally good support for that. So we simply took those outcomes as a starting point and then developed a number of principles that would give effect to those outcomes. There are 12 of them. The one that was highlighted a number of times this morning was the second one, none of the others. It was also said that the process needs to be open and inclusive. And I think that's partly what I tried to do there. By removing something like the second one, is kind of predetermining on my part what people should and should not discuss. And so to simply it is there. If people do not agree with it, they will remove it. So I just think one has to, as a starting point, put everything on the table. You will also see that does not say new housing development on Marina land. It just says new housing development. And it also talks about connected and accessible. So if you want to read that differently, you can see that as housing surrounding the marinas and the need to connect that housing through walkways or whatever it is to the marina because it is part of that community. So one could read that differently if you so wish. I need to emphasize this was simply a starting point, and I would expect that to change significantly through the process. Again, just an example of what the second level principles might mean. Just things made up, to be honest, just to give you an indication of what that could be. But it really is to give a local flavor. If you have a broad principle, then it enables people participating in the process to get a bit more specific. And you would imagine that would relate to the issues that they experience at the marina. So yeah, it is just to tailor it, and I would imagine they might be quite different at the different marinas, and they most certainly will be much longer lists than 3. But that's just to give it a bit of a local flavour. If one goes with option 1, as it is in the report, that broadly speaking would be the process. It is not a particularly complicated process. It really starts with identifying all of the stakeholders that need to be involved, and the paper explains how we would go about that. Then a number of sessions at each of the 3 marinas to develop those principles, bring that all together, then go back to people to develop the second level, although you would do that in the first round, but because people would be working off different principles at the first round, you have to agree all of those and then go back on the second round. So go back to the same participants and finalize that. I probably just need to address this point. So the call for an issue-based and demand-driven regional strategy from all of the speakers this morning, I think it's important to understand the consequence of that. That approach is broadly speaking, would result in the same thing as you have with the Nelson strategy. And I think it's important to note that isn't just a strategy, it also includes development plans for each marina. So whether that's a master plan or however you want to describe it, plus the actions and the implementation actions that would flow from that. That is a significant piece of work. In the last bullet, there is none of that work is in any budget or in any work program. So that would be an additional piece of work that would have to be considered and would have to be funded. But it is a significant piece of work. It was mentioned this morning and in some of the workshops, I think one of the councillors actually used the words salt is in our blood as a way to describe Aucklanders and how they use the marine environment. People like to go fishing, boating, all of that kind of thing. And I do think if one is going to look at a substantial investment by doing a marina strategy, I think the question being asked is way too narrow. The real issue then would be for Aucklanders in the future, how do they get access to the water? Not everybody accesses the water through a marina. There are boat ramps, there are moorings, there are all kinds of things. People want to go to the coast to collect food. You have to think about that. There's a much bigger issue at stake than simply marinas. It is how do Aucklanders in the future access the water? And my advice to you is If one is going to go down the route of a substantial investment, then that is the question that needs to be addressed. It is wider than marinas. And just to finish off, if the recommendations are endorsed as they are, the first step for us would be to go and identify all of the stakeholders, and that in itself is a bit of an exercise. Some of those are quite easy to identify, but others are not that easy. And that's where I think the help of the local boards would come in. They would be able to identify many of those. And then we would start the process, and as in the recommendations, come back to you hopefully by the end of June with the results of that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Jacques. Now, Jacques, you were here for the public submissions, and you heard all those public submissions, and you've had the opportunity, while we've been looking at the other items, to read the material that was tabled. No doubt you were quite familiar with a lot of the submitters from other correspondence you've received as well. You've managed to recap all that information, reread some information, and taken on board your recommendations. I understand might be slightly changed from hearing everything today. Now, I understand you've been working with the Chief of Strategy on that. Would you like to just at the stage, if we put your amended recommendations up, and you asked, or you've heard the sort of the feedback here today, and if you could just reflect on what you're showing in these new recommendations that are built out of the inputs that we've had here today.
So I think what everybody agrees on is that there needs to be principles. So we seem to agree on that, and that everybody needs to be involved in the process. That they are not just one or two or three types of users. There are many different users, and we need to identify them. So I think we agree on both of those. And so what we've done by adding the issues is what is proposed that it needs to be issue driven. And well, that's an acknowledgement of that. I kind of worked on the basis that for people to be able to develop principles, they would take the issues into account anyway. How else would you do that? It would be like saying to somebody, don't think of an elephant, by asking people not to think about issues when they develop principles. So that's an acknowledgement of that of course, yes, it needs to be based on the issues that people are aware of. And I think that would also really help if one does the level 2 principles, because many of those issues are specific and unique to a marina, not a generic thing. And so that also helps people to give kind of, to voice those issues through the second level principles. In terms of the last one, it was definitely, councillors indicated both in the first and the second workshop that a decision to do principles is not a decision to not do some form of a marina strategy in time to come. It was just, let's start with developing those principles and see how they work and what that gives us. So that the last recommendation C is just acknowledging that again, that when the principles are done, there may very well be a decision that we actually need to proceed further and develop a strategy. And so it's just acknowledging that.
Okay. And you are right to remind us of that, because that was in the workshop material of both workshops, that there was a first stage, and then we had the opportunity to proceed if we chose to develop a strategy. But I think you also signalled that there'd probably have to be a decision on the cost of that strategy as well. So look, that aside, so look members, there's been a lot of public input this morning. We'll take questions soon, but just to make this a live motion, I'll move that motion to make it live, and the Deputy Mayor will second. So it's moved and seconded. Now, should we just take questions at this stage? Just questions? Happy to have a question round. And Councillor Newman, please.
Thank you, Jacques. I've read the paper. Good afternoon to you. I've read the paper. What I want to know in your preparation of your report, whether you have had the chance to read through the precinct plans that have been made operative in the Auckland Unitary Plan, and secondly, how did the precinct plans, if you have read them, how has that informed your thinking to date?
So no, I have not read the precinct plans in any great detail, but I am aware of them. The reason that I did not particularly address the precinct plans or the Establishment Acts for that matter is because I think that's a kind of a, one could really get distracted by that. It is very hard to decide whether you should repeal or adhere to or change an Establishment Act, as an example, if you don't know what it is that people want from a marina. So to me, it was kind of establish those principles, understand what all of the people who use that marina, understand what it is that they want. It may very well be that what comes back as a principle is that nobody wants any housing on any marina. Then there is no need to go into any great legal arguments about whether you should change an Establishment Act or not. The same thing applies to the precincts. If people are happy with essentially what a precinct provides at the moment, then you do not need to worry about that. If people are not happy, well, then you need to worry about that. I just think it is better to understand what it is that people are wanting before you start going into the detail of what may or may not have to change.
One final question, would you agree with me that it's difficult to change an empowering act when you have no responsibility for that act? And secondly, if there is a contradiction between an empowering act and a precinct plan, that it might not be possible for you to achieve any agreement on any exercise in principles development through this process.
Yes, but I would also, in my view, I would rather understand what it is that people are wanting before I put any effort into doing anything about it, because then I know where to put my effort. Council may not be able to change an empowering act by itself, but council certainly can lobby government. Council can do certain things. It is just, where do you want to put your energy, in something that may happen or something that you know that you really need to do?
Thank you, Councillor Newman. Councillor Casey, please.
Two questions. One's from earlier this morning, Jacques. I wasn't sure if you were in the room for the public presentations. You were. One of the questions was one that I also had, and it was asked, and I'll ask it of you. Under the section headed up risk and mitigations, it says, the risk of delaying all decisions on marinas poses a risk, particularly for Panuku and Auckland Transport, as there are current issues that need to be dealt with. Can you tell me what that means? The other thing, no, I've got another question after that.
Shall I answer that one?
Yes, please.
So I'll give you an example with a decision that Panuku needs to make. At Gulf Harbour, there is an Environment Court instruction that Panuku has to give effect to the lease agreement, which specifically refers to Hammerhead. That means Panuku has to subdivide the Hammerhead and let the lessee exercise his rights. That's a decision, that is an issue that is there that needs to be addressed. So Panuku has been stalling with giving effect to the Environment Court decision, but it can only stall so long. There's an example. In terms of Auckland Transport, again, Gulf Harbour. So because we have not given effect to the Environment Court decision, we use access to the ferry crosses land that, in strictly speaking, is controlled through its activities by the lessee. So we access the ferry across that land.
what Auckland Transport needs to make are certain decisions in terms of investment as it relates to the ferry and parking, and they need to have a certain degree of certainty to be able to make decisions, and those investment decisions. So those are just some of the issues that are around where something has to be done at some point. So there are two examples.
So that risk relates solely to Gulf Harbour? That's the only thing that's pushing this. There's no other issues out there that are saying we have to do it yesterday.
Well, there are. It depends on how you want to define risk, I suppose. But there are also risks in terms of West Park. We know that the lessee has put certain proposals. It was mentioned this morning in terms of apartment development. We know that there are people who do not agree with that, and so at some point that matter has to be settled. Whether it is deciding that the Empowerment Act simply does not allow that, and therefore a plan change is needed to change the precinct, whatever that might be. But there are all these issues around.
But just on that one, sorry, I've got the Gulf Harbour one. I've got that written down. I don't understand, what is the issue at West Park? Has a developer made an application of some kind? Is it a formal application that needs to be processed, or what is the issue you're actually discussing?
It's not a formal application. But it is a lessee of that land wanting to do certain things with the land. At some point, because the council is the leaseholder, it is going to have to react. It's either going to have to say yes or no, or whatever that might be. But it's an issue on the table that at some point has to be dealt with.
But there's no time frame on that.
Like
I mean, I get the Environment Court thing. Is there a D-Day for the Environment Court at Gulf Harbour?
They must, I don't know. I'm just
don't know the answer to that. But you've said it's a big risk if we don't deal with it now.
Yeah, I don't know, but I can't imagine the Environment Court making a decision and with a never open-ended when you can give effect to it. At some point, it has to be given effect to.
Right, Mr. Chairman, I'll reserve my right to ask another question later, but just to say that, you know, I struggle with the stadium strategy, but I'm really struggling with this just in terms of I know we've been for a visit, we've been on site, but I still in my head don't have the fine detail for each of these marinas, and I've just signalled that one of the most cogent presentations I have heard on marinas was done by the two local councillors, one lunchtime for a few of us. That I learned more in that hour than I've learned at every workshop that we've been at. And that says something to me that there's a mismatch here between the local knowledge and the knowledge that's held by the rest of us. So I'm just signalling that. I'm still not, I haven't got a firm position. I might have by the end of the meeting, but right now I don't.
Just clarify there, you covered off Gulf Harbour and you went to Hobsonville West Park, but there's a resolution on the books that we don't entertain any disposal, so that shuts that out. That is not an issue. And the Mayor has reiterated that statement as well as have I. That is total reset. It's not on the table because we've got a resolution on the books, and that is what is paramount.
So thank you for that clarification. That means there is no rush. That the only rush is the Environment Court issue, so it shouldn't even be in here as a risk. Really?
There is no Environment Court.
See, I don't know that way.
So look, there's a lot of experts on this.
I'm not an expert, and I'd really like to be.
You know, we do rely upon the expertise of Jacques and our team, and Jacques has many inputs, and you know, there's legal and a whole another team sitting in behind him. So if we could just listen to him here today. Walker, question, please.
I'll go through them expeditiously, Mr. Chairman. The first question I've got, and essentially the background goes to what I heard from the submitters earlier about the various marinas, and that goes to West Haven. And I'd just like to quote from a report to the Panuku board. And this goes to Westhaven Marina. Given its size, significance, and the high degree of public interest, a substantial amount of additional work is required to identify the potential opportunities, risks, and issues needing to be considered in developing a long-term and sustainable strategy for the Westhaven Marina. Now, I mean, I don't pretend to be an expert, but I can certainly tell you that there is not a strategy for Westhaven Marina, and I'm quite happy to produce any amount of information for that. And I'm certain that the people that are stakeholders in
just can I just
Marina
caution
can
you?
do that. So
you're actually
that's a question.
There's a motion on the table. Well, it was not a question. It's a statement. So look, if you can be careful to frame a question as a question, well, otherwise you're speaking to the motion.
My question then is: are you familiar with the position of the Panuku board and the arguments around the need for a strategic plan for Westhaven?
Through the chair, yes, I am. What I'm suggesting is that there are many processes already in place for the whole of the central city waterfront. Westhaven is part of that waterfront. And so any decision, any plan development that gets done for the waterfront is done through those processes. Setting up another process to deal with Westhaven and developing a strategy for that, I think, is a bit of a duplication, and one is also going to have to be really careful that a process around Westhaven, and I suppose therefore also Viaduct and Silo, that is not done in isolation of the whole of the waterfront. And like I say, there are many processes already in place for that.
Can I just cut to it? Do you agree with the statement from the Panuku board about the need, effectively, for a strategic plan for Westhaven? Do you agree with that?
I am no expert on whether Westhaven needs a strategic plan or not.
Okay, I'll just leave that there, Mr. Chair, and I'll go on to the next question. And that goes to the comments that you make in a number of areas where you refer to decision making. So you're referring to a process that's necessary to inform decision making for Panuku and decision making for Auckland Transport, and I'm assuming also decision making for Auckland Council. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would put it in the order the other way around. The emphasis of this report is decision making by this council. Whatever Panuku does comes to this council for decision making, and that is where we are running into some problems by not having sufficient context, and hence the need to get the views of everybody that uses that marina. So it is mainly decision making for the council, but in doing that, of course, if you have some kind of a framework in place, it also enables both Panuku and Auckland Transport to use that framework to evaluate things that they bring to this council before it comes to the council.
Sure. So I understand that. So you would suggest that this is a governance issue for Auckland Council over its council-controlled organisations?
Yes, because in the end, of course, you are the governing body and they are the controlled organisations.
That's fine. That's fine. I've got that. So we have an agreement that this is a governance issue. I'm just consolidating as I go. The other question I've got just goes to financing and the money to fund a strategy. Are you familiar with the profit? I'm not talking about the revenue. I'm talking about the profit from these marinas on an annual basis. Do you have an idea what that might be?
No, I'm aware that we do get income from those marinas. I'm not completely sure how that's...
Okay, so through you, Mr. Chair, if I said it was, in the last year, $6.3 million profit in a year, would you suggest that was correct? And I can inform you that that goes to the annual accounts of Panuku.
Look, we'll take a note of that, but we don't operate a jam jar budget.
No, I know, and it isn't a jam jar budget. Those figures are largely combined. They include 3.8 million from Westhaven per year and 2.5 million, which is a rental income from Half Moon Bay, West Park, now named Hobsonville, and Gulf Harbour, and that amount is escalating each year. And are you familiar with the capital value of the Marina asset?
Look, I think those
not at all,
questions
Councillor Walker.
I mean, it'd be really good to have those questions earlier, because we could have just referred them to our finance division, and they could have gone to the rates team and looked at the QVs that are on the website.
Okay. With respect, sir, the reason I raise these matters is I would have hoped that they would have been covered in the financial implications that we have before us.
It would have been really helpful for you to ask the questions in advance, Councillor.
Well, I'm asking them
I've
now.
I've never heard the questions before.
I'm asking them now, Mr. Chair,
and
that is my right.
Okay, we'll record them and we'll provide some answers.
So I'm just coming to the point that there is a significant flow of money that goes to these assets. Are you also familiar with the comment that Panuku made, also to their board, where they listed the strategic outcomes, and my emphasis is on the word strategic outcomes across their marina assets, including maintaining public access, supporting ferry development, the marine industry, open space, recreational boating, and environmental outcomes. Do you agree with Panuku's comment around strategic as compared to principles?
Yes, so I'm aware of those outcomes. Those were the outcomes that the council was not happy about and did not want Panuku to proceed with, and therefore asked for this work to be done.
Okay, my other question now goes to budget, and it follows on from the previous question around the amount of profit from the marinas each year. Is it fair to say that across council budgets, there will be budgets on the part of Auckland Transport around ferry strategies, Auckland Council around boat launching, Civil Defence has a budget, and there could be a significant strategic impact on the part of marinas as part of a network, that there is also a budget for placemaking, there is also budget for access, and of course, budget for iwi engagement and matters that go to foreshore, treaty obligations and the like that go to budget, and also obligations that we have at West Park Marina and other marinas to determine the significance of things like empowering acts, and that we are presently engaged in allocating budget and certainly expending money around that. Would that be a fair comment, that there is budget there for those things?
Is that a question? Or?
Yes, that is a question. I don't know whether or how much it is, because it's not under the small paragraph under finances, but I'm just asking the question as to whether there is budget across council departments for a strategy.
No. Well, it depends what strategy you mean. There, of course, is lots of budget across all of council and the CCOs for committed work programs. That money is generally allocated to work already. So, yeah, there's lots of budget across council.
And I guess one other question, and Sharon Stewart might raise it, do you consider that there is merit in the consideration of the network of marinas as a strategic asset? And the background to that is that Westhaven is already a strategic asset, that the roading network is a strategic asset, and the water network is a strategic asset, and I could go on. So I'm talking about the marinas as a strategic network. Does that have merit?
Whether it is a strategic network or not, I have no particular view on that. What I do know is that, yes, there probably is a network. But as I said earlier, I suspect the more important network that needs to be looked at is the network that provides the bulk of Aucklanders with access to water. I'm not sure whether one would define that as a strategic network or not, but I think that is the network of facilities and access ways that would be of interest to most Aucklanders.
Is it not the case that that would be a separate discussion, because that could include beaches and the entire coastline? Is it not desirable for us to narrow ourselves to marinas as compared to beaches, coastline everywhere?
Councillor Walker, that's probably where we have a different view on this. I think marinas are a subset of something much bigger. not the other way around.
So are you suggesting a strategy or some principles around the entire coastline?
I think
I'm just
it's not
trying to
helpful.
get a handle on this, Mr.
Yeah,
Chair.
it's not helpful.
Okay,
Have
well,
you got another
it's
question?
helping me. Just the other question that I've got, and it's just a question to the officers, and that is that you do have the foreshadowed amendment on the part of myself and Councillor Watson that would be enacted if those items A, B and C are voted down. Do you have that foreshadowed resolution? Thank you very much.
Councillor Simpson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got two questions, and I reserve my right to maybe come back for more. The first one is around your item 11. You said there are 6 marinas that are privately owned, and one of those is obviously in Orake, which is mentioned there. Whereabouts in Orake is it, this one privately owned marina? Can you tell me?
I'm trying to think of the name of the specific bay.
Royal Akarana? Is that what you mean? Because we've got 2 privately owned marinas, and I suppose my worry about that is I know that we have 2 privately owned marinas. I told you in the workshop, and yet the paper hasn't been amended to reflect that. So we have one based beside the new Marine Centre, Royal Akarana, and we have one in on the other side of Tamaki Drive. So my second question, so that sort of I just worry about, are there any others that potentially are missed? I'm not sure. My second question is, what do other councils do regarding marinas? Do they have a strategy? Do they have a set of principles? You quote Nelson, but of course that's only got one. Is there any other council that has more than one marina, and if so, what do they do?
Councillor Simpson, I don't know for a fact. The reason I brought up the Nelson Marina is because that has been used as the example of how one should go about this. And I am not aware of each and every marina that any of the other towns or cities may or may not own.
Oh, okay, that might have been useful. I suppose in my last question, and look, I have to confess I'm a little bit with Councillor Casey on this. It should be simple, but you know, it doesn't sound very simple at all. And in fact, what is concerning me is we've had so many people from the marina industry come and speak to us with one voice. But I'm just to go back to it, the real crux for me is why intrinsically do you not agree with what those people said this morning? Can you just give it to me again, simply?
I don't think there was an intrinsic disagreement, and this fascinates me. But I'll allow Jacques to answer that question.
It's not that I intrinsically disagree with what is being proposed, but 2 things related to that. The first is, I think there is a bigger issue that is of relevance to many more Aucklanders, and that is access to water, rather than just focusing on marinas. I'm not suggesting marinas isn't part of that, but as I say, that is just part of it. It is not the whole thing. Which then brings me to the second point. An exercise like this will be an expensive exercise. To follow the process that has been proposed is not as simple. It is not a make a submission and we look at submissions and there you go. This is a co-development exercise, and you have to be genuine in that, and so therefore you have to extensively engage with people. You cannot rush through the process. You will have to go through the different steps, get consensus on the different steps. So it is an extensive process, and from our experience over the years, something like that does cost lots of money. And that is partly what I am suggesting. If one is going to spend that kind of money, then I think you deal with a bigger issue. But also, that kind of spending of money is not on any work program. And so I can't sit here and say to you, yes, let's do that, when I know full well that nobody has the money to do it. That doesn't mean that you can't make money available in the future, but I can't honestly sit here and say, yep, let's do that, when I know it can't be done.
And one final, if I may. I mean, it's arguable that recreational boating and the use of marinas is a sport, right? How then does the principal approach that you're suggesting cope for future growth?
Well, that's...
And that
Yep. So that's one of the big differences. When we do the principles, we will not be looking at future demand. If you look at future demand, you have to look at future need. That in itself is a massive exercise. And so the principles will not do that. It's a major difference.
that's actually really key for me, because if this is not about planning for the future and for potential growth, actually, isn't that a big section of work that should be included in this, in the principles?
Look, you're the Deputy Chair of Finance, and please raise that and make a bid for a big dollop of money to do that. We have to, at the moment, we don't have that. And look, raise that at a Finance Committee. Put it on the agenda. Please, put it on the agenda and ask for $500,000, $1 million.
Point of order. I understand Councillor Simpson was midway through a question. As Chair, I expect that you...
Point of order?
Well, the question was being posed to Jacques, and I understood that you were interrupting the question. Are you ruling the question out of order?
It's not a point of order, Councillor.
Well, I might accept that it's not a specific point of order, but I would like your ruling on how you treat questioning and interrupting councillors when they're asking officers questions.
No, so I'll interrupt yours. Yours is a viewpoint, not a point of order.
It's a point of order.
Councillor Watson?
Yes, thank you. Just in terms of that quote unquote big dollop of money, or 500,000 to $1 million or whatever it was, the Nelson Marina strategy has been mentioned by numerous people, Jacques, and it is an impressive document. I've got it here in front of me. Runs to 60 pages. I don't know if you've read it or not. It's background, what does Nelson Marina mean to Nelson, the vision, what needs to happen to achieve the vision, stakeholder engagement, development, what investment should be required in the future, key assumptions, economic, environmental consideration, etc., etc., etc. Do you know how much that Marina strategy costs, Jacques, which was done by SLR, Global Environmental Solutions? How much did it cost?
I have no idea, Councillor Watson.
Okay, well, I'll tell you how much it cost, because I phoned Andrew Pethrin, Property, Parks and Facilities Asset Manager at Nelson. This cost $60,000. $60,000 for this strategy. And it is an impressive document. In terms of comparability between Nelson and us, let's just take one of our marinas. Do you know what size, Jacques, the marina moorings are? How many berths there are at Nelson?
I have no idea, Councillor.
Okay, well, just by means of comparison and the scale of what there, Nelson has a population of 51,000. We have a population of approaching 1.7 million. Their marina has 557 berths. Gulf Harbour, for instance, has well over 1,000. So in terms of comparability of size and significance of marina, Gulf Harbour is well over twice the size of Nelson, and we have both West Park, which is similar size to Nelson, and also Half Moon Bay. So I guess what I'm looking for here is some sense of the scale and the significance of these marina assets. We're putting them all together, lumping them all together here, but each one in its own right is an incredibly significant asset for not just the boating community, but for the communities that live around there. Would you agree with that?
Most probably.
So, sorry, yeah?
Yes, probably.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, I guess yes. So I guess in our costings, and I understand there have been they've been exploratory, I suppose, and some big numbers getting chucked around there. Is any approach been made to SLR Global Environmental Solutions, for instance? This was only done a couple of years ago, as to some combined package, given the expertise that clearly exists, given they've already been through this process, and given the amount of information that is available out in our communities, that would inevitably short track any proper strategy.
Sorry, you're asking me, have I approached them in terms of what it might cost?
Yes.
No, I have not.
Okay. All right, Mr. Chair, I think I'll reserve my right to speak to this matter in a minute.
Thank you. Other questions?
Councillor Casey.
One at the end, and I did, Jacques, in your preface, you said that this had come about because of concerns about Panuku and some decision making that they were doing. Can you expand on that? Why has this come about?
Councillor Casey, if I remember correctly, I was called into the end of a workshop one day that you were having with Panuku. And Panuku wanted to do what they called a strategic... They wanted to create a framework by which they could evaluate proposals or develop proposals themselves on the marinas, and that you could use when those proposals came to you to make decisions. As a committee, you were not happy with that. There was a concern about Panuku doing this.
Concern about what, sorry?
There was a concern about the drivers that Panuku might use. There were things said, and some of those were said this morning again, about what Panuku's intentions are, and you were just not comfortable with that. And therefore, it was said that you need a context to be able to make those decisions, and you did not wish that context to come from Panuku.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, members. Are there any other questions on this? Councillor Cashwell, I just want to point out, no one's actually asked questions about where we've got to in terms of identifying the issues. We've talked about developing the principles. There were lots of questions from submitters today about it being an inclusive process, maybe some inquiry there. And if you look at the red also in terms of the next steps, including the development of a marina strategy you can see in the sea. So are there any, I would really be interested in questions around that. Councillor Cashman.
Mr. Chairs. Just let me ask that. So Jacques, I'm having a little bit of trouble understanding where the submitters came from this morning. I completely concur and agree, and I think what we're trying to do is exactly incorporate them into the process and the other stakeholders. So just for absolute clarity, of the marinas that we have, we are going to focus on the 3 ones that are owned by council in the first principles and second, and perhaps the ones that are privately owned only in the first principles at this stage?
The way the recommendation, as it is set out in the paper, is not to do any on the private marinas at this point, to only focus on those 3. Where the private marinas come in, if you have a set of first level principles, and there's any, and I'm not aware of any decision that needs to be made, but if anything comes up that relates to a private one, as it relates to council land, then you can use those principles to inform any decision.
And the public consultation would include berth holders, public users, boat ramp users, kayakers, local residents, not just on that actual marina land, but also in the adjacent suburbs?
Yeah, so the focus again would be on the 3 marinas, not all of the others. And you will get all of the users and the surrounding communities and Mana Whenua to be part of that process. But there, of course, are organisations like Amua that represent people across all of, so of course they will also be involved.
That's a really important things, you actually can consolidate down the timeframes. And my last point is the role of public transport is critical around the marinas with densification starting to really play in. Has anyone been approaching Auckland Transport about how they have plans for these marina sites to enhance greater delivery of PT, especially via obviously water ferries?
Yes, so in the marinas where there are already a ferry service, at some of those Panuku needs to make further investment, provide just better facilities and services. But of course, Panuku also, not Panuku, Auckland Transport also looks at future use in terms of public transport, and that's why in the principles, the draft principles that we put there is something like, it may not, Marina may not have a ferry service at the moment, but you may very well want to secure the ability to provide a service like that in the future. It is only going to grow. Like someone said, marinas are not going to get more. So absolutely, you have to think about those things going forward.
Last question is the potential. You brought up the point of marinas expansion. Some of them, they've got breakwalkers, but there's going to be a greater desire for more marina berths in the future, potentially. And that would probably be one of the issues that gets flushed out in part of this consultation process, I would imagine.
Yeah, there's of course the berths, but there are also the other, so say like boat ramps, people using a kayak, all kinds of things. That use probably is going to increase as well. So one has to think about not just the berths, but also the other users. There was an example in the second level principles of people may very well want more kind of grassed areas and multi-use areas. That is a kind of an informed example, because often you have the kayakers and the rowers and they actually need a bit of space for all their gear, and everybody uses the same boat ramp. So you have to think about those as well, not just the moorings. But yes, clearly everything is going to grow going into the future, and you have to think about that.
Mayor Goff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jacques, I want to ask some questions about the changes that you've recommended to the original motion that was on our papers today. If I can start with B, an inclusive process, and there was a huge concern amongst the presenters this morning that somehow they had not been fully involved in the process of consultation, and that this had been rushed, and that maybe there was some deal behind the scenes that was motivating it. What assurance can you give to the presenters that the process will be thorough, will involve absolutely plenty of time so that their voice can be properly heard? And my third question, just on the process, is there's one group missing out of that, and that's the broader public, because I would have thought that if you're talking about marinas, yeah, the close community has got a particular interest in it, but don't we all actually have an interest, because public access to those facilities I'd put right at the top of the list of your principles.
I think I might have missed one of the three. So in terms of it will be an inclusive process, I think where the presenters this morning and the paper differ is, I think what the presenters are saying is that they should be involved, like others, in deciding what the process is, not running the process. They should be involved in determining what the process is. That is not what the paper is proposing. The paper is proposing that the process essentially is, let's develop the principles, and it explains how we can go about that and who's involved. But I think that's where the difference is. The one is an additional thing. In terms of the time, what the paper also says is that I've given some time frames around how long I think it may take, but the paper also says that it's will depend on how we might have to adapt the process to suit the participants. It's one thing me saying this is how it might run, but different participants and through the process might have different needs, and we may have to adapt the process. So that time frame is only indicative. One is going to have to adapt and suit people as you go along. And then the last one is in terms of the general public. So what the paper does not propose is that it is a general public engagement exercise. Because we focus on the 3 marinas, so everybody that uses that marina plus the surrounding communities, that the engagement would focus on those. So when I say everybody that uses the marina, which is why I said earlier that some of those are not so easy to identify. I don't think they necessarily are represented by the groups this morning. There are smaller kind of community groups or a particular sport that are not present on the marina, but people use the marina, especially the boat ramps, just for access to the water. And I think that's where the local boards will come in really handy, because they will have a much better feel for who those people are and who some of the groups might be that represent them. So it is a much wider thing.
Thank you. If I can come to A, and I think understandably the presenters this morning said principles are one thing, but actually you've got to talk about issues as well. So I'm very glad that you've got the identifying the issues there. Just to correct me if I'm wrong, the 2 critical issues that I've heard through this process is, one, the question of the propriety of selling land that's sensitive coastal land, and the second is the issue of using that land for housing development, which would preclude probably all of the other key principles that you've set out in your list. Are there any other, first question is, are there any other issues that you expect to be identified? And secondly, do any of those issues relate to Half Moon Bay? Because I've heard no controversy about the current management and use of Half Moon Bay.
So I'll start with Half Moon Bay. No, I am not aware of any immediate issue or any particular proposal as related to Half Moon Bay. So it is mainly the other 2. West Park and Gulf Harbour. In terms of the core issues, those so the sale of any land or transfer or some arrangement, that and housing, they certainly are the 2 main issues as we understand things at the moment. I think a third issue that is going to come is, once the treaty settlements are settled, the co-governance of the Gulf and the foreshore is going to become an issue that I think one has to think about going forward. So yeah, in time, I think that is going to have to be something that's going to be, we're going to have to give it some serious consideration.
My third and last question is, and I mentioned it this morning, I'd much rather this exercise was done thoroughly and with whatever time we need, but it doesn't become so wide that it takes forever and costs a whole lot more. And, you know, it was good to have from Councillor Watson what the cost in Nelson was, but that's 1 marina and we're potentially talking about 12. Is there, in your mind, no, let me put it slightly differently. What advantages would there be in including the privately owned marinas, or for that matter, Half Moon Bay, if in relation to the privately owned marinas, we couldn't impose those principles and they are subject to totally different statutory rules around their decision making? Is there any advantage in your mind in including those private marinas which would broaden the scope of it and possibly take quite a lot longer?
No, I can't see any particular advantage because, as you say, they are quite different drivers and legislative frameworks under which those operate, and that would mainly be for any development or anything that needs to happen on that land, that is done through an RMA process. We have no control over that process. The only advantage that I think the principals would have when it comes to private marinas is when it comes to the council land holdings associated with those marinas, simply for us to make any decisions if we need to make any. But you cannot enforce the principles on a private landholder, a private landowner. If they use those principles, it would simply be on a voluntary basis. There is nothing you can do to enforce those principles. They need to follow RMA processes, and that's what they will do.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, just one last one. It relates to correspondence I've had with June, who presented this morning, and that was the incompatibility between what might be in a unitary plan and what might be an empowering acts. You may need legal advice on this, but my presumption is that we as a council are not able to contradict an act of parliament that has been passed by central government. Is that a correct assumption? And therefore, how does the issue arise that we're doing something that might contradict an empowering act?
No, you're absolutely correct. So all acts stand. Whatever we decide, it will have to adhere to what the Empowerment Act says. There, of course, as was mentioned this morning, there has been more than one legal opinion in terms of the provisions of the Unitary Plan versus the Empowerment Act. And I think we've got at least three different legal, not us, but different parties have at least three different legal opinions. So that clear... I beg your pardon?
Three I referred to this morning are all in agreement.
Order, please. We'll just hear from Jacques.
So there are a number of legal opinions, and I think there might at least be one that is different. I stand to be corrected, but that's how I understood it. So that matter is going to have to be dealt with. But as I said earlier, what I kind of think is when people develop principles, and the whole thing around the housing, I suspect there might be a very strong view, let's say from West Park, that housing, if you talk to the broader users, that housing is not an appropriate thing. That is a very good and clear message when you get that, because then you can act on, so what does the Empowerment Act says? What do we need to do in terms of how it might conflict with the Unitary Plan provisions?
Thank you, Mayor Goff.
Can I, I'm just going to, because at the moment there are different views on that. And so we hear from different parties, but there's not been any kind of, let's talk about this together and get consensus on that matter. So it's very hard for you to go either way now because you do not have that.
Councillor Stewart, question?
Yes, Jack. Is there any reason why we couldn't defer this until we have our next civil defence meeting, so we can sit around the table and because, like I said before, once the land's sold and gone, it's gone and we can't get it back. And I think this is really, really such an important issue that I can't understand why we can't wait until we can sit around the table and talk with some of the officials.
I just repeat what I stated before. There's a resolution on our books that there is no land sale until we've resolved this issue. So that is not a pressing concern. It's a resolution of all of us. So that stands. It's not being revoked, and I'm not getting any hint of anybody who has an appetite to revoke that. So that is not a risk.
Well, we've had that sort of thing happen before, and I just think that it wouldn't hurt for us to just go through the Civil Defence Committee and just so we have a real understanding on the importance of Marina.
that really is a decision that's up to this committee. It's not for me to.
Well, it might be off the books at the moment about the sale, but it could happen. It could happen again.
Yes, I suppose in future that could happen again, but only after council has revoked the decision that's on the books at the moment, and it was made by this committee, and then it was referred to the finance committee. So that is nobody can sell any land until the finance committee decides otherwise. So there's a complete moratorium on any sale of any council marina land.
Councillor Watson?
Yeah, just two quick questions that the Mayor's line of questioning prompted me a bit. Jack, could you just confirm, I should say, that the concern of a number of the submitters today with respect of West Park and the preeminence of the Empowering Act there, the West Park, Waitemata City Council, West Harbour Empowering Act, stems from the fact that Panuku was attempting to circumvent the Empowering Act by suggesting that a public works, that the land could be taken from the public works and then sold to the Hobsonville Land Company, Hobsonville Marina Company rather. Is that the essence of the concern there?
Yep, that's probably a good summary of it. I know there are also some other concerns in terms of bus service to the ferry and the ability of buses to park and turn around, and so there are also some other concerns. But of course, what this committee did in terms of those concerns, it did two things. It put a moratorium on any sale or transfer of land, or however you want to define that. And secondly, it asked that we take a strategic approach, which this paper proposes through the principles. So because you need to make those decisions in the end. It is not Panuku that makes those decisions. They have to come here. And this gives you a framework against which you can make those decisions.
Okay, final question, and it has been a concern of a number of people questioning about the public's continued access. Can you tell me what's in the Empowering Acts in terms of safeguarding the public's right of access at all times?
Councillor Watson, no, I can't. So there's been a lot of questions today about a great deal of detail. I am no expert in marinas, and I'm not suddenly going to be an expert.
Sorry, Jack. I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but it's just
that's fine.
It's a fairly basic feature of the Empowering Act is that the public's right of access is guaranteed under the Empowering Act to all parts of the marina, and I don't think that was sufficiently appreciated by a number of people questioning that today. So that was all I was trying to ascertain there.
I suppose what is important to also take account of that the leaseholds over some of that land and the views of the leaseholders don't necessarily always gel with that. So sometimes there are issues that need to be dealt with. I honestly, I think what I've seen in the past is one can get into tremendous detail and try and solve every detail issue all at the same time. And what happens is you don't actually get anywhere because you can get completely lost in detail. And I suppose what I'm suggesting through that process is to lift and get out of the detail and not try and understand every nuance of every marina, but to get an understanding of what it is that the people who use those marinas and the people who associate with the marinas, what it is that they actually want from marinas. Because once you understand that, and they've kind of reached a consensus on what that is for them. You can make decisions thereafter. Of course, you have to take empowering acts and all kinds of things into account when you make those decisions, but at least you have the framework of what it is that people actually want.
I guess just finally, just a point I was trying to make is that I don't think the empowering acts are just a detail. They're absolutely fundamental that dictate entirely what you can and cannot do at these marinas. So I think far from just being a detail, they're absolutely overarching all aspects of the marina and any strategy that might come from them.
That's as it pertains to that one marina, yeah?
No, they've all got empowering acts, Mr. Chair.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the western one. Okay. Okay. Councillor Fletcher, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have questions about the strategic imperatives of emergency equipment or the legal opinions around issues of access. My questions relate to you, Jacques, in terms of your role in strategy and research. And I have accepted everything that you've put to us today with great sincerity. But it strikes me that the issue that we're really grappling with here, if you cut to the chase, is the fact that some people would like a region-wide marina strategy and some people don't. And the barrier for achieving that appears to be that of financial costs. So given that we have a CEO who came on board with a commitment to develop more for less, I want to put it to you, why is it, I know that the chair is going to immediately say, well, this should be raised at finance, but I'm actually raising it here because it relates to the marina strategy. I want to know and interrogate the way in which we scope these costs, because you've told us that we have to have external project management, we have to have facilitation resources, we have to have venue hire, materials, etc. Why is it that it becomes so awfully expensive to achieve this? And has that been analysed in any great depth amongst officers? It just, there are other places, as we've heard earlier today, that can do things for rather less money. And we're spending an awful lot of time today around what strikes me as just the matter of cost. I think if the cost didn't come into it, we'd probably have a consensus that we go ahead and we actually go and do the region-wide strategy. So, Jacques, I'd really like to know from you, in your professional capacity as the manager of this area, I'd like to have an understanding that it's not just sort of like, oh my gosh, we have dress and sometimes we have a wedding dress and there's this huge loading that we put on when it's a wedding dress. It strikes me that there's a bit of loading going on here, and I'd like to understand that, please.
Councillor Fletcher, I can assure you that I was a bit embarrassed by putting those costs in there because they are extraordinarily high. And that is for a relatively simple exercise. Where those costs come from, because it is not in any work program, and we are flat out doing this city centre to Mangere rail. We are doing the Auckland to Hamilton corridor. We are doing climate change projections. There is so much work at the moment. So where the cost comes in is for one project manager budgeted at $150 an hour. I would be lucky to find somebody to do it at that rate at the moment, and that is not for the whole duration. So for example, while we do the actual engagement, don't need the project manager, so it's not for the total duration of the project, it's just we need it, and it is for 2 facilitators to go and run all of these sessions. The rest of the summarizing what comes back, that kind of thing, I will simply find people somewhere and I'll pull them off other work to do that. So it is simply for a project manager and 2 facilitators, a facilitator at $900 a day. I will again struggle to find somebody for that money, but that's where, and that just adds up. Yes, that is below the going rate.
What you're telling us then, well, what I'm hearing in response to you, we've got an awful lot on, and this probably doesn't rate in terms of priorities. And so why are we doing it? That's really the question that is coming through to me. I can well understand a lot of the other detailed work that you have outlined. Yes, they are all projects that Council has given a high level of priority to. I'd really like to understand where you see this sitting in a priority scale.
I can only speak from my department and the work program that this council has given me at the moment. It does not feature in that priority list whatsoever. There are big transport and housing issues that we deal with, and that's what my work program is. So I simply do not have the people. I also simply don't have the kind of money we draw. I don't even, my total budget doesn't even include that. So we would have to find it externally. So in terms of my department's current priorities, it is not there whatsoever.
Thank you, Chuck.
Through the chair, if I could just confirm it, so if I'm thinking from the division then in terms of the Chief Planning Office with the full strategy, policy and planning, it's not a priority from that perspective either. The purpose we're here today was to assist you to make decisions, as Jacques has said, when Marina decisions come to you, hence the idea of a principles-based or a set of principles to allow you to help you make decisions. But from our perspective, a full regional strategy is not a priority.
At this time, members, we've got a workshop set down for this afternoon. So what we'll do is we won't have that workshop. We might fit it into tomorrow's series of workshops. And that was on the open space road ends. We need to workshop that ahead of the next meeting. But right now I need to move an extension of time until the close of business. Thank you, Councillor Walker. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Declare that carried. Questions, Councillor Lee?
I don't like to foreshorten discussion or information seeking, Mr. Chairman, but as you note, time is marching on, and I'm concerned that the question and answer session is turning into a bit of a debate by proxy. So maybe it's time to move into the real debate rather than do it via Mr. Victor.
Well, I've got Councillor Walker, Member Henare, and Councillor Hills that would like to ask questions, and I'll take first. Member Henare has not asked a question on this topic, I don't think. I'll take Member Henare first, and then Councillor Hills, and then go back to Councillor Walker.
Good. I'll be as quick as I can. So A is about endorsing an approach where we would look at a set of principles, and would that develop into a region-wide strategy at some point? But the work to be done first is the principles, and then is that what you would use as the groundwork for a region-wide marina strategy?
It certainly would be an input to that region-wide strategy. It would not. One can't say that it would suffice for all of the principles for a whole regional strategy, but it certainly is a piece of work that can feed into that. That would not have to be done again for those three marinas.
And in that work stream, however far away, and at whatever cost, would this be about only marinas? Would this be about other water access and water activities? Is it just about marina?
Yep, so it is purely just about marinas. But remember, there is other water, so other than, say, moorings, boats, there's access for other users, I'm just going to say canoes, that they do via the marina. So in terms of access in that sense, yes, it does deal with access, but only the access that is from the marina. There are boat ramps in other places outside of marinas.
But they wouldn't be caught up in this.
They are not caught up in this. This is purely focusing on marinas only.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Henry. Councillor Hills, please.
Sorry. Thanks, Jacques. Yeah, my sort of, I guess the money thing. So I think it's probably clear if we jumped way up to the regional strategy with all marinas, it would probably be looking more like the 500,000 or more. But the other issue is that don't the experts that we have in-house, aren't they all in Panuku or marinas? And because that would be the cheaper option, but obviously the issue is with some people with Panuku. Like in April last year, there was the Marina berth supply and demand trends, and all that kind of work has already been done. But that's Panuku's work. There's other things. So the issue is, of course, it's going to cost more because we can't use our experts because there's issue with the view of Panuku. It's liar.
Yes, so to the extent that Panuku has experts in the future development of marinas, yes, but I would not say that Panuku has all the expertise either. They certainly have way more than the council. It is not our thing, so we don't have specific expertise in terms of marinas. And when you develop principles and you work with those involved in the marinas, of course you don't necessarily need great big expertise in order to work with people to develop principles for their marina, which is why the council can do it. But also, if you develop a big regional strategy on this, it is one thing to do future projections on demand for, let's say, birthing, but there are many different users of marinas, and so you would have to do the future projections for what that kind of demand might be. Once you've done the demand projections, you have to understand and translate that. So what does that translate into need? That is another big piece of work that hasn't been done yet.
And so once again, just to make clear, any future sale of any part of any marina has to come back around this table if that was proposed.
2 steps. I think the first one would be the moratorium that is on the books at the moment would have to be repealed. And then the second step would be any decision to sell anything would have to come here and be passed first. But the decision on the books would have to be rescinded first.
And the other thing is, we cannot compel the private marinas outside the 3 to be part of any strategy, can we? We cannot force them to be.
No, you can't. So because that is essentially private land. The fact that it's a marina is kind of irrelevant. It is still private land. It may be that they will voluntarily take part in it. That's not to say that they won't do it at all. But no, the process by which they do anything on their land is through the RMA. And that is what will hold water.
Thank you, Councillor Hills. Councillor Walker.
Question, and that question is directed to the Chief Executive because there is no one from Finance here. And that question is, what budget is already available, because it's already being spent, about issues that go to marinas around, in no particular order, climate change adaptation, ferry strategies, boat launching, civil defence, placemaking, access, iwi, legal cases involving the Empowering Acts, and so on, all of which budget is presently being engaged and is committed. And it may be in different buckets, but do you have any idea of how much money might be available? And is it conceivable that there is money across council that might be employed for a marinas strategy?
Through you, Chair, if it's not in Jacques' budget and it's not in Megan's wider budget, then the answer is no, because it's a topic that needs a strategic approach, and we don't have a budget for it. So if you want us to reprioritise, we can do that. In the end, something won't be done, and you might be annoyed about that.
I think my question is around whether there is money that is already being spent to deal with things that are being dealt with in rather a ramshackle way that effectively go to a Marina's strategy that might be pulled together. And I know that that is the case because I know that people are engaged in that, and it follows that there is budget. So let's not go any further. I think my question's answered.
Okay, and just to be clear, the answer to the question was there is no budget. But I take what you're looking for is how we could possibly reallocate or use the existing budgets.
Which is something that we often do and which the Chief Executive is often very creative about.
Yeah, and okay. So just before we go, if you refer to the D, this is about belts and braces. We've heard about a call for an inclusive process, a call to identify the issues, wider inclusive reference to communities. And I'm just checked with the Deputy Mayor, I'm of the mind we do have to put up the D because it's pretty clear that if we do adopt these motions and go through the first stage, we will be at a point where we need to consider whether we go to the strategy. So I would not like us to get there post-budget and then find we don't have budget for another year. So that's the idea of the extra belt and brace of the D, that we refer consideration of the funding of the development of regional strategy to the Finance and Performance Committee, and that would have to be in this annual plan round. If we leave it later, then we are hamstrung yet again. So I'm just offering that with the, and supported by the Deputy Mayor, that we include the D. So it's, one last question, Councillor Bartley.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm trying to follow what's going on here, but I've been reading other councils' Marina strategies, and I haven't come across any council that has just got principles. They're all strategies, and they actually are regional and then also local. They're and they're looking at the bigger picture, you know, trying to address future growth and making marinas more accessible to the public. So I'm just wondering why would we do principles if we're not going to do a strategy?
Councillor Bartley, again, I'm trying to find you a way forward that you have some kind of a context against which you could make some decisions at this stage where there is no funding to do a strategy like that. I know people think that it could be done for a lot less money, but my experience is that is not the case. We have a responsibility for all of Aucklanders, and so when we engage, we have to engage everybody, and we have to do a process that is true to the intention of that. So it will cost lots of money. What I'm trying to do is find you something in the meanwhile that you can use if you have to make some decisions. That's all I'm trying to do.
So Bartley, just to be clear, we're not concluding that we're not doing a strategy here, and the motions do reflect that. One last thing, there was reference to Westhaven. I was vaguely familiar with a Westhaven plan, but I asked the Chief of Strategy just to locate that plan for Westhaven and when it was from and if it's current or not.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is a Westhaven plan. It was revised in 2015, and there are a number of priorities and projects that you'll be aware of, like the promenade, the open spaces, even the sky path was part of that. So a number of those projects are still in train. Some have been completed. There is a website if anyone's interested. I'm happy to send the link through.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go to the debate itself. Another question. Councillor Newman.
Thank you, Chair. Just with respect to D, am I led to understand that
based on what we're now doing here, that the process would be, if we agree a strategy approach here that requires money, then actually we're going to have another go at the debate at the Finance and Performance Committee, and extrapolating that out, for example, a few weeks' time we're going to have the debate around the venue development strategy. Will the process there require us to adopt a strategy which we will then go and re-debate for resourcing purposes at finance? And if that is the case, is this committee relegating itself to the realm of being an advisory committee with the debates being reconsidered at finance for resourcing purposes?
Look, I'll answer that. No, the answer is no. If you want to develop a strategy, you have to go to the Finance Committee. If you want to fund that strategy, I should say, it's got to be done with new money. Okay, members. Look, I'll kick this off, and I'm probably not going to labour. I think we've gone around the traps pretty well on this. But I think you'll find that the amendments in the red really do reflect what we've heard and read in correspondence and heard today, heard around this table through our questions. Key was about identifying the issues, developing the principles. We've heard that there's a plan for Westhaven, and I'm sure the Waitemata Local Board is fully abreast of that and has a deep knowledge of it. We've also heard that this has to be an inclusive process, and I'm grateful to all the parties that have come here today, and I'd have to say we need to hear from a lot more as well. Mana whenua are really not in the same category as those others. Under statute, we treat with mana whenua uniquely, and they will always hold that position. And I emphasise that. In some ways, mana whenua probably should have been broken out in the B there. But look, my apologies, members. So we've tried desperately, and I think quite desperately, to find a constructive and positive way forward here. There is no shutout on the strategy. That's very, very clear. But let's do what we can with the resources that we have got in hand right now to identify those issues and develop the principles up. And then we come back and then we look at whether we want to progress the strategy. But what I don't want to find is when that work comes in and we're past the budget setting period that we have made no decision at the Finance and Performance Committee. So that is the wraparound D there. Members, I've got look, I came to council through some combats in the courts on the Bayswater Marina. I know too well a lot of the issues, but of course there are a lot of new issues. There's tremendous pressure on marinas and the need for access to the land, access to the water. There's the question of marine and marine-related activities, yes, but then there's the industries that are reliant on that land. There's the yacht clubs, there's the boat clubs, there's the rowing clubs, and the list goes on. I'm grateful for all the inputs. Some know more than others here about empowering acts and those details. But I think here's the opportunity moving forward. We can dig into all those details now. At the moment, we just haven't given the staff the go-ahead to commence the deep dive. So this does give us the opportunity to commence the deep dive. And the D allows us to progress further with budget if we choose to do so. Councillor Watson.
Yeah, this is incredibly disappointing. This debate in the recent times turning around the cost of a strategy. It wasn't so long ago the council was paying out $1 million for a pre-feasibility study that we haven't even looked at. So there was $1 million around for that. There's not $60,000 around for an incredibly strategic asset like a marina. And it was very clear that if we prioritise the the marinas, and I think that's what this motion foreshadows, then there would be a reasonable budget to start with the ones that are important, the two contentious ones, West Park and Gulf Harbour as a starter. Would that not be a wise piecemeal way to proceed? These principles just don't cut it. You know, they're flimsy, they're contradictory, and as you heard from the people today, on closer examination, and I agree, as someone who's familiar with what's been happening at West Park and Gulf Harbour, they really are a tick box exercise for fast tracking the sale of the marinas as Panuku wanted. And you only have to read the report to get that. Point 15, there is some urgency to have a framework in place against which decisions are made. Perhaps more relevantly, point 53, delaying all decisions on marinas poses a risk, particularly to Panuku. This is what's here. This can be mitigated by ensuring council is able to make decisions as soon as possible. Now, if that's not rushed decision making with an end goal in mind, I don't know what is. The theoretical examples that are given here, point 27, that's West Park. They're talking about West Park, unobstructed boardwalk around the water edge, buses that are able to meet ferries. They are all the arguments that were put up for Panuku to justify their sale to a wealthy developer for a couple of $1 million, by the way, not too much money coming out of that, in order to allow him to build 250 apartments. Discussions that took place through the unitary plan, by the way. These discussions were going on through the unitary plan. So that's the backdrop. That's why people like me are so agitated and suspicious, and that's why all those people here today have absolutely no sense of trust in this process. And unfortunately, what we've seen today has not increased that trust any. If you go to the communities around West Harbour and Gulf Harbour, their trust in Panuku in the first instance and council in the second instance is virtually zero. It's 20% across Auckland as a whole, and those parts of Auckland, they're virtually zero. I think a great opportunity has been lost here today. When the Mayor spoke in September of last year, as a couple of the submitters referred to today, and I noted this down because it struck a chord with me, he talked about no need to rush. He talked about our coastal lands being a limited resource and important to us. But more important than that, and the people here today didn't mention that, he mentions developing a strategy and to move forward a plan for our marinas in Auckland. And that's how broad it needs to be. It should be broad. I think we need to, there's no need to artificially constrain ourselves when we make a decision about our marinas. That decision is an irreversible decision. So let's have a strategy within which we can make a decision. That's what our Mayor said. That's what I supported, and that's what the balance of opinion around the council table was. Now, we seem to have moved away from a strategy because D that's been added there is entirely conditional. As my mother would say, you know, if St Anne's made pots and pans, there'd be no need for tinkers. There's no guarantee there, and quite the reverse. If you're listening to the conversations around the table now, it's suddenly, oh, we haven't got the budget, we haven't got the money for it. Nelson, 50,000 people can do their own marina strategy. Little Nelson, and Councillor Bartley was quite right. Any other council you look at, they're talking about strategies, not a set of flimsy principles that are set up, if you read between the lines, as I do, as familiar, is to enable sale. I wouldn't trust this as far as I could throw it, and that's why these people are here in unison today. So, ladies and gentlemen, I referred to Nelson, I referred to the cost. Other councillors referred to the income for marinas. Gulf Harbour alone brings in about 700 grand a year in leasehold income. 6 point whatever million, move an extension of time.
2 minutes.
The money that comes in from the marinas themselves is incredibly substantial. That a minute portion of that could be diverted to this regional marina strategy that we could start, ladies and gentlemen, that we could start. It is incredible and beggars belief that Auckland super city, 1.7 million people, cannot afford, is in such a dire strait, it cannot afford a couple of $100,000 to do the right thing for the future for these incredibly important assets. These are big, substantial assets that go to public use, that go to transport, that go to boating, that go to public access, to go to all these things. Incredibly significant. And people, they might be up in my neck of, I don't own a big gin palace. I don't have a big yacht. I like to go to my marina to walk around because I like being in a marina, like a lot of the other people of all races and creeds who like being there. What Panuku were doing will be taking away that public access. So we have a duty to protect these substantial assets going forward for all of Auckland, not just the areas they're in, for all of Auckland. And the way to do that is to vote this down and then vote in favour of the motion that's been foreshadowed that gives a regional marina strategy that can be started, that can focus in on the ones that are problematic, supposedly to start off with, and that therefore do not demand a huge budget. That is what these people were looking for, and I would suggest to you that's what Aucklanders would be looking and be expecting of us, not to say that we can't have a strategy because we can't afford it.
Thank you. Member Namani, please.
Yeah, again, I'm coming from a completely different place. I heard about the agitation and suspicion, and I can feel it because it's been a very long agenda item, and so that I can see that that's underlying some things. But guess what? This land we're talking about at the end of the day, from a mana whenua perspective, was stolen, okay? Utilised empowering acts, utilised validation acts to steal land off mana whenua. So I get your agitation and suspicion because historically we've had the same, whether that be council, whether that be members of the public who privatise the coastal marine area. It locks, at the end of the day, whether it's council or whether it's a private marina, it has historically locked mana whenua out of their ancestral land, and it has disconnected their relationship to it. So I'm all for actually principles rather than diving down into a focused marina strategy that again is going to be all about the marina. I would rather ensure that in the first instance we establish a set of principles, because that at least gives us a chance to present our view. I think as mana whenua, mātāwaka, and the values that we hold in those places. And, you know, for me, I'm all for that as a first step rather than diving down to just talk about marina infrastructure. And my perspective, it's not just about marinas. It's about everything that occupies the coastal space. It's about everything that takes up the foreshore and seabed. My tupuna historically petitioned government around these things. So that's why I'm very passionate about that. And it is quite ironic to me to be, you know, who spent the last however hours listening to the cries of things when, you know, perhaps there's a voice here that's been completely invisible from this conversation. And I think the only point I'll make following on from that is, you know, there are harbour negotiations that have commenced in the Gulf. They are relevant to any mix or any regional mix at looking at the use of the coastal marine area. Now, I don't know what that outcome's going to be, but I do know that it has to be part of that discussion and assessment rather than just a single focus on marina infrastructures that essentially lock a lot of people out rather than enable access to it. And quite aside from, I think, some of the impacts of marinas, that, for example, all of these marinas, whether they're council or private, where does all their dredged materials go? You know, where do they go, and who takes accountability for that rubbish that's being tipped out into somebody else's moana? You know? So let's take responsibility for that too. So, Mr. Chair, I am supportive of that first step of defining the principles and getting the framework right in terms of setting up those matters that we ought to consider. Because for me, leaping to a strategy is actually starting to determine direction. And in fact, that starts to narrow the debate, which I actually think is much wider than, and I certainly do respect the views of those this morning that came and presented, but the issues are much broader than that. So with that, I'm going to be supporting the motions.
Kia ora. Councillor Wayne Walker, please.
So I would encourage every councillor to vote that down. We heard compelling presentations from people here who are very exercised around marinas. The marinas are their oe. They are the places that they go to, and these people, like Ron and others, have experience going back maybe 40 or 50 years as individuals. So if you want to talk to people about marina strategies, about the issues, about the need for principles, but I'll come back to it, about the need for strategies, then they're the people to go to. And they've been exercising around this for some time, coming to us, pleading to be heard, and so far they've been consistently denied. This is the only time that they've been able to front up. The people that they represent constitute a huge number of people, hundreds of thousands. In my community, which is the Hibiscus Coast, the number of people that are familiar with this issue is significant. You're talking about entire communities. If you look at Gulf Harbour, the boat ramp there is the only boat ramp between Takapuna and Sandspit. There's a ferry service there. There are other things that are vital to those communities. And the same thing applies to West Park. At West Park or Hobsonville, you've got an entire community, a catchment, that looks down on that marina, and all of those properties have a covenant on them. Do you know what the covenant is about? It's about protecting their views, for example. And do you know what Panuku had? A plan that's still on their books for 150 to 250 apartments along the water's edge, and they were advancing that project covertly, and it would have gone through had not June here in the community been aware of it. So hats off to you, June, and hats off to the people here that have brought us to this point. I am deeply grateful to you. So I say to the Mayor, there are hundreds of thousands of Aucklanders, sir, and I am one of them, for whom this is an incredibly important issue. They number iwi as well. And obviously principles are important, but principles, frankly, are part of a strategy. They're not to the side, they're an integral part of it. So principles will be followed. What concerns me, and it concerns me at the governance level, and I note that the Chief Executive has left, is the incredibly deficient nature of the agenda item. It should have been informed by our governance manual for substantive CCOs. My questioning was leading to this. And quite clearly, as Jacques agreed, the decision-making we're referring to is around decision-making on the part of Panuku and Auckland Transport that we are seeking to inform. And if you read this manual, and it is our manual and adopted, what does it make reference to? Does it make reference to principles? Does it? Does it? Have any of you read it? I will tell you that it doesn't. I don't know whether officers present here have read it. I very much doubt it. But what it does make reference to, which we should all know, is policies, plans, and strategies. And the emphasis is on strategies. So there is a clear governance requirement that should be driving us, because we are the governors and we act on the part of the people. And the people are giving us a clear message. When it comes to budget, I endeavoured to drill down around that. Councillor Watson mentioned the Nelson study. The Nelson study at 60,000 is less than 1% of the profit, and I'm not talking about the revenue, I'm just talking about the profit that Panuku gets from these marinas each year, and it's going up less than 1%. Could Panuku have a budget for marinas? Should they? I would have thought that that was self-evident. And as I pointed out, there is a bucket of money where I know, and if I had a chance to present that information I could do, where money is being spent around issues that go to a marina strategy. But presently, our performance is shambolic. And I'm deeply disappointed that, frankly, I'm part of an organisation that is as shambolic as this when it comes to actually putting together a strategy that makes common sense. So I say to you, in summary, we need a strategy. The people want it. You'd like to think that a mayor that is responsive is listening to it, and it's election year, and I'm certainly listening to it. The money is there, and the money can be found. The need is there. The need is urgent. The structure is there, and it fits with our governance responsibility. So we should knock this out, because it's really, to quote my fellow councillor's comment, was it ifs and ands? That's all it amounts to. We're people of substance, we're part of a city of substance, and we need a marina strategy of substance, not wishy-washy principles. So hopefully you'll vote this out and vote in an alternative resolution that has been foreshadowed.
Councillor Cashmore, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm deeply concerned that we're boxing at shadows here. So
shadows?
Simply because the principal's approach leads in C to a strategy. Oh. That's our call. We can decide that. And then whatever strategy you set up, you have to build the foundations for it. And that's principles around that foundations. We have some issues that need to be resolved. And one of them is about property sales. And Mr. Chair, through your committee, that has been resolved, that there will be a moratorium on property sales for marinas. So we can move forward that process. And whatever the cost of a strategy for the marinas, it's just a matter of prioritised setting in an annual plan or an LTP. And the income from the marinas going to Panuku is beside the point, because at some point in time, those marinas will either require R&M maintenance, they'll either require CapEx for increasing the size, or generalised work onshore or on sea walls, etc. So it's not a never-ending story there. So, Mr. Chairman, we are resolving exactly the problems that the Marina Users Association and the people presented this morning so very well. We are moving forward, but we're moving forward in a measured pace and not a knee-jerk panicked reaction. So I support the recommendations as identified A to D.
Thank you. Councillor Lee, please.
Yes, thank you. The Auckland's marina sector is one of the notable aspects of Auckland internationally. We have more boats here, recreational vessels, than any other city in the Southern Hemisphere. And the marina sector, in terms of its value, in terms of its capital assets, in terms of its revenue earned, and probably most importantly, its cultural value to Aucklanders and to the people of New Zealand, are extremely important. the marina sector, when you think about it, is in effect a second Ports of Auckland. And we need to start thinking of it in those terms. Now, I support a strategy. I think my first response to a strategy was, let's have a strategy before Panuku starts privatising our marinas. And as we've heard from Councillor Walker and Councillor Watson, that's exactly what they were trying to do. Now, let's not blame them entirely. This was undoubtedly at the behest of the council, because the council is in a financial hole. And it's kind of ironic, given the reluctance of officers, Mr. Victor in particular, and some of the elected members, to undertake a strategy for the marinas, despite that sector's undoubted importance, because we don't have enough money. Well, yes. However, I do recall, without personalising it, the Auckland plan, which was meant to last for 40 years, and even the new mayor was deeply reluctant to go along with it. There was no worry about money then when we wanted to refresh the Auckland plan, and we spent a lot of money on that and came out with a document, in my view, far inferior to the original Auckland plan. But when it came to the money, no questions were asked. When management comes to the elected members with the latest idea of a refresh or a plan or a strategy, the elected members say, yes, Mr. Officer, we respect your arguments and we agree for you to do that. But not the other way round, it seems. Not the other way round. I'm sorry, we can't do your strategy because we don't have enough money. Well, that's not acceptable, Mr. Chairman. So I will vote against the recommendations, tweaked around as they are. I'm sorry, they just don't cut it. I'll be supporting Councillor Walker and Councillor Watson's amendment by substitution. Thank you.
Councillor Newman, please.
So we are invited to endorse an approach for the development of principles to guide future decision making for council-owned marinas, focusing on Gulf Harbour and West Park and Half Moon Bay. The cost of this work, as I understand the report, is codified at $75,000 as a principles approach for the 3 council marinas, which is recommended. And we're told that the development principles will assist the council when it needs to make decisions relating to marinas. And indeed, we're told that it will help us, and I wrote these notes, to inform an approach to future plan changes as well, as I understand the author of the report. Unfortunately, and I question this, it doesn't appear that the officers are familiar with the Empowering Acts. I don't think they've read the precinct plans. In response to Councillor Walker's question, I don't think they're familiar with the revenue performance of the marinas. So if you are going to go ahead with a principles approach, I think that given that we are a creature of statute, you'd firstly look at the statute that applies. And what does the Local Government Act says with respect to status and powers? A local authority is a body corporate in perpetual succession, and we have full capacity for to undertake any activity or business or any act or enter into any transaction. However, this is what section 13 of the Act said, and this is what June Kearney points out. Sections 10 and sections 12.2 apply to a local authority performing a function under another enactment to the extent that the application of those provisions is not inconsistent with the other enactment. In other words, we have the power of general competence, but we have to have the power of general competence
to the extent that it doesn't contradict what an existing enactment states. And with respect to these marinas, there is empowering acts that have not been repealed. So if there were to be a principle, this is what it should say, that this council is a creature of statute which adheres to the intent of the empowering legislation even when these enactments are inconsistent with any precinct plans at individual marinas. That's what your principle would say, and it doesn't cost you $75,000. Actually, with respect to Resolution D, Mr. Chair, which really boils my blood, how much did the PwC report cost into the downtown stadium? And where was the resolution from the Finance and Performance Committee to mandate that expenditure? These debates appear to be a little bit capricious. The problem here is that I don't think that the officers have made any endeavour to read the precinct plans that are set out in the unitary plan, chapter I. Well, I have read those precinct plans, and it gives me scope for what a number of these parties want to do at these marinas. And these precinct plans give a blueprint, and the blueprint is about acquiring the marinas for the purpose of changing the sites, and housing is a big part of that. So my conclusion is that the priority here is to give there is a desire, I suspect, to give guidance which can assist Panuku, but in fact Panuku has its process, and its process is about negotiating for development of the marinas. So is Auckland the city of sales, or is Auckland to be the city of marina sales? So I'm not going to vote for these resolutions, Chair. I have seen what has been foreshadowed by Councillor Walker and Councillor Watson. I'm happy to vote for those, but I personally think that if we are going to vote for those amendments, then we do need to give context for the empowering legislation, the empowering acts which have not been repealed and which constrain any approach that we take at these marinas, because if we don't, as we've seen, there has been plenty of narrative to try and move around these empowering acts for the purpose of divestment, which I think is the end goal for Panuku. And I hope that Councillor Walker and Councillor Watson will write that in, and I'm happy to give them some wording for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Simpson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. When I first read the paper before I got here today, I thought it was reasonably okay, to be honest. I thought high-level principles makes, sense. But what I was presented with was a group of people that weren't just representative of council-owned or operated marinas, but the private sector as well. They were joined together, and they came here collectively to give one voice and one set of one message to us all. And I took from that message that they wanted a strategy. They didn't want the principles, and they wanted it to cover all marinas, not just some. And they wanted it noted that nothing should be sold until that work was complete. Well, we've actioned the third point because we've made that clear. But we haven't actioned one or two. And I think that we owe it to such a large group who are all collective in their desire to give them the time and put the work in for what they want. Now, I've also seen the amendments from Councillor Walker and Watson, and I can't see why their B should cost anything at all. They just want the process to start with stakeholder engagement. And I think you'll find that a lot of the stakeholder engagement, a lot of the information, these people already have and will provide it free of charge, to be frank. The second thing is, I support my colleague to my left, Councillor Hills, when he says that we know Panuku have done some work around this. And I just think that we again need to be potentially reminded of the spend that's happened already, put both of that information together and just see where we land. So that's kind of where I am. And I again thank those who've taken the time out of their schedules to come here passionate to represent the tens of thousands of people that they do as part of the wider Marina group. And so I will I just won't support these resolutions now. I think I'll go with the amendment in the hope, desire and request that actually there is very little spend in B before we start looking at A and pop that into potentially an annual plan or an LTP discussion. Thank you.
Councillor Hulse, please.
Thank you. I've listened over many hours to this and sadly feel none the wiser. I feel strongly, however, in support of Leanne Ngamani's point, which I think was probably the most clearly articulated series of points in the entire debate. I will be supporting these recommendations, and I thought rather than just voting one way or the other, because I suspect these will lose and that the amendment will carry the day, I very much support the principles approach because I think there's such a lack of clarity, such a lack of trust, and such an opaque set of differences here that unless we have a principles discussion first, I think we'll continue talking past each other because I'm fairly neutral. I'm reasonably agnostic on this. But if you listen from a fairly neutral position, everyone's kind of saying the same thing. There's just a little bit of stuff that people want to try and solve through this so-called strategy that is actually about just solving the stuff of houses at West Park, the stuff of, Gulf Harbour and the Hammerhead and those things. Those sort of float around, the mistrust of Panuku and all the rest of it. If we're really honest, a strategy is not going to solve that. Getting around the table and talking about it's actually going to solve that. And whether it's a strategy or a principles discussion, I really couldn't give a damn. And I think possibly the cost is a bit of a red herring. But for me, the thing that the principles discussion offers us, and if we're honest, and it is a bit scary, and if I was a Marina owner, supporter, I'd probably be a bit worried about it because it genuinely says to the people of Auckland, what are these about? What are the environmental issues? What are the social issues? What are the access issues? Do we need more? Do we need to get rid of some of them? What are the principles around which we have marinas? What is the Empowering Act? What are all of those issues? And to be quite honest, if I was an Aucklander listening from the outside, and I suspect maybe there might be two people watching or listening, they would be just as confused as I am because we are not clear about what we're trying to do here. And Mr. Chair, the bit that worries me is it's come down to my strategy versus your principles. Who'll win, who'll have the votes, and no one actually wins with that. So I think Leanne's point around what is it that we're really doing for me carries the day. I'll be supporting the recommendations. If the amendment goes through, I think we'll kind of have the same discussion. It'll just have a different name.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Sayers, please.
Bring it a bit closer for you, Chair. I won't be supporting this recommendation. I do support having the strategy. I like the wording on the Fishetto amendment. Statutory law trumps local government plans, and we need to listen to our community. Not only need to listen to community, we need to protect our community assets and our facilities. We had mentioned about the Nelson study there at 60,000. That's one figure that got floated. If we did it for 2 marinas, maybe we double that, and if we do it for 3, maybe we triple it. But it seems that in terms of the content of that strategy, the principles, what Councillor Hulse just mentioned about the environment, all those aspects are covered. I think people would only be confused because most people understand what a strategy is, Chair. Most people that are out there running their businesses or involved with workplaces know what a strategy is and what that delivers. So I want to also congratulate, while I've got the floor, Councillor Watson. I want to congratulate him for picking up the phone and ringing Nelson, getting some figures about reality. Councillor Bartley, while during this debate, actually looking up what these are about and how these strategies work, and I thank you for input into the debate. So I just want to explain why I won't be supporting this recommendation, but would support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Casey.
Councillor Watson was born in Scotland and he quoted his Scottish mother. I'm not sure if everybody caught your quote, John, from your mother, but my mother had one too, and it was do it once and do it right. And I think that's as simple as that for me. I have listened to everybody. I think if there's an opportunity to plan into the future for this prized set of assets, then we do it. And if it takes a bit longer, there's no rush, Jacques, as we found out today. And so I won't be supporting the it's something Councillor Bartley said as well. You know, it's fluffy principles. We don't do principles. We do strategies. We do the issues. You know, they're hard. They take a while. Democracy's messy. It's costly. But you know, these are valuable assets, and I think we should be doing what my mother said. That's it.
And Mayor Goff.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Been a lot of heat in this debate, and I'm not quite sure why, because I think actually the two resolutions, I've read the resolution moved by Councillors Walker and Watson, and the amended resolution up there. There's not a hell of a lot of difference between what's going to be the outcome from either of them. Let me say, first of all, that I think the cost of this is a red herring. That's not what's important. My position on this has been quite consistent. I think we are in no rush to make the decision. I think it needs to be thorough. I think it needs to be fully consulted. I'm taking it, Councillor Walker, that when you say commence the strategy process with stakeholder engagement, you're talking about the wider range of stakeholders, the public?
Absolutely.
Yep, no, that's good. That makes me. Sorry, I didn't mean to draw you into the debate, but that makes me that clarification, I think, is important. You know what began this debate? The debate began because there was a proposal by Panuku that we should consider the sale of marine land, the foreshore land, and that there should be housing there. And I start from a coy position around that. I don't want to alienate land from public use for all time. It's bad enough, actually. I don't know, some of you here might know the background better than I, but to actually have given out 60 and 70-year leases, that's alienation for the whole of my lifetime. 60 or 70 years, I won't be here, and I doubt whether, you know, if Richard Hills has got good genes, maybe he'll be here. But I think the fundamental problem is when you start leasing out your public land for that length of time, you have alienated it. And I think that was the first mistake. But we don't need to make that permanent. And whichever of these resolutions pass, there will be no sale of the land, and there will be no construction of houses on the foreshore area until this council has resolved all of the issues. And that's actually important. I think that's probably important to everybody here. It's not Panuku that makes this decision. It's the governing body that makes the decision, all of us. And if we don't want to sell the land, and if we don't want to build on the land, we will make that decision, and they as the subordinate body will follow it. I disagree with some of you that have said principles aren't important. You know, I think in any decision making, you start with a set of principles. Isn't that what we live by? And my first principle on the seafront area is one of access for the public. I've always believed that. I've always abhorred when I've gone overseas, whether it's the UK in some cases and the United States more commonly and Europe, where you've got private beaches where the public aren't allowed there. And I hate the public being excluded from what I regard as the birthright of all of us as Kiwis, which is access. So, you know, that's a pretty important principle. Protecting the environment, sustaining, enhancing it, taking it forward, that's a pretty important principle. You know, I don't think it's a strategy, I think it's a principle. You start with that principle. Is it important to preserve your environment? And the other issue is the availability of the use of that land for public transport, because I'm with a number of you here that think that actually ferry service is going to be more and more important to the future of our city than ever before. So this resolution up here says we'll identify the issues, and we know what the issues are, and we'll work those through, and we'll have a total process of consultation. And then once we've done those things, you can build a strategy on it. The other resolution says, actually, it narrows it down, and I'm pleased about that, because I think we're wasting our time to deal with the private marinas, as I've made clear already. We need to talk about what we can influence. And then it says stakeholder engagement and identifying the information needs and urgent issues and how they can be prioritised. It's not a hell of a lot different. So, you know, we've had a lot of feeling and emotion, and maybe that's understandable. I think, frankly, it really doesn't matter which of those resolutions go through. I'm happy enough with the first one, and I think it's made the differences that were important from what was on our agenda at the start of the day. But if the second one goes through, I'm relaxed about that. So I appreciate the contribution that councillors have made. I think we've taken the issue forward, and I think we'll get a good resolution of the issue regardless of which resolution goes through. So can I compliment, I do want to compliment Leanne Namane. I thought she made her points very forcefully, and I listened closely to what the IMSB said on this, and Councillor Holtz actually has already given my speech. I don't think there's much between us on it, but we'll have the vote, and we'll carry this forward. We will consult with people. We will think about the principles and the strategy, and we will come up what is good for the people of Auckland, not developers, not individuals, not even marine berth holders. It will be about what is good for the people of our city, because that is who I and you all are responsible to. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mayor Goff. Appreciate that. Close the debate. I won't exercise a right of reply here. We'll just take a division on the vote.
All right, by division, the motion that's showing on screen, Councillor Darby.
4.
Councillor Bartley.
4.
Councillor Casey. Deputy Mayor.
4.
Councillor Collins. Councillor Filipina.
4.
Councillor Fletcher.
Against.
Mayor Goff.
4.
Member Henare.
4.
Councillor Hills.
4.
Councillor Hulse. Councillor Lee.
No.
Councillor Newman. Member Namane. Councillor Sayers.
Against.
Councillor Simpson. Councillor Stewart.
Against.
Sir John Walker's not here. Councillor Wayne Walker. Councillor Watson.
Against.
Councillor Young.
So I will declare that motion lost and give the floor to Councillor Walker.
Propose to speak to this for any length of time, because I think that the basis of largely...
Mike, is your mic on?
Absolutely, it's on.
Okay.
But I'm not speaking that loud. That's okay. Because I think the bases have been covered. So essentially, A is around the development of a region-wide marina strategy, which, as Councillor Bartley mentioned, is the way other cities do it. Obviously, that can home in on particular marinas, and the suggestion is that the council-owned marinas are prioritised, and that includes Gulf Harbour, Hobsonville, Half Moon Bay and West Haven. This doesn't preclude other marinas. There may be areas like, for example, the landing in Okahu Bay that could be relevant, but it prioritises the ones that are urgent. And then B commences the strategy process with stakeholder engagement that identifies relevant information, needs, and how urgent issues can be prioritised. And following on from Desley Simpson's comments, I would suggest that a great deal of that information is actually already available, can be formulated, put together. I just make the observation that as far as facilitation is concerned and venues that could be available, I'm sure that the people here can make any number of venues available to actually reduce the cost considerably. And just to pick up on stakeholder engagement, it's absolutely implicit that that stakeholder engagement involves genuine engagement with iwi, and you would hope, and this is not in jest, that that is informed by history as well, because there's a long history of engagement on the part of iwi with the coastal environment, and particularly these bays that have had significance for iwi going back to probably the first landings. So that is implicit. And quite obviously, what is implicit in the stakeholder process is an engagement where the stakeholders are involved in determining how issues can be prioritised, because they are feeding into that process. And I would say to all of you, thank you for being here. It's deeply appreciated. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Now, are there any questions? Any question on this? Yes. Member Henry.
Kia ora. Can I, as I stated before about the whole stakeholder issue, I'm just wondering if after the word stakeholder, we could have and mana whenua and mātāwaka.
On the part of the mover, not a problem.
I thought you might ask that one. Thank you. That's included. Thank you. The seconder, Councillor Watson.
I reserve the right.
I think we've heard that a couple of times today, that mana whenua are not a stakeholder. So that's there. Anything else? Any other queries? Councillor Hills?
Okay, we'll go to...
We'll carry on with the speaking turn. Councillor Hills.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, until our tour of marinas, I'd never been on a marina because I'd always assumed that they were all private. And I think this has been a sad topic for a year or so because of the back and forth, the negativity, the lagoimas, the anger, and it largely has stemmed from the the Hobsonville issue around getting buses through and different things. So people, that marina, I think, was it got a 70-year lease? To me, that is not public ownership at all. The issue I have is I don't know what this is leading to. Without principles, I'm not sure what a strategy is leading to. The Nelson one was one marina, and that took 2 years for a strategy. We've been told that isn't a priority, and how much budget this is going to cost, I don't know. I imagine if we are including everything, it says prioritising our council-owned marinas. So does that mean the strategy stops at that point, or the strategy says we do the council-owned marinas at the beginning and continue all of them? Does that mean we report back on part of a strategy when just the council-owned ones are doing? I just think we're really good at creating strategies and plans, and then they sit on shelves. So every decision, and we've already said there's no sales, and I assume that's fine. I don't want to see any sales of marina land more than we already have in this city over many decades, because I think it will lead to less public space. So I generally agree with everything people have said here, but I'm kind of still a bit confused on what a strategy is going to achieve, what it's leading to, how long it's going to take, how it's going to be paid for. you know, we were told in the workshop it could be $500,000 or more if you want to do a proper strategy of all, and that could be, you know, that could be weekends free fares for kids. You know, that could be a whole lot of different things. So I just wonder, lots of people yell out waste of money on certain things, but yeah. So I won't be supporting this. It will pass, but I actually am not supporting it because I can't see the spend of money and officer time outside of the current priorities will lead to anything, because every other decision of any possible change that has been threatened or used through the media has to come back to us anyway. So whatever council or future council, even with a strategy, can still make whatever decisions in the future, but it's the public, like we've seen here today, who put pressure on whatever council it will be to not do certain things, which is good, and which is why there's a moratorium on sales, I assume now, and why I can imagine this table would not have supported sales if it came around our table anyway. We can't help people investigating those things and looking at those things, but we can't change the unitary plan through this or the empowering acts or other laws. So I'm just, yeah, I'm a bit at a miss at what this will potentially several year long strategy, expensive, is going to achieve when we have control of future decisions anyway.
Move that the motion be put.
So it's my first time speaking today, so yeah.
I'm sorry, I thought you'd come to land. I thought I'd heard the peroration.
Sorry, this is the first time
on?
I finished. It was the first time I spoke all day. Others have spent hours speaking, so it's all.
Sorry, Councillor Lee, that's really inappropriate. You've had a lot of opportunities yourself today, and that was the first speaking turn from that member.
It's not a person that's a time man. So, Chair, how many hours is this speaking order? Point of order, is this speaking order?
Yes, there is.
Thank you.
Member Henare, I've got you on the speaking list. No? Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. I'm quite happy to make my comments very brief. I felt obliged to speak following on from Councillor Hills because the Deputy Mayor said before we're boxing at shadows. Well, I think we're nearly up to the 5 o'clock shadow for the blokes sitting around the table here. I think it's unfortunate that this is probably the first major paper that Megan has brought before us. And I've got every confidence in Megan. I think she's one of the finest officers we have. And so I would really refute perhaps some of the suggestions that are being put forward in Councillor Hill's contribution. I think that this is an opportunity, and we have an opportunity. Like Kathy, I had a great aunt who served in the First World War as a Red Cross nurse, and her favourite saying was, if you're going to do it once, do it properly. And that's what we're doing today, Kathy. We've both got that in agreement on that. And I'd like to thank the passionate activism that we've had from the Marina community. It is these very sorts of issues that generate a lot of public interest. Going back in my career, I chaired the select committee process for the Conservation Amendment Bill, which is the Queen's chain that the Mayor referred to before. And of course, all of these things were taken into consideration at that time, and we've had subsequent changes since. But it is an issue that the public feel passionately about, access to the water. This is our opportunity to get it right and understand the legacy that we have as a coastal trading nation, and on a personal level, having had a long association with the marine industry and with marinas, and how we might use our waterways going forward, whether it's through the Hauraki Gulf or whatever else. This is something that we needed to commit some time to discussing. I just hope that we've got the same amount of time and consistency in chairmanship when we come to Eden Park and some other controversial matters. But I'd like to thank all members for their contributions today, but particularly our passionate activists who have been here for the duration. I acknowledge them.
Thank you. Okay, look, we'll put that to the vote.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry, we didn't get your call. So, Councillor Philippine, please.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I ended up going to Eden Park for the announcement in regards to a major rugby league test that AT was part of, and I was glad. because when I came back, I heard the same old story from the same old people in regards to marinas. Why did I vote for the first one? Because of principles. And I mean, Leanne, ngā mihi ki a koe, o te kōrero, because I acknowledge you, Leanne, in regards to the confiscation, because I know that some people around here, they don't really care. What they're worried about is the ones that speak the loudest is going to be the best. So I mihi to you. You know, I looked up principles or principle in Cambridge Dictionary, and one of the ones that first came up was first in order of importance. We've just thrown that away. We've just thrown it away. And if Councillor Walker, when he opened up this debate, if he had actually was serious in regards to consultation with mana whenua and mata waka, guess where they should have been? In A. That's where they should have been. Is that a development of a region-wide marina strategy prioritising the council-owned marinas including, but he should have prioritised mana whenua. Also, I heard in the previous debate, just taiho, Wayne, you just calm down. Oh no, you just have a rest. So you, through you, Chair, interesting thing. So first he talks about, look, this is what we're going to do with our community, but then ends up not even talking about mana whenua mata waka and prioritising, consulting with them. That is disappointing, but I'm not surprised. Chair, in regards to this particular recommendation on us, and I heard the previous speakers talk about, oh, look how much money we spent on this report and this one. Jacques, can you do me a favour and tell me how much is going to be spent in regard to the strategy? Because then we can throw it in the faces of people who are around this table always complain when council spends money on reports that end up advising us as to what we should think about. They start moaning because too much money has been spent. And it is election year, Chair. This is why this has taken so many hours to finish, because it's election year. I don't think we have any marinas in Southwark. I mean, except for Half Moon Bay, but that's not South Auckland. We don't have marinas there. Oh, well, Otara Creek is one of them, which sometimes I frequent. But, you know, when I listen to people around this table and we start talking about this is going to cost, you know, this is how much money it costs for this strategy, I then get sick and tired of them saying, look, I don't care if it's going to cost 100,000 or 200,000. We need to get this done now. I totally agree we need to get this done now. Totally agree. I would have hoped the principles that said that mata waka and taurehere and mana whenua would have been there to prioritise. That would have been so cool as one of the principles. So, Chair, as a result of that, and there are no principles guiding this strategy, I will vote against it. Thank you.
Yeah, yes, I'm getting there, Councillor Walker. It's your motion. You have a right of reply. If we could be brief, it would be really helpful. Now I've got another speaker that's showing up, so I can't come to your right of reply before. No
order.
Okay, can you please tell me what the point of order is from the standing orders?
Do I have an immediate right of reply to some words that I find deeply offensive to me?
Don't.
It's not worth it, Councillor
Collins?
Thanks, Chair. I have real sympathy for the comments that Councillor Filipina has made, and I listened very carefully to what Member Ngamani said as well. I just wanted to say that what I had was the issue that I had was making sure that there was consultation with mana whenua and mata waka, and there was earlier discussion this morning, and I think the question was actually put to the visitors who came, and I got a sense that there was a willingness to engage. I wasn't completely convinced, but I got a sense. I did want to advise that I walked over, people may have seen me, I walked over to Councillor Watson and asked him if that would be a key direction for this particular motion. And he said to me, and this is a private conversation, so Councillor Watson, if you don't mind, he said he would be making sure he gave me that confirmation, that affirmation. But I completely hear what you're saying, Councillor Filipina, and that was my concern, which is why I walked over to see Councillor Watson, because I know this has been an issue at the forefront of the minds of Councillors Watson and Walker. And I wanted to sit comfortably knowing that mana whenua and mātāwaka. I think Member Henare made some really good points earlier today, you know, and maybe it was a throwaway comment earlier when he said that he doesn't need a marina to get his waka into the water and that kind of thing. And I know there was a little bit of jest in that, but I'm really keen to ensure that we do consult. And I just wanted to make that point because I hear what you're saying, Alf, and I think that you make really valid points. And that is why I just wanted to elucidate the conversation that I had with Councillor Watson. Thanks.
Councillor Walker, right a reply.
First off, just briefly, I reached out to Member Hanari. I reached out to David Tyfree. I suggested that the people here directly contact iwi. I did the best I could to follow through on that. My whakapapa goes back to first contact in New Zealand with iwi. So, that is, well, I take offence. I'll leave it at that. So I would hope that we can vote for this motion. It stacks up. I'm entirely supportive of C, which words were put together by Daniel Newman. So let's enact this, let's find the money and do it.
By division, Mr. Chair, please.
Kate, we'll take a division.
A division for the motion on the screen. Councillor Darby.
4.
Councillor Bartley. Councillor Casey.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Cashmore. Yes. Councillor Collins.
4.
Councillor Filipina.
Against.
Councillor Fletcher.
Yes.
Mayor Goff.
4.
Member Henare.
4.
Councillor Hills.
Against.
Councillor Hulse.
No.
Councillor Lee.
Aye.
Councillor Newman.
4.
Member Namane. Councillor Sayers.
4.
Councillor Simpson. Councillor Stewart.
4.
Councillor Walker. Councillor Watson.
4.
Councillor Young.
Thank you all. Declare that motion carried and that topic concluded for now. Now, we passed a motion earlier that we, and it was unanimous too, that we would go to the end of business. So that is the motion that binds us at the moment. So I need some guidance on that. At 5 o'clock, we have a delegation downstairs and a number of people have accepted to go to that. And the mayor definitely has to go. So is there anybody, I think Councillor Filipina, you are expected at that as well, you know?
There's indications that people will stay.
But do we have indications, Jacques, thank you. Do we have indications that we can go the distance, members? Because there's a statutory obligation to deal with the private plan changes. Is that correct? I'm staying. So could we just have our hands up, stay to the end of business, please? Okay, we're getting a bit light. Okay, well, let's keep going. Let's proceed now. Okay. So we'll go to item 11. Do we have the staff members available?
Yes, we do. Yeah.
Okay, we're going to item 11, and item 11 is on page 57 of your print agenda. And we'll hear from Fiona Sprott, and who's our team leader of planning for this one, and John Dogood. Fiona, would you like, is it for you to leave?
We're about to lose quorum.
Well, we're about to lose a quorum. Please don't leave, councillor. We've lost a quorum if you walk out the door. But don't... There we go. Lost the quorum.
While two stays in the room, we're still going.
What was the division on that last one?
Just a minute. We need to.
Yeah, well, so we can proceed right now. I'll let you know when we're
I'll go downstairs because my son-in-law.
I won't go to until you come back. We'll get your message. We'll get your message.
Yes, yeah, just
I agree.
I think we've got 11, so we can just proceed with.
Fiona, we can proceed. Welcome, Bruce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Committee members, my name is Fiona Sprott. I'm a team leader in the Plans and Places unit, and I'm just going to run you very quickly, because I know that you've had a very long day already, through the private plan change process. So anyone can make a private plan change request under Clause 21. Clause 22 sets out what is required to be provided. This includes a Section 32 report, which explains the purpose and reasons of the change and looks at the costs and benefits, particularly the opportunities for economic growth and employment. The report also must address the environmental, economic, social and cultural effects, and also the risk of not doing anything. In addition, an environmental assessment of effects must be provided with each private plan change. All this information must be in such detail as corresponds to the scale and significance of the plan change. The Council then has the opportunity to seek further information through Clause 23 and any modification under Clause 24. And then after that, we have 30 working days in which to consider the private plan change and make a decision under Clause 25, which is the purpose for our discussion today. So this is the procedural step that we bring in front of you as the Planning Committee to determine whether to adopt, accept, convert or reject the plan change. And we'll go through each of these in turn. So the Council has the option of accepting a request in whole or in part and proceeding to notify that request. If the Council accepts the private plan change, then it agrees that the private plan change can proceed to notification. It remains a private plan change at this point, and the Council just administers the legal process with costs generally borne by the requester. After submissions and further submissions have been received, the Council then hears the matter and makes a decision on that private plan change. Alternatively, if the Council decides to adopt a private plan change, then the process will continue as if it is a Council-initiated plan change. This implies that the Council generally supports the change and that it will bear the cost of managing the process. There are advantages and disadvantages to adopting a private plan change. The Council might like to do so if it's in the public interest, for example, if it's got matters, Section 6 or 7 matters such as heritage features, protecting water bodies or forests, etc., then it might be to the Council's benefit to adopt that private plan change and bear the costs. If the Council adopts the private plan change, it implies that the Council agrees with the direction of the plan change. If the Council just accepts a private plan change, then it is not to say one way or the other whether or not the Council supports the direction of the change. Alternatively, you can make a decision to reject a private plan change, which means that the plan change goes no further. Councils can reject private plan changes in whole or in part, but only on those limited grounds set out in this slide, and I'll go through those in a minute. It is important to note that the decision to reject a private plan change is a decision that can be appealed to the Environment Court. Furthermore, if Council rejects a private plan change, the requestor could still separately make an application for a resource consent. So looking at your reasons for rejecting, it may be that the private plan change is frivolous or vexatious. So these terms are again not defined in the Act, but have evolved through case law to mean things like trivial or without substance, and with regard to frivolous, something that is intended to harass, frustrate, or cause financial cost to the recipient. Any genuine request for a private plan change is unlikely to be frivolous or vexatious. Plan changes are expensive and time-consuming processes, and we don't see vexatious plan changes brought before the council often. Timing is an important part of rejecting plan changes. This is, as discussed by the chair of the Albert Eden Local Board this morning, the council and the community have been through an extensive process in the creation of the Auckland Unitary Plan, and the Act protects that process and ensures certainty to the community for a period of 2 years. This period of certainty, which is protected by the Act, is now over. The Unitary Plan became operative in November of 2016, and therefore the 2-year moratorium on private plan changes finished in November of last year, which is why we're seeing a raft of plan changes coming through. In the future, once the plan change has been once the plan is operative, there is still a 2-year protection on consideration of matters. So if the council promulgate a plan change through a structured planning process and then some zoning changes, that process is then protected for a further 2 years. Looking at sound resource management, we talked about this briefly at the last committee, and you will have received Karina's legal memo on these matters. That memo sets out the main case law on what is sound resource management practice. Again, it's a term not defined in the Act itself, but in Mallory Corporation versus Rodney District Council, the High Court found that because there is a lack of definition of the term, it must, if it is to have any meaning, get tied back to the purpose and principles of the RMA. Therefore, with regard to private plan changes, the High Court has found that sound resource management must inevitably involve a course merits assessment. This should not look at the full merits of the proposal too strongly, but just enough to determine whether or not the proposed plan change would not accord with the principles and purpose of the RMA, in which case it would not pass the threshold for acceptance or adoption. Most private plan changes we see before the council are to rezone pieces of land. Zoning is an important RMA tool, and it is within sound resource management. So replacing one zone which has been approved through the Schedule 1 process with another zone which has also been approved through the Schedule 1 process is often within the accordance with the principles and purpose of the Act, because it's been through the Unitary Plan already. Other mechanisms, such as the use of precincts, are also mechanisms which are within sound resource management, having been tested through the Unitary Plan and found to be in accordance with the principles and purpose. Where, for example, a requester might run into trouble is where if they are proposing something which is clearly going against the purpose of the Act. So, for example, going against an environmental bottom line from a national environmental standard. If proposed rules permitted contamination of a source of human drinking water, for example, that would be against the NES and therefore would not be sound resource management practice. It is important to consider at this point that Clause 25 does not open up the discussion to examine the full merits of the case, only to look at that course merits assessment in terms of sound resource management practice. Finally, you can convert a private plan change into a resource consent. Resource consents grant permission for an activity, while private plan changes alter the plan itself. A plan change normally provides greater flexibility in terms of development options and long-term management for the developer. However, the RMA does not require that they do one or the other. In fact, an applicant can choose to do both. If a requester wants to progress a specific development, including the design of proposed buildings and materials, then maybe it is better to do this as a resource consent. If, alternatively, the requester realises that they would be a non-complying activity, for example, and almost certainly be refused consent, then the requester may put aside their specific proposal and decide to propose a plan change that changes the provisions to allow their site to have a more flexible approach. If the requester is proposing a zone change, then clearly that cannot be done under a resource consent. Section 9 doesn't provide for it. However, if they are proposing specific provisions to change a site's development controls through blanket changes to the standards, for example, then that may be able to be done through a resource consent. So each case should be looked at in its own merits. So that was just a really super quick run through, but once a private plan change has become notified, it then goes to a hearing. Council can make a submission if it wants to amend the plan change beyond the scope of what was proposed. The council then makes a decision, and that decision can be appealed to the Environment Court. So sorry, that was super quick, but we are happy to take questions.
Thank you, Fiona. That was very good. Thank you. Questions on that? Councillor Walker. Microphone, please.
Convert a private plan change to a resource consent. Equally, well, not necessarily equally, is it possible to convert a private plan change to a council-sponsored plan change?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if a private plan change comes in and you want to have it as a council plan change, then you would just adopt it.
It was the part of the presentation you weren't here for.
Absolutely. I was enjoying some of the nourishment.
Other questions on this? Member Namani, and then Councillor Casey.
Hi, just one question, and while it's focused at this, I just wanted to get clear we've got a number of private plan changes to consider, and the approach around to forward the private plan change to iwi authorities is variable across those. Is that a timing issue? Is it a timeline issue based on our previous meeting? It just doesn't appear to be consistent.
Through the chair, as we discussed at the last meeting, there is some ambiguity in the RMA as to whether a private plan change applicant has to send a draft of the plan change to iwi authorities, receive feedback, and then amend their Section 32 report and potentially the plan change or not. So there's still some ambiguity. We're saying it's best practice. We think that was the intent of Parliament when they made amendments to the RMA last year or 2017. So we are encouraging all private plan change applicants to follow the same process as Council will do for its own plan change, i.e. send an early draft to all iwi, receive feedback, amend the Section 32 supporting report and the plan change if necessary. Most applicants that we've talked to so far are more than happy to engage. Some of them have pushed back a little bit in terms of sending a draft and having to make changes to the Section 32. So as we said at the last meeting, what we will do with the four on the agenda today, if they are accepted as recommended, we will send the drafts to iwi, we will seek feedback, and then we will pass it on to the applicant and work with the applicant to update the Section 32 reports. So that's kind of where we're at with things.
Okay, it just perhaps another question. Is it ambiguous, or would it be good to get clarity around whether it is or isn't? Through it, like, would a legal opinion help or not?
Well, we have had legal advice, and the advice says that
it's ambiguous.
It leans in favour of requiring applicants to do it. So that's where we're trying to lead things. But ideally, yes, we would. It is something we should really be picking up with the Ministry for the Environment, and we'll certainly be passing that on.
Okay, and just one more question, and really, I'm asking it now, it probably answers for the future ones, is when the reports look at council group impacts and views, are there other thresholds potentially that need to be there? Like for example, if there was an identified site of significance in an area that might directly impact, and I'm just saying generically, would its destruction by, well, I guess it's not, it's a plan change, but would that be seen as a sound resource or unsound resource management issue if you're to move it forward, knowing that there was a identified site of significance in the area that you're looking at plopping perhaps a private plan change enabling a development?
In my view, that is the sort of thing that's potentially moving towards being not in accordance with sound resource management practice, depending on what the plan change was seeking. But if it was clearly seeking to destroy a known identified site of significance to mana whenua through a plan change, with no support from iwi, you are starting to get into the realms of really that's purpose of the RMA. Right up there is protection of sites of significance to mana whenua.
Okay, that was just a
cultural heritage. So yeah, it will be heading in that direction.
Okay.
Without seeing the specific plan change. But,
yeah, I just wondered what drove the subheadings on one plan change as opposed to another or another or another. But yeah, it's good. It's all right. Thanks.
Councillor Casey.
Just to confirm,
the process for local boards making a submission? Do they integrate with us? Is it one submission with them and as part of it, or is it two with us and them?
So, through the chair, if council makes a submission, then we would include the views of the local board as a section of the council submission, in very much the same way as we did with the unitary plan. You may recall council made a submission on its own unitary plan to largely make some improvements, recommend some improvements to the hearings panel, and with that, roughly 16 of the 21 local boards attached their views to the council submission. So we'd have the same process if there was a council submission. If there isn't a council submission, then the local board views would be sought by staff and included in the staff or consultant report for the hearings. So there will always be an opportunity for local boards to present their views to the hearings panel, whether or not there's a submission. And we've agreed that with local board services, and we've followed that process to date on council plan changes and potentially these private plan changes.
Do we speak to our submission?
In most cases, yep, we would speak to our submission if we made
Is that you that does that? I mean, you as in not us.
So we would bring that back to the planning committee to determine whether or not there should be a submission on these plan changes. So there's a 4-month period between accepting and notifying the plan change, maximum of 4 months. We would normally notify much sooner than that. So within that 4-month period, staff will come back to the committee with a view as to whether the private plan change warrants a submission. In some cases, we would probably recommend there's no need for a submission, but maybe on some things that are more controversial or where council needs to make its position clear, we would recommend a submission and bring that to the committee.
Thank you. Nice waiata for the soundtrack. Councillor Fletcher.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'll seek your guidance. I'm wanting to talk about one of the specific private plan change requests we've got, or are you just wanting to talk to the principals at this stage?
I think
if we could leave that for
probably
the
good to stick to the principles for now and then wait till the plan change that comes up. Is that?
Thank you. That's fine.
On that subject, or shall we move to item 11?
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you very much. That was really helpful.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in the interest of time, we'll just keep moving with these requests. So this one is the first of 4 private plan change requests on the agenda. This one did come to planning committee last month. The committee did not, didn't agree to accept the recommendation, did not accept the private plan change, but you do need to make a decision. There's a statutory requirement, as Fiona has mentioned, to accept, adopt, reject, or treat as a resource consent application. So we've come back to you with some additional information that you sought. That's provided via Kalinda. It's a memo from Bruce Young, the principal planner, who prepared the report for the agenda. The key issues that you sought feedback on were sea level rise and climate change. Well, there's some fundamental issues here in terms of this plan change, which seeks to rezone the land outlined in blue from from public open space to mixed use. That is the land. Is that right? It's possibly on, the next slide. It's a smaller portion of land. It is just the land in black within the wider blue areas. That land in the black rectangle currently has a building. I think it's a part of a garden centre and some car parking. So the plan change seeks to rezone that from open space to mixed use. It is privately owned land. You asked us to come back on the issue of climate change and sea level rise. In terms of the predictions for sea level rise, both based on a 1 metre and a 2-level sea level rise, this is still clear of the coastal inundation areas with a 2-metre high sea level rise, which is, depending on which experts you talk to, at least 100 or more years away before we get anything close to a 2-metre sea level rise. So it's well clear of what the council would normally require in terms of avoiding areas of coastal inundation. The other issue was around feedback from Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei. The applicant has advised that they have followed up with Ngāti Whātua on several occasions, both their consultants and the iwi representatives themselves, and have not received a response. We're not sure why that is. There's no objection. We haven't received an objection from Ngāti Whātua, and I guess our advice remains the same, that notwithstanding the fact we haven't heard from Ngāti Whātua or any other iwi, that would not constitute it being something that we could reject based on contrary to sound resource management practice. And Ngāti Whātua and other iwi will be sent a copy of the plan change on notification if it is accepted, and they can then make a submission and be heard if they do have any concerns. So the third issue, I think, was around coastal access. And in Bruce's memo, there is a bit of a discussion around an alternative form of coastal access through the site that has been discussed with the applicant and is required under their resource consent application. And it's part of a wider network of cycleway, walkway that's planned around this part of the foreshore. So again, that's outlined in more detail in Bruce's memo. But our advice is still the same, that there's nothing in this plan change that would enable the council to reject it.
Thank you, John. Thank you for having those queries addressed and answered. Are there any questions about those points that members asked about?
My question is around sea level rise, coastal inundation, storm surge, and so on. All I can say is the information that I'm aware of, which informs me, is that the circumstance around those issues is far worse than the planning information that I'm presented with. So the consequence is that I'll be voting against it because I know that and I do not want to be held responsible at a future point in time. Yes.
Councillor Simpson, my apology.
I don't have a question, Mr. Chair. I'd like to speak when you're ready.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you, speaking to now, and it is moved in by Councillor Holston, seconded by the Deputy Chair.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, like last time this came to the Planning Committee, I spoke against it from myself for personal reasons, and I gave those reasons, and they were because I believed the map. One was inaccurate. Oireki Road is not a dead end, and there was information missed from Ngāti Whātua. Today I speak against the private plan change on behalf of the Remuera Residents Association and the Oireki Local Board. Just by way of context, because you may not know this particular site, this Oireki Point development has been to the Environment Court before to get it to a place where it was a trans-orientated development. It was the first development for Auckland that was supposed to be intensified development on a railway line. Judge Jeff Smith's decision on that, he mentions a couple of points from that Environment Court decision to get it to a TOD that I believe are important to our decision today. The first point is to enable the comprehensive development of Oireki Point as an exemplar for a trans-orientated development, but also that should it progress, that the development is done in a comprehensive manner. Auckland Transport say in point 46 of the paper that they're concerned that the development of the Oireki Point precinct will progress on an ad hoc basis if it's assessed building by building and not as a precinct, which is how it was designed. And this will not result in a coordinated and integrated land use and transport response for both sides of the precinct, which is how it's designed. Staff say that these concerns are more relevant to the assessment at a resource consent stage, but of course this is against what Judge Smith has said as well. He also talks in his findings when he put this together about the importance of open space, remembering that this is open space and it is about to be taken away. He mentions it both in his summary and more details around that. He says that one of the objectives for the trans-orientated development is to create high quality public space both within the Oireki precinct and around its seaward perimeter. That's what he said. That was the reason for it, which offer a diverse range of leisure opportunities. This private plan change takes that away. It takes away that open space and around the seaward perimeter. Now, I'm concerned that the map is inaccurate, as I've said before, and I also refer to the information that we received that was following up from the last point, because the whole purpose of this private plan change is it says that the open space land is no longer needed for the Oireki cycleway that it talks about. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd ask you to go to that Planning Committee memo of the 20th of February, and it's page 186. And here is a map. If you look at me rather than going through, it might be easier. The actual cycleway that the applicant is saying is no longer needed is around along the railway line. What we have currently is a walkway, public space walkway that comes, this is being developed by the Ōrākei Local Board now, comes along here, comes all the way up to this precinct, and it comes into that precinct. What is the bit of green space? What's the bit of green line missing? What is the walkway open space provision missing? And that's the bit that they want to dig into. So by allowing this private plan change to go ahead, you'll never be able to do that. You'll never be able to have that coastal edge available, which is one of the whole reasons when the TOD was put together in the first place. My last concern was the lack of input from Ngāti Whātua. Look, most of you will know I'm chair of the Quality Advice Political Working Party, and one of the key questions for the Maori impact statement for any paper is that are the results of any specific engagement with Māori made clear, including the implications in their view expressed? We haven't had it. This relies on the applicant to find that, and I think that's a bit of a shame. You know, we have huge access to Ngāti Whātua in this council, and no one's actually asked their, members of committees of the whole that actually apart from that iwi, and I think that information could have been easily got if the applicant wasn't able to get it for themselves. I now want to cover the legal reasons because whilst I represent views from my community, one of the main thrusts for the local board's response is about the legal response. So the legal definition of sound management, we have the option to reject a private plan change under RMA 25 section 4. 18C on the bottom of page 63 says you can request, or part of that request is not in accordance with sound resource management practice. The legal definition of sound management practice is not defined in the RMA. In fact, when the High Court was determining this, it referenced Mallory versus Rodney District Council and said that the words should only be limited to a course scale merits assessment. Course scale merits assessment. Can I have an extension, please? Thank you.
We do that pretty informally, but you actually have to have a vote. So moved and second. So all those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Declare that carried.
So when we look at the Ōrākei local...
But it was not clear on how long the extension was. Sorry to be pedantic, but this is...
Please, I'm getting to the end as fast as I can. When you look at the Ōrākei local board's input, they only have 4 paragraphs, and the officer's response to the Ōrākei local board's feedback is that the comments from the Ōrākei local board are an assessment of the detailed merits of the request rather than a response to the matters set out in clause 25 of Schedule 1. The legal advice that I've had is that actually those 4 points are just a course scale. So I'm concluding that Judge Smith, in his Environment Court decision around the TOD, gave 2 clear messages. Don't do it building by building. Keep it together as a precinct, which goes against the private plan change objective. And 2, it keeps the coastal edge, and this doesn't work for it either. I believe that the legal interpretation of this can be covered under section 25.4 C, 18C in the paper, and as we have done before, because it's supported now this time by the Remuera Residents Association, and we have the documentation once again clarified by the Ōrākei Local Board, I'm supporting both of those groups in asking you to reject the private plan change. Thank you.
Can I just clarify, the map error pertained to a bridge that is missing, which is not...
It's not a bridge. Well, it is a bridge, yes. It is
no,
a bridge.
It is a bridge, and it's not land. And I think we covered this last time.
Yeah,
What's shown on the plan is actually land, and that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about the bridge.
If you didn't know the area, Mr. Chair, it gives the impression that the land it stops, doesn't continue on.
Councillor Bartley, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I'm just going to pick up on some comments. The purpose of the Act is to promote sustainable management of natural and physical resources. also picking up enabling communities to provide for their social wellbeing and foreseeable needs of future generations. I think this private plan change will restrict coastal access. I think it goes against the purpose of the Resource Management Act, so I won't be supporting this. My constituency is quite clear about open space, and even though this isn't my ward, my constituency's thoughts on open space influences my decision in this instance. So I support Councillor Simpson and the Orake local board here.
Councillor Lee.
I'll be brief, Mr. Chairman. I oppose the recommendation. I believe the plan change should be rejected. I believe the system here is being gamed. This area of land has long been the subject of debate and contention and controversy in the Orake area. And with the unitary plan and the other consents, including Judge Smith's decision, a consensus or an agreement, a settlement was reached. Now, what had been reached is now being unravelled and something quite different has emerged, and I'm disappointed that the council is going along with it. I agree with the points raised by Councillor Simpson and Councillor Bartley. The local board opposed it. The Ngāti Whātua have not given any views. However, given the importance of that particular piece of land, and given that it is located in the historic Kohimarama block, which Āpihai Te Kāwau refused again and again to sell, unlike other parts of Auckland, it is clearly very, very important to Ngāti Whātua, and to not have any view, despite the close contacts, as Councillor Simpson has pointed out, we have with Ngāti Whātua, is unsatisfactory. However, I'm also concerned that here is a good example of private open space. And what we are doing is rendering that concept completely meaningless, because it seems a precedent is being set here that a developer, after gaining bonus densities and other advantages by having private open space, when it suits them, can turn around to the council and say, well, I want to develop it now, and unless you want to buy it, I'm going to go ahead. That completely undermines the credibility of the concept of private open space. And given where this open space is in the coastal environment on the edge of the CMA, it's even more disappointing. What on earth happened to the Queen's Chain? Where's our principles on that? Gone by the board, apparently, along with hand-wringing over sea level rise and all the rest of it. The fact of the matter is this is extremely vulnerable area, and if you drive along Tamaki Drive in a king tide, it can be inundated. So the whole thing is wrong, Mr. Chairman and members, and I really, really urge you to support Councillor Simpson and vote this recommendation down.
Councillor Newman.
Yeah, so I have spoken previously to Councillor Simpson and to Councillor Lee about this matter, and I have very significant issues with the private plan change request from the Orake Point Trustee Limited. The issue is this. I think that the merits of the debate are matters that need to be addressed to the Commissioner, who will consider the plan change, and that will, I would hope, lend itself to a decision which will not be favourable to the applicant. I do take what Councillor Lee has said, and I would expect that the process before the Commissioner will see the debate dominated by expert witnesses, when he is quite right. democracy will provide for the lay witnesses to go and give their evidence, and that's never very fair. But it's the way that the process should be for requests such as this. I have a feeling that the recommendation won't pass, but I will vote for the recommendation simply as a matter of process. The one other thing I would like to reiterate was a comment that I tried to articulate on email, that I am pretty sure that the outcome from the last meeting of the planning committee was that this would be a matter subject to a workshop. I can't recall. I think that's what I understood. I don't think it is wise to bring papers back that were rejected last month to just put it back on the agenda and say, look, you have to accept this. I voted to accept it last time. I will stick to that position, but I think that this has not been a good process in lending itself to gaining support. That's just my view, Chair. I hold to that. I'm uncomfortable voting the way I do on this because I don't think it's been particularly helpful. But I just need to explain to Councillor Simpson that's my position, and it's a position on principle. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hulse, please.
Thank you. I just follow on and echo the previous speaker. There is a point at which we are endeavouring to deal with the actual decisions that the commissioners need to consider, and I think we've strayed into that territory. This is by no means accepting the fact that this is a done deal, but it's saying that at the moment we accept it, it then goes through the process, democracy will prevail, and it will go from there. I respect the issues that Councillor Simpson's raised, however, I have no idea where they've come from, who the legal opinions from, and you know, the Ratepayers Association and the local board, fair enough, that's input, but it's not a legal opinion. And I think, as Councillor Newman says, we go through the process, and we can't necessarily play fast and loose, no matter how much we might like to, with the process, because giving it a crack to see if we can stop this without a lot of information could be a very, very expensive crack. And I would rather we go officially into the process and then test it rigorously. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hulse. And Councillor Hill.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Chair. And that's the same sort of comments from me. I don't necessarily support the plan change or not. It's the fact that this is a private plan change. Supporting it would be adopting it, which would mean we're suddenly in favour of it. Accepting it is accepting it for the process that we have to support. It's disappointing that they're sort of yelling at officers when we can't actually help this coming to council. It's not your guys' magical idea that it's popped up. So, yeah, I had some concerns that we're going a lot into debating the merits when we just had a presentation previous to this item about what we can and cannot do as governors on private plan changes. So I'm not lending my support or opposition to the merits or the plan change at all. That would be adopting it. So I think we need to accept this. Otherwise, yeah, we could get ourselves into a bit of crisis and a bit of money spent on defending why we rejected it. The last time, as far as I could find, the resolution was just bring to the next ordinary committee. So this is the opportunity we have, I guess. But yeah, maybe there does need to be more work. I thought the presentation was good just before, but potentially more on private plan changes as we're going to see a lot more of these come through. So yeah, I support accepting it because I feel like that is our only option at this stage.
Thank you. Member Namani.
Yeah, just to confirm, like the previous speakers, on reflection and with a bit of foresight and being able to have a chance to kind of look at the process, I also support the recommendations. I'm actually keen for this proposal to be put to iwi and accepting the recommendations is the only way that that can go out there, so that mana whenua can have a say, and not just Ngāti Whātua o Rākei. Kia ora.
Thank you. Other speakers? No, and just Councillor Fletcher.
Mr. Chair, I find this really difficult because I've followed this for a very long period of time, from when I was an MP for the area through to Legacy Auckland City. And while I respect the opinion of others in terms of the process, this is just blatant opportunism as I see it. It's been a very long and painful history. So yes, I don't want to see council exposed to a long and lengthening legal process there, but we know at so many levels this is not a transport orientated development. We know that it just doesn't fit with any of the criteria that we establish for ourselves there, and I think it's sort of an insult to Ngāti Whātua. I think it's an insult to all of the activists who've worked for a long time. I think back on Neville Darrow and all, it's just gone on for such a long time. I'd like to support the councillor on this particular one. I was actually going to ask questions of the officer earlier, and then I was told to wait until we came to the specific items, and I've got a specific question on the next item. But I wonder whether I can ask the officers to address the concerns that have been raised, just briefly, to see, I don't want to expose council to risk, but nor do I want to see this sort of opportunism, because it's this stuff that puts the whole process into disrepute, in my opinion. Mr. Chairman, would you be willing to?
Question. Yeah, through the chair, very quickly. I think, just to be clear, and I think councillors are generally understanding this, we are not saying as officers that on the merit we support this plan change, as other councillors have mentioned. That is a matter for the independent hearings commissioners to determine, and council will present evidence before those commissioners on the detailed merits. So just to be clear, we're not supporting on the merit, but on a course assessment, there's nothing that's jumping out to say it's fundamentally contrary to the RMA in terms of its sustainable management principles. In terms of the public open space, I think we do need to be very clear, and I think again councillors are clear that it's privately owned land. It is zoned public open space, but as with all private land without covenants on it, they could prevent public access at any stage if they chose to do so. And I guess a discussion about the previous schemes going back to the Legacy Auckland City Council, my understanding is that the whole basis of that original scheme was on the presumption that council would acquire the open space around the perimeter, or would ultimately take that land on board. So I guess time has moved on. So we are in a new council now. We can't prevent them from applying for this private plan change request, but a lot of the issues we do feel are ones that can be addressed at the hearing, and not relevant at this particular juncture.
Thank you. Councillor Bartley?
This is just what I was thinking, and perhaps it's a question you can respond to. It seems to me like we do have an opportunity to sidestep the commissioner process because we get to vote on this. And so it seems to me that as councillors, we do have that discretion. So if we had questions around the process and we didn't trust the process or had issues with it, and there is an issue here of whatever, yeah, that word, then this is the opportunity to nip it in the bud before it goes that far, isn't it?
But I guess opportunism is not one of the grounds for rejection. So if we think there is some opportunism here, that's fine. But I guess in the council, if you were to reject it, we do have to provide reasons for this to have any chance of surviving in the Environment Court. So we will need some form of reasons given to support the reason for rejection, and opportunism or speculation about what opportunism, that's just won't pass muster. It has to be some of the other more fundamental environmental planning, cultural issues that you might identify as being the reason for a rejection without hearing any evidence or submissions or so on. Yeah.
Okay, I think we'll go to the vote on this one and we'll just determine it that way. But I think I heard earlier that we're creatures of statute and we're required to abide by statute. And the presentations today were all about the law from Fiona. So keep that in mind. So look, let's just put this to the vote. Should we just take a
division?
So sorry, I could just talk you perhaps through the process about how this would need to work. So if that's okay, Mr. Chair. So if you do not accept this resolution, I'm just working on some wording that you would then need to determine that you then take a vote to determine that the plan change was not in accordance with sound resource management practice or part 5.
Mr. Chairman, you have already called the vote.
Okay, sorry, I was just trying to assist. That's fine.
Discuss
Yeah.
the next step after.
Okay, look.
Because it sounds like it could be interpreted.
No, it's not. It's not. The Chief of Strategy is just outlining what the next steps are. And so I think what the Chief of Strategy is trying to help us with, if the vote is lost.
Point of order, you've called for a vote. You need to proceed.
Okay, and I will. Go to the vote. A division has been called. Who called the division? Because I need to record that.
Yeah, Councillor
Oh,
Fletcher.
Councillor Simpson called the division. We'll record it as Councillor Simpson.
So a division for the motion that's on the screen currently, Councillor Darby.
For.
Councillor Bartley.
Against.
Councillor Casey.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor.
Yes.
Councillor Collins.
Against.
Councillor Filipino, who's not here. Councillor Fletcher.
Against.
Councillor Hills.
For.
Councillor Hoss.
Aye.
Councillor Lee.
No.
Councillor Newman. Member Namine. Councillor Sayers.
Against.
Councillor Simpson. Councillor Stewart.
Against.
Councillor Walker. Councillor Watson.
Against.
Councillor Young.
I don't have it.
Sorry.
So that has lost 7 votes to 10. So now I need to go to Megan because we can't fabricate the reasons. The reasons need to be as they were spoken by those who spoke against. Otherwise, it puts the staff in a very difficult position. So, well, you had the opportunity to identify the reasons in your arguments against, and I don't want to put the council in a position where this is being broadcast, this is live, and I don't want to find the council in a High Court judicial review fabricating reasons that were not conveyed at the meeting. It can't
Point of order,
do
Mr.
that.
Chair.
I will ask.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
That's
Point of
appropriate.
I don't know that advice is appropriate. You can't second guess what reasons I had. I only gave one reason. I have other reasons. So I do not concur with your ruling there, sir. And I'm happy to seek legal advice around that.
We'll take,
if I stand
the
corrected.
Chief of Strategy will now address the next step is we need to establish the reasons.
So my advice to you is I've drafted a resolution that you could pass. It's entirely up to you, but my very strong advice is, given the decision you've made, you need to link it back to the reasons for rejection in the Act. And so that is what you see up there.
Councillor Hulse.
So I have a question, and I guess my question is how we deal with the fact that politics seems to have taken over sensible and sound and judicially prudent decision making. This plan changes and the RMA are a judicial process. I'm sorry the councillors who are the most enthusiastic about gerrymandering and fabricating reasons to turn these issues down, their words, not mine, are not prepared to listen. We need to understand what the sensible legal advice is, and that's what our manager, our strategy, our new strategy person, sorry Megan, I've forgotten your official title, our chief of strategy, was endeavouring to advise us, as is her job. We're trying to steward ratepayers' money sensibly and not put ourselves in harm's way by spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on a judicial review that is quite frankly pointless. So I think everyone now needs to grab a coffee, apply ourselves sensibly, not to manufacture some sort of flimsy reason for voting against something that some of us have put forward, but something that will actually stack up in court. And Mr. Chair, I resent the fact that I have to sit here now for another God knows how long while we actually work through the legality of what I think was a fairly ropey political decision, but I will hold my end up. So my question is, can we have the legal advice quite clearly on just what is expected of us, because it's not actually being listened to? If we can have it in unequivocal terms that possibly can be understood.
Thank you. Do you want to lead on that?
Well, through the chair, I can get Karina up as well, but given that you have chosen not to accept this plan change, which we had advised is legally, we can't support, this, with Karina and I, is the best wording that we're suggesting to you, that you at least have a wee bit of face in the court. We're not suggesting we would win by any show, but nonetheless, this would be the best wording that we suggest for you now, given your decision.
So my question is, just to give Karina a moment, Mr. Chair, with your indulgence, can you tell me roughly what it costs to address legal challenges of this nature?
Through the chair, I'm sorry I can't give you a cost estimate. All I can say is that with this particular challenge, if the applicant was to challenge it, they can take an appeal to the Environment Court. It's not a matter of a judicial review, which would, in my view, be more costly. But what Megan has tried to point out is that since you've made the decision not to accept, you now need to make a decision to either adopt, which I think is probably not your choice from what I've heard of the discussion. You need to reject, or you need to consider it as a resource consent. So of the grounds of rejection available, that's the only one that we can see is even possible for you to use. And having identified that ground, you're going to need to reject, because that's your only decision left available to you.
Councillor Newman.
I respect those who vote against this. This is fine. That's their position. What I do think is that the reason for the rejection of the application need to just be codified, and maybe if the officers could work with a couple of people who led the arguments, that could be captured, because I do think it needs to be recorded. If we don't accept it, we have to reject it now, as I understand it. I'm not going to do that, but I do think that it would be helpful during the course of this meeting if some words from those who did support the application could just be passed up, so that that could be captured and just resolved maybe by the end of this meeting. And if we can carry on with other stuff over and above that, because I do think there is a statement that we need to affirm in the minutes today that explain why this happened,
and the merits of that can be appealed in a judicial process. And that's just the way it will be. And, you know, that's about it. But I do think that it needs something, I think words need to be passed up to the officers that this can just be captured before we go home.
I'll ask the Chief of Strategy to respond to that, and thank you.
Through the chair, I understand what you're trying to do, Councillor. In talking with Karina, our view here is the more detail you give, the less stable any position you have in the court would be. You are arguing that it is not in accordance with sound resource management practice, and the more detail you give as to why, that gets further and further into a merits assessment, which is not what you're being asked to do. So my recommendation to you, should you continue here, is to leave it as just like that and no frills or further clarification around that.
Yes, Councillor Simpson. Microphone, please.
Sorry, I just wanted to say to my colleagues that I gave our council staff a heads up of what I was going to say and the points that I was going to raise. So it's not as if that came as a surprise. So just saying, I support where Megan's coming from. What I don't understand is that we should have had the workshop on all this before this came back. That was my understanding. I believe it's now scheduled for tomorrow. It's the first thing. The second point around this that I don't get is that we are the political decision makers around this table, and we were asked for our political view on that, and that's what was given. What I do not still get in this process, if it wasn't available for a debate, why was it brought for the politicians to have a discussion around this? We either have the ability under the law to have our say politically and give a view, or there is no doubt, no reasonable doubt, and this is the answer. And so those are the 2 points I say in defence of my argument. One, this council, this group of councillors and the mayor haven't been taken through the process like we were asked last meeting, which is supposed to be tomorrow. And 2, I do not understand the difference between the political view and a council delegation that staff have in this process. Thank you.
Okay, so there's some speaking turns now. So is there somebody that would like to move the A and the B, move and second the A and the B, preferably from the side that Councillor Lee, those that opposed it, Councillor Lee and Councillor Fletcher moved and second.
Also, Mr. Chairman, may I just say?
Okay, it's now a moved motion, so you're speaking to it.
So, why I wanted to ask the officer.
Could you put your mic on, please?
Why I requested that I ask some general questions before we got into the actual agenda items is I'm going to have the same dilemma with the next item. So you get to a point, as Councillor Simpson has said, where you have got the opportunity to express in a representational sense where you sit on an issue, and with the next agenda item, it will be very much one where the opportunity for Southern Cross to have gone and participated in the unitary plan process was available to them. They chose not to do that, and yet we know that the contractual situation that they have undertaken with the Health Board to entertain such a large-scale development leaves you feeling very cynical. Why did they arrogantly decide not to participate in the unitary plan process, but to wait for a private plan change? And I find parallels in what occurred here. Now, I hold the view this is one area where there should be some amendments to the Resource Management Act, because I think it leaves a deficiency. This is not the first time we have been put in this situation. And how do you express your frustration? Yes, we are a creature of statute, but when the statute has a flaw in it, as has been identified today, how do you respond in terms of giving weighting to your representational abilities. And so that is why I expressed it. That is why I'm willing to second that. I don't want to see our officers being compromised, but I do think it would have been easier to have had this general discussion before we got into the specifics of Aoraki or Brightside or anything else. And that is why I wanted to explore and to identify ways in which I could express my frustration with the process. But we are where we are.
And just to remind that there was a resolution to bring it back. So we had to, and it was at the next meeting. So we had to abide by the resolution, and the program, our diaries did not allow for the workshop to be undertaken prior, and that's why Fiona gave us the introduction today. But look, we have done our best, the staff have done their best, and that's why the memos were sent out and then tabled again today. I think there have been numerous opportunities, but look, I'll take all that on board, but the staff have done their very best, as I can see. Are there other speakers to this motion?
Mr. Chairman, I agree with, I'm happy with the wording. That's why I'm happy to put my name to it. Under the law, the council has the power to reject a private plan change request in whole or in part. And this request is not in accordance by the majority view of this council with sound resource management practice. Members around the room articulated those resource management practices which they considered unsound, including the lack of iwi input, the objection to by the local board, open space issues, and Councillor Bartley, I think, even specified Section 5 of the Resource Management Act, which sums up the whole case of sustainable development, so sustainable management and the role of people and communities. So I'm happy with the wording of that, and I suggest that we move on to pass this and move on to the next business. If officers wish to debrief some of the members who have concerns and articulated those concerns about this particular case, I'm happy to assist and participate, and I'm sure other members would as well. I think we need to get this sorted. This is the second time we've rejected, in effect, this plan change, and I think we just need to move on. We are allowed to vote no as well as yes in a democracy, and this evening we voted no.
Councillor Wayne-Walker. Okay, that was a no.
I didn't have a hand. Let's leave it.
It was the end of the day. Let's put this towards the vote, to the vote. So it's moved by Councillor Lee and seconded Councillor Fletcher. I'll take a division on it quickly, please.
Okay, division on the motion to reject the private plan change request. Councillor Darby.
Against.
Councillor Bartley.
For.
Councillor Casey.
No.
Deputy Mayor.
No.
Councillor Clow. Oh, sorry. Councillor Collins.
For.
Councillor Fletcher.
For.
Councillor Hills. No. Councillor Hulse is gone. Councillor Lee.
Aye.
Councillor Newman.
Against.
Newman Namini. Councillor Sayers. Councillor Simpson. Councillor Stewart. Councillor Wayne-Walker. Councillor Watson.
Yes.
Councillor Young.
Motion's carried. Thank you. Declare that motion carried. Declare that motion carried 10 votes to 5. We'll conclude that item. Thank you, Bruce, for your work, Fiona, for the outline at the beginning, John. And we'll now go to item 12. We need to maintain our quorum, members. Remember, we said we would go to the end of business. And we're losing another one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is anybody else planning to leave? Okay, so just want to check. We've got private plan changes and we are at the deadline.
How many? Just one more.
So I'll just... We've got 3 more. Let's go to 12, item 12. And who's introducing that? John again?
Is that a battery issue? Oh, here we go. All right. Just very quickly, this private plan change request relates to some land in Epsom. It's the Southern Cross Hospital. They're looking to rezone the land that they own from mixed housing suburban and mixed housing single house, so from residential to special purpose healthcare facilities and hospital zone. They're also seeking to remove a special character overlay and amend the transport provisions. So that's as set out in paragraph 1 of the report. We do have a map to just pull up if Kalinda or Sandra have that available.
Sorry.
Again, we are recommending to accept the private plan change for similar reasons to the previous item. We don't believe there are any grounds on which it could be rejected. We don't recommend it being adopted, and we don't believe it can be treated as a resource consent application.
Thank you, John. I'll move acceptance of the private plan change. Do I have a second, please? And the Deputy Mayor. Thank you. Questions at this stage, members? Questions? Go to debate. Anybody who'd like to speak to this, please? Councillor Walker.
Yeah, I'm relatively familiar with that site. I used to bike past it.
Speaker, please.
So I've just got a question around the trees on the site. Some of them were significant. I don't know how many of them are protected, whether any of them are scheduled or not. So I just raised that issue.
So just had to confirm there are 2 scheduled trees. They're not proposing to have those removed from the tree schedule.
And the
impacts on trees, of course, would be a detailed merit assessment, but in terms of the facts, there are scheduled trees on the site too, and they're not proposing to remove them from the schedule.
And the homes on Gillies Ave and the hospital itself that's been there, well, ever since I remember, and a long time before that, is the hospital, the old building there, scheduled at all?
The building isn't scheduled, but some of the residential properties are within the special character overlay.
Sure.
The plan change seeks to remove that. If that was successful in a hearing after submissions and evidence, and the hearing commissioners agreed that the overlay should be removed, if they got past that, then the houses could be demolished without a resource consent. But under the current unitary plan, they have that level of protection that the special character overlay provides. So that would obviously be a key issue for the hearings if the plan change is accepted for submissions.
And in respect of view shafts, because this is in the vicinity of Mount Eden, Mangawhau.
Sorry, point of order, Mr. Chair. It's been an exceedingly long day. These are all the issues. So this is irrelevant. I will just wait till that sorts itself out. And my point of order is rules of debate, 1.4, irrelevant matters, tedious repetition.
Just a few times today. But look, it is absolutely, as you point out. Are there other speakers on this, please? There being none, put it to the vote. All those...
Mr.
Councillor
Chairman,
Fletcher, you wanted to speak to it?
I don't wish to be repetitive. I have already made some concerns in the previous matter, but in the interest of consistency, I will be voting against the officer recommendations for those issues that Councillor Walker has kindly repeated, but this is a matter that you heard from the local board on. I would hope that others can join me in opposing this.
Councillor Casey.
Lest my vote in favour be taken as assent for this plan change, it isn't. The advice from the local board chair was to vote to accept it and then make a very strong submission on behalf of the council and the local board against it. So I don't want that taken out of context. Thank you.
Put it to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Declare that carried.
Both recorded.
We're recording Councillor Fletcher against and Councillor Wayne Walker against. Thank you all. And now we'll go to item 13, which is a private plan change lodged by Woolworths at Conifer Grove, Waiata Shores really, in Takanini Manurewa. And John, would you?
Sanjay is the reporting planner on this
Sanjay
one, but
the
land is the land with the red boundary up there. It currently has a residential zoning. It was, I think, previously owned by Fletcher Residential. Fletchers are doing the Waiata Shores residential development next to it. It's now owned by Woolworths New Zealand, and they're seeking to put a local centre on the land, which would be a big challenge under a resource consent pathway. So they are seeking that the unitary plan is amended to rezone the land from residential to local centre to provide for the local needs of the emerging local community and the existing community. So again, we're recommending that it is accepted and not adopted or rejected or treated as a resource consent.
Thank you. Councillor Newman, would you like to move? Not really. Moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Hulse, noting it's supported by the local boards of Papakura and Manurewa. I'll put it to the vote then. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Declare that carried.
All right, so the fourth plan change is relates to Smells Farm in the Northcote area. Ewan Patience is our principal planner reporting on this one. He's been working with Smells Farm as they've developed their private plan change for quite some time. It has been to the local board recently, and their resolution is included on page 253. So they are recommending that it should be accepted. And essentially it looks to provide for the tall residential towers or mixed-use towers. They could be office, they could be a mix of office, residential, and some street-level retail, which is really taking Smells Farm into the next generation from being a 1980s office park into something a bit more interesting, right next to public transport. And sorry, that's sounding a bit too supportive on the merit, so I'll step back from that. But on a course assessment, we don't see anything that's fundamentally at odds with Part 2 of the RMA. Submissions and a hearing will determine whether it should ultimately succeed.
I'll move that one. Do I have a... Ewan, would you like... I'll move it. Yes. Do I have a second, Deputy Mayor? And Ewan, did you want to say something further?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. If we could just add the words as set out in attachment F. So after the brackets operative in part, just to clarify that it's the changes that are specified in attachment F that are what are being accepted for processing.
That's consistent with the other reports, so apologies we didn't spot that, but thanks, Ewan.
Don't have any speakers on the list, so I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Declare that carried. Thank you, Ewan. 16.
15.
Sorry, 15. Skip my pages here. Thank you. No, I'll just deal with the others. Can we to Member Namani and particularly...
I've texted Member Henare and he's on his way out. Yeah.
He's on his way out. Okay, I think we'll go to the others. We'll go to 16 first, please.
All right, so Warren McLennan, our Unit Manager for Northwestern Islands Planning, and I'll hand over to Warren because he's been dealing with this one over the last couple of months now.
Thanks, John. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last October, you approved a council plan change to limit urban activities within rural areas.
He's on 15, is he?
However, that meant that Papakāinga was therefore changed in activity status from discretionary to non-complying, and concerns were raised by the IMSB members as a result of that, and yourself and the Deputy Chair and the Chair of the IMSB met on a number of occasions in order to work through and come up with these resolutions. And so the first step is that, the first resolution is that, that's not the resolution.
To clarify, we actually are, we are on item 15. I introduced item 16 because I was waiting for a member to come back who had signalled Member Henry needed to be downstairs. He's here. So we're actually on item 15, and the recommendations before us are the item 15 recommendations.
Right. So the first one is because the rural activities plan change is in train at the moment, it may well be that there are submissions to that plan change which enable a decision to be made within scope to enable Papakāinga to remain as discretionary in the rural area. If that doesn't happen, this resolution B, or recommendation B, suggests or proposes that a plan change be initiated relating to Papakāinga to prepare a draft plan change to achieve that same outcome. Now that will obviously be, because it's a rural area, it will obviously be a topic which will have a considerable number of safeguards in order to ensure that we still retain a compact city, but that we provide for Papakāinga housing on ancestral land, whether it's Maori owned or whether it's general land.
Thank you, Warren. Now, I'm just by way of background that Warren's given the background that myself and Councillor Hills were asked by this committee to take another look at the provision of Papakāinga when we were looking at finalising the notification, I think it was, of the rural activities plan change. So we did that. We had, I think, 3 meetings and a lot of emails. I do want to acknowledge the support of the IMSB planner, Catherine. Second name slips me at the moment. Catherine Taylor. Just some great inputs, and the chair of the IMSB particularly as well, and that's David Taipari. I think we've landed in a very good place here, and I'm just really grateful for the real collaborative embracing approach on this from the Independent Māori Statutory Board. I invite the member Tauhenere to move the motion and speak to it.
Thank you, Chair. Kia ora. And my personal gratitude to the Chair and the Deputy Chair for their mahi with our Chair, David Taipari. Really, it's just an issue that's been caught up, I suppose, in unintended consequences of something else. And there is a way through it, and this is it. And we may even get down the track to, we may even codify it in our unitary plan as it is on with Māori land in the Ture Whenua. But that's down the track, and but at least we're aware of it. At least we've got a team of people to be able to move it forward, and so I gladly move the resolutions.
Thank you, Member Henry. Are there other speakers on this? I want to acknowledge IMSB member Glenn Wilcox with us as well. There being no other speakers, put it to the vote. All those in favour of the motions A and B say aye. Aye. Contrary, no, and declare that carried. Can we record that as unanimous, members? We will do so. Thank you. Thank you, Warren. Now we go to 16. Jasmine is presenting on item 16.
Yes. Good evening. So we've resolved one of the two appeals to Plan Change 4. Plan Change 4 was a plan change, an administrative plan change that sought to correct technical errors and anomalies in the unitary plan. And through a couple of months of discussion with Pine Harbour Limited, we've now come to a consent order. And we're here before the committee today to approve further parts of Plan Change 4 as they relate to the consent order on the appeal as identified in Attachment A. Thank you.
Thank you. I think this is relatively straightforward. Do I have a mover? Councillor Hulse, thank you. Deputy Mayor, thank you. Moving the A and the B. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Declare that carried. Jasmine, thank you.
Thank you.
Now, the summary planning committee information, of course, we don't normally have, well, we don't have an officer to speak to these, so I'll just move this procedurally. Moved Councillor Simpson, and you're seconding it, Councillor?
No, I'm not seconding.
Okay, I'll second. Thank you. And speaking turn from Councillor Walker. Microphone, please.
Item 17, Attachment E. The subject is the update on the venue development strategy and stadia. And I want to express publicly my concern, particularly around the engagement with key stakeholder contacts to obtain their response to the venue development strategy, against a background where there is no business case for Collindale Park, there is no business case that I have seen for the facility for New Zealand cricket at Western Springs, against the background where the cost that we have at this point is $91 million, and against a background where my understanding from various sources indicates to me that there will be substantial operational losses, certainly from at least the New Zealand cricket component of that facility, and my concern, given that the trust deed of RFA, which is a charitable trust and makes mention of the regional provision of services, is effectively subsidising a national code to the extent of probably $100 million plus, together with operational losses, together with a consequent decision at Collindale Park, which is likely to be of the order of $40 to $50 million, which, as I mentioned, has no business case. And I refer you to the findings.
Can I just interrupt?
I'm going as quick as I can.
We're just receiving these papers.
And I am wishing to put on public record my concern about behaviour that, frankly, would be described as reckless, and I refer to the Mainzeal and related decisions, and certainly, according to the findings of the Sydney Commission into stadia in New South Wales,
I have to interrupt.
Findings 2, 4 and 7
fully aware
would also be...
Can you please stop?
Certainly.
Attachment A does not address what you're addressing. Attachment A refers to the chief executive making contact with the key stakeholders.
It's attachment E, sir.
E, sorry. E, yep. And it doesn't do what you're saying it does. And I accept that you've got a viewpoint, but it's about the motion is receiving the summary. That's all the motion is. We're not debating the content of those particular attachments.
And I bring to your attention the only time that I have the ability to reflect on some communication on the part of, I'm assuming, the chief executive is now. And I am saying that I regard our behaviour as being reckless. and I can substantiate that.
I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Declare that carried. We'll go to item 18. Well, you can just, well, look, whatever the standing orders say in terms of recording. Item 18, please, members.
Oh, that's just the extraordinary items.
There's nothing under extraordinary, which goes to move the procedural motion to. You've just moved it. Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Do I have a second for that, please? I'll second then. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Declare that carried. We're now in public.